racing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at Ghost Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. The fire's glowing warm, and ain't it a charm? It's so good to unwind with old friends we find. Let's laugh, let's share, let's toast with smiles. The jukebox plays our favorite tunes, miles and miles. Candles flicker and the mood is right. Conversations flowing till the early light. Each story told, a treasure spun. In this place, our hearts are one. The saxophone moans in a sultry tone. We sway with the beat, we feel at home. As shadows flicker on weathered walls, through hazy lights the night unfolds. Old stories merge with ones untold. The air is thick with mellow sound. In every corner, love is found. The clock forgets its race in this warm embrace. Curl up in the nook, feel the rhythm's pace as the bass lines groove and fill the space. Wrongs are right in this sacred place. The pianist's fingers dance like lights, and with each note the night ignites. We savor moments, all pure delight. Every chord a comfort tight in this pub with friends inside.
All right. All right. We're ready to rock. We're ready to go. I don't know. It's always hard for me to get up on Saturday. How about you? I feel like every Saturday I'd rather be picking berries or something else, but we got kind of a drama wrap up. I'm mixing up words again. I am mixing up words again. That's okay though. I forgive myself. Do you forgive me? Look, I'll forgive me if you'll forgive you. Is that a deal, chat? Can I get you all to promise to forgive yourselves for whatever bullshit you're holding yourself responsible for from I don't know how many years ago? You know, the shit that's weighing you down? The shit that makes it impossible for you to move on? Can you just forgive yourself? Look, I know it takes a lot. It's a leap of faith, but I promise I'll do it if you do it, okay? And we can live in this tomorrow. We can get back to the timeline that we were supposed to be in the first place, right? Shit got a little fucked up along the way. Some of the packages shifted in the flight. But I think we're going to be all right. I think we're going to be okay. I think we can handle this, right? Like I said, we've got to, handle this. We've got a lot of drama to go over. A drama wrap-up, right? There's been too much stuff going on. There's been too much news here. This music is too much, too. Can I get the... no? Almost. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go searching. I'm always searching, chat. My whole life. That's all I ever do is search. I mean, like, seriously, with the way I search, you should see my search history, or maybe not. I don't know, chat. You could look at each other's search history. What am I missing? Oh my god. A song, a moment. A whisper on a wind. On a whisper on a wisp of wind. Seriously, it was just here. I'm just looking for a song that I can talk over to get us started today for this drama wrap-up that I've been edging you with for way too long. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. There it goes. That's the mood I need. That's the music I need. That's the note that I need. That's the rhythm that I need. Oh my god, chat, my hair is still messed up. I kind of like just got out of the shower and I was like hurrying myself along. It looks like I didn't actually finish styling my hair. Oh, this is interesting. It's an interesting style. I kind of don't want to mess with it though. It's kind of cool, right? You know, like that moment in Naruto, where what's her fuck says like, you look kind of cool, Naruto. I don't know. I feel like I look kind of cool, but only if I can sort everything out. That's what we're trying to do. Make or Irene bounce. That was 20 hours ago. I was supposed to bounce. I do have my trampoline not far, so I guess I could make it happen. Saturday has been better than the last. That's good. What's up, Wabowski? Wait, no. Wasowski. Wasowski. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I mispronounced your name. 420-ish is a good time. It is a good time. If you got the smoochy boochies. Not that I know what those are, chat. Not that I know anything about Sebe Day or THC or Sam Cedar, who is our plug, who is the ultimate plug. What's up, Killjoy? Good to have you. Good to have you all along for the ride. Yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today. Nikacado Avocado is back, and that's a weird thing, right? Because if you know about this person, Nikacado Avocado, also, on one hand, shame on you. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to be too judgmental. Like I said, chat, we will all have to explain our search history at some point, right? And maybe Nikacado Avocado is not the worst thing that you could find on a search history, but That being what that is, Nikacado Avocado is when I met, oh my god, that's so parasocial. Yes, I met Nikocado. No, when I first became acquainted, no, I didn't become acquainted. Let's sort this out. Let's sort the parasociality out. When I first became aware of the existence of Nikocado Avocado's YouTube channel, Nikocado Avocado was a vegan YouTuber, right? Hanging out with all those weird vegan YouTubers from like 10 years ago. Like, chat, if you think that Twitch drama is wild, if you think that debate drama is wild, you should have seen vegan YouTube like 10 years ago. It was unhinged. What's that? What is up, chat? I'm trying to get my void coffee in here. Just wake myself up. See if my my hair is behaving. Like I said, chat, I just kind of jumped out of the Wow, those alerts are huge, aren't they? Vitingale, you have just triggered my stand. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Actually, Vitingale, if you don't know who I'm talking about when I say Vitingale, if you like music, I feel like you'll like Vitingale's stream. And not just like playing music or listening to music, like making music, living in that moment, getting creative, interacting with the music, shaping the music to suit the mood of the streamer and the chat. That is what Vitingale's stream is like. And if that sounds good, if that sounds good to you, if that sounds like something that you want to be a part of, here, let me help you out with that. If I could remember, yeah, shout out is like that. I always get it wrong, chat, because there's like 2 shout outs. There's one shout out from Stream Elements, which I'm trying to get off of. Stream Elements, not good for several reasons. But we won't get into that right now. But you know who is good? Vitingale. So if you're on Twitch, if you use Twitch, and if you want to have a, if you want to get onto that vibe that Vitingale is putting out, then I got the link for you right now. Hit that heart button if you're not already subscribed, and you will get notified the next time that Vitingale goes live. And you should take that chance, seriously. Highly recommended streamer. Just jumped in. And I'm curious, Vitingale, what exactly you were doing today. Wait, does the shoutout still do what it always does? Moe Nope with the 45 stream streak. That is unbelievable. God damn. God damn, Moe Nope. That is I don't even know what to say. Yeah, so now, when streamers raid in, oftentimes, especially if they've been streaming for a very long time, they take a little while to get in the chat. I always take a long time to get in the chat. So what's the other way that we see? Because I'm kind of curious what Vitingale was doing today. Wait, it's SO. Let's try that. SO. Oh, IRL. Oh, okay. So it wasn't one of the streams that I was talking about, right? I'm used to the music streams. The harmonium, the ukulele, that kind of stuff. Vitingale was IRL streaming from a vigil and demonstration for Palestine today. That explains a lot. Okay, so I'm not gonna bother Vitingale to respond, because especially IRL streams have got to be really hard to, you know what I mean? You're out and about. You're filming on location. I've never done that. So that's really cool. So yeah, there's another kind of stream that Vitingale does in addition to the music streams. But yeah, welcome raiders. Welcome streamer. If you get to your phone at some point. If not, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because we got a lot to go over today. Like I said, free Palestine. We have missed out on so much stuff because of all that's been going on. All the news about the, I don't even know what you want to call it, right? Tim Pool land is not natural grass. Tim Pool land, Lauren Chen land, Dave Rubin land is astroturf. Those people aren't even real. They've been astroturfed, right? And it kind of makes you wonder how much of the right has been astroturfed. How much of the right is astroturfed, right? So we talked about that. We got to know Edward Gregorian, a good guy to know if you want to get your, if you want to get your streaming career financed really easy, get paid a lot of money to do questionable content, Edward Gregorian is your man. Edward Gregorian is definitely Tim Pool's man. So yeah, those people have a lot of explaining to do. A lot of explaining to do. Hey, there you are. I was having trouble loading the stream on mobile. That's what I was just saying. When I realized that you were IRL, I was like, oh no, I totally understand. I sometimes take a long time to get into chat when I raid, even when I'm not IRL, because it's like I'm raiding, and then I gotta do this, then I gotta do that, and then I gotta do the other thing, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I raided, I should probably say hi. Sometimes I don't even remember to say hi, but it's good that you, good to have you in chat today, Vitingale. Yeah, your chat was explaining to me what your stream was about today. Field trip stream with Irene? What would that be? What kind of field trip? You know what? I could take you on my bike. If I got like a GoPro or something. I would love to take you on a bike ride. Right, that's one of my favorite things. One of the most relaxing things in the world for me is to get on my bike and just ride for miles and miles and miles. And go try to find some berries to pick along the way. That's like my favorite thing in the world. I gotta get back to that, chat. Oh god, Twitch's mobile app isn't... I haven't actually used it, Vitingale, since they changed it, but... Oh my gosh, thank you for the resubscribe! Sub-hype. More unique gifters, 100 bits or more. Oh, Vitingale's trying to get a hype train started. That's what Vitingale's trying to do. Well, you already triggered my stand, so I mean that's pretty cool already. I love it when the raid stream alert goes off, because it's one that I think I ripped it off of JoJo Part 5. It's like my favorite part of JoJo Part 5, right? So I don't want to bore you with anime shit, because some of you don't care about that. Some of you don't care at all about anime, and that's okay. But there's this the story, you know, is that there are a bunch of gangsters. And they're supposed to take care of the boss's daughter. They're supposed to bring the boss's daughter safely to the boss, right? And the whole time she's kind of like, you gotta protect her, you gotta protect her. It's like an escort mission in, you know, a video game, right? And then when shit really goes down, you find out that she is a super badass too. And so that stream alert is from the moment that she activates her stand, right? Which doesn't do what most stands do, right? You know, usually stands are big, tough, like punching ghost. Her stand can punch, but it doesn't like break things, like Jotaro's stand, and it doesn't put things back together like Josuke's stand. It actually makes things soft and elastic, and it's a really good thing if you're in a plane that's about to crash to make things nice, soft, and elastic. And sometimes to become soft and elastic is the only way that you could survive the crises in your life, right? Sometimes you just gotta... What is the stand's name? Do you really not know, or do you just want me to say Spice Girl? I think that Davy Cliff just wanted me to say Spice Girl. Yeah, Trisha's stand's name is Spice Girl. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about anime. It's always a risk, because I'll lose people that are not into anime. They'll think that the stream is now about anime. And it's not. It's about a lot of things. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. My favorite, JoJo Part 1. Oh, wait. Actually, that's not too weird. Yeah, JoJo Part 1 is like in jolly old England. And there's these big, they're big, strong, like... So, like, if you don't know, like, the manga artist who draws JoJo, when he started out, it was like the 80s. And Arnold Schwarzenegger was in the movies, Sylvester Stallone, all these like big, like, you know, Hulk Hogan, like all these muscle men were like, you know, and Araki likes to draw anatomy, and there's like a lot of anatomy to draw with like bodybuilders and weightlifters and stuff like that, right? So it's all these like big fucking yoked dudes in jolly old England, right? It's one of the weirdest things in the world. What's up, One Great Earth? Good to see you. 7 stream streak. That's amazing. That is amazing. I love to see those streaks in on Twitch. Ferry bike ride sounds good. Dead and Joker says, I went back to check on Vitingale's channel. Oh, yeah. The stream was... Dead and Joker, you're like the best kind of chatter. Let's give a shout out to Dead and Joker, okay? Because that is amazing, right? Okay, so when you raid on Twitch, right? You don't turn your stream off. When you raid. When you raid on Twitch, you leave your stream on. And it's like the weirdest thing in the world. Like, your stream is still going, but you're sending all the viewers into somebody else's chat. And you want to make sure that they all get into that chat and that everything works, but it's really easy to like forget that your stream is on. And you don't want to just leave your stream on because it stays on. It will stay on while you go to sleep. And if your camera happens to be pointed at your bed, as mine used to be, it will film you sleeping, which maybe you might not want. You might not want that. Some weird things can happen. You know, if you're streaming like sleeping, like I think Kai Sanat does that, right? Can you see me? I can see you, Nova. Enjoying reading JoJo Part 9 so far. You're in that. You're in JoJo Lands. Wow. Part 2 is the best, says Furry One. Except that they're... Oh, yes, I know the one character you're talking about. Yeah, the friendliest Nazi ever, for some reason, is included in JoJo Part 2. Not great. But yeah, what I was trying to say is that Araki, when he started, it was the 80s, right? And so he's all into muscle men. He was all into weightlifters, bodybuilders, stuff like that, right? And as it goes along, Araki decides, I kind of want to draw twinks. I kind of want to draw femboys. And so by the time you get to part 5, the big, strong muscle men, right? You know, they're still, they're still very aesthetic, but they've kind of slimmed down. They've kind of shrunk down. And now they're like femboys. And from there on, like that's Araki's style, right? Part 7 forever? Yes. A lot of people like part 7. Also, oh, sorry. Davy Cliff asked me, what is your stand's name? I thought you were asking about Trish's stand. Wait, I think I've said it before, but I can't remember. It's obviously got to be the name of a song. So if you're looking for a stand name, right, you got to choose the name of a song. But yeah, thank you for watching out for Vitingale there, Dead and Joker. That is very sweet of Joker to do that. Vitingale is doing some very important work out there, and it is much appreciated. I agree. I agree. Just catching up with chat here. We're all streaking. Yeah, everybody's streaking over on Twitch. It's an amazing stream. I forgot I once ate in front of camera. Wait, you only once did that? I feel like I've done straight up. Oh, you didn't know you were on camera and you were eating. Okay, I got it. I got it. Yeah. I feel like I eat on camera all the freaking time. Way too often. Catching up with chat. Okay, we need more buff femboys. Yeah, right. Like Araki is definitely good at drawing the buff femboys. Is this typo Sunday and Tyler? Wait, what? Sude? Did I forget the N? Oh no, Sude. No, it's Sunday. We're talking about Sunday again. And why are we talking about Sunday? Because Sunday's still talking about Tyler. And still talking about me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. No, I kind of am. I kind of actually am sure that I really don't like that. But I will deal with it. I'm not a baby. I could take care of myself. If somebody's gonna attack me, I know how to punch back with my stand power. Yes, of course. We're talking about JoJo here, not real life. Although, didn't President Sunday said something about wanting to get involved in, what do they call them? Creator fights? You know what I'm talking about, chat? Like when different YouTubers like box each other. And sometimes it's because they have beef, and sometimes it's just like because they want to box each other and because they're not boxers and they want to do something wild in their life. And yeah, stepping in the ring, stepping in the octagon, that's pretty wild. That's living dangerously. But yeah, it was right around the time that he started this this drama with me and Tyler, right? That was right about the time that Sunday said that he wanted to fight someone. So I kind of always wondered, like, who did he have in mind? Did he think he was going to fight Tyler? I'm not sure that would go well, Sunday. I'm not sure you could fight me. If I'm being 100 with you. These don't seem like good ideas. Like, we don't need to fight. Everything doesn't need to be a fight. Everything doesn't need to be like an obsession with another streamer and constantly shit-talking them, right? But I guess if you're trying to stir the pot like he is, that's what you do. So yeah, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at the Nikacado Avocado. Oh my god, just Julie with the $4 super sticker. Wait, is that a hippo that's uncertain of what's happening? Is Sunday even sober enough to step in the ring? That's a big thing. Did I change it at least? Yeah, I did. Sudafed versus Tyler. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, like I was trying to tell you about Nikacado Avocado. That's what I got. That's what I was talking about a second ago. Anyway, yeah, Nikacado Avocado. Like I said, like, you know, if you know who that is, like, shame on you. On one hand, right? But also, I guess, understandable. But I became aware of Nikacado Avocado a long ass time ago. And this was when Nikacado Avocado was a vegan, hanging out on vegan YouTube with a bunch of other vegans, getting shamed for the fact that he liked to eat avocados. And at the time, a lot of the vegans were like really down on fatty foods. And I mean, like, avocado is not like the fattiest food you could eat, but it's got some fat. It's got some fat. So that was the kind of beef that Nikacado was having at the time. And he was a really small streamer. He was like living in, oh my god, was it Bolivia? I'm trying to remember. Or Colombia. I can't remember. He lived somewhere in South America with his boyfriend, Orlin. And he was a very different streamer. And he was, you know, just kind of tiny. Right? This was before all of the mukbangs. This is before the mukbangs became a thing. But I think Nikacado went from doing like vegan mukbangs, you know, where he would eat, you know, a decent amount of vegan food, to doing the kind of mukbangs that people really want to see, which are you down 7 Whoppers, right? If you eat 7 Whoppers with a plate full of fries and cry into your food, apparently that is the formula for a successful mukbang stream. Which is weird, because like, as much as I did enjoy a good mukbang, usually my mukbang stuff, like the mukbangs in my search history were just like Mommy Tang, like cooking for her family. And as the kids came by, she'd grab a little bit of kimchi with her chopsticks, and she would feed the kids like feeding a bird, like a bird feeding the kids. Like, you know, they open their mouth. And anyway, it was adorable. It was cute. And it wasn't really like focused on like how much can you eat. I mean, she ate a lot of, you know, big old soup with noodles and stuff like that, but it wasn't like what you see on Nikacado Avocado's mukbangs. And I guess that's not what you see on most mukbangs, right? Most mukbangs are like, you know, you're eating spicy food, you're eating a ton of food, an unbelievable amount of food, and if it's Nikacado, you're like the food is mixed with tears, right? And Nikacado Avocado cried a lot of tears, ate a lot of Takis, ate a lot of Taki flavored noodles, and did a lot of drama with like just almost everyone on the internet, right? And people kind of pointed at and laughed at Nikacado Avocado, right? Because he went from being this tiny little dude to, you know, gaining a substantial amount of weight, often sort of showing himself in a light that made it look like he wasn't very healthy. And, you know, it became kind of like I couldn't watch that sort of content, right? Like it was the sort of content where I felt like everybody else watching it was like pointing and laughing. And this was somebody that I'd known, you know, when he was just doing like normal ass YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, yeah, Nikocado Avocado kept on doing the mukbangs, kept on, you know, gaining more and more weight, and seemed like less and less happy and maybe a little sick, right? And that's gone on for like years and years. But little did we know, chat, that Nikacado Avocado was doing something different behind the scenes. At some point, he decided that he was gonna, that the mukbang lifestyle was not, or at least the way that he was doing it was not something that he wanted to continue forever. And he, but he had so many videos stored up. He had so many videos pre-recorded, right? That were him doing mukbangs, crying into the food. You know, the whole deal. The regular Nikocado Avocado kind of video, right? He had a backlog of those videos, right? So he starts putting out videos that are pre-recorded, recorded like a while ago. And he starts doing a different thing, like living a different way. We don't actually know what he did. Right? We don't know what changed in terms of Nikacado's diet or Nikacado's lifestyle or anything else, right? But what we do know is that yesterday, Nikacado Avocado posted again to YouTube. And this is not a streamer that's like gone on break. This is not a YouTuber that's disappeared. This is not somebody that we haven't seen in a long time, or at least like, you know, you wouldn't have thought so watching his channel, right? Nikacado shows up as a completely different person. Davi Cliff says mukbang sound perverse. Reminds me I need to get in shape. Me too. He's not worth the energy. Understand responding, but don't react to this useless negative nonsense. Well, it might be changing. I'm not sure how. Yeah, Creator Clash. Yeah, Killjoy knows what I'm talking about. Like, Sunday said that he wanted to do like a Creator Clash thing. Irene would easily kick Sunday's rear end. I would try not to kick it too hard, though. Okay, let's not talk about Sunday's rear end. We got enough of Sunday's rear end last night, both literally and figuratively, unfortunately. But anyway, I'm talking to you about Nikacado Avocado because he posted a video that surprised a lot of people. And I guess I can show you better than I can tell you.
Welcome to Nikacado 2. This is my second.
Say whoopsie. I don't really care about getting.
All right, so I want to show you what just came out. #1 on trending 20 hours ago. Yeah, this is the biggest video on YouTube right now, I guess. I just want to show you this, and then we'll get on to the rest of the content, because this surprised me as well. Especially being somebody that used to watch Nikacado when his channel was completely different and not really bait for negative, judgmental, fat-shaming kind of people, which it's been for like years and years and years, right? All right, so here we go. This is the latest video from Nikacado Avocado.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life. It's alluring, It's compelling. It's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories, ideas, rivalries, where they feel encouraged and engaged, where they involve themselves with the stories and become a product of influence. Thirsty for a distraction from time unspent, spoiling their minds, yet stimulating them at the same time. It's brilliant, and it's dangerous. I feel as if I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm. One follows another, follows another, follows another. It's mesmerizing. It's spellbinding. All these little consumers, all of these lost and bored people. People consuming anything that they're told to consume. So I am the villain because I've made myself one.
So just to show you that I'm not lying, let me show you what the previous video that was posted on the channel was. Oh, 7 months ago. Wait, am I like... Huh. Okay, I'm revealed as a non-Nikacado Avocado follower. This is YouTube taking its sweet time and loading the video. This is getting worse and worse, chat.
I'm gonna do my Walmart inventory check.
Welcome back to
And if you are a mother, that means you make milk. And if you make milk, you are a cow. Moo.
I don't know. I mean, like, we were talking about her in the car, so I don't know.
Well, of course we love her.
What the hell?
So we're not throwing shade. So in my video with Trisha, go check it out. It's like the video before this.
What is even going on here?
Still, we love her, right? Or maybe that was last.
It was last time.
She's talked about you both times.
Yeah.
Well, she knows we're friends. Trisha, she loves.
Oh no, chat.
But anyways, today, Carly Steele is joining me for a seafood boil.
Okay,
And this is our
YouTube is
5th video.
fucking me over here.
8 hours. So
What
we're
in the
talking about-
fuck
but
is this?
Go to her channel, subscribe. I'm gonna link it at the top of the description box, as well as her vlog channel.
Oh, okay, I see. YouTube is playing the video that I clicked on along with the... What is it called on a channel? Like the trailer. This is Nikacado's trailer along with the video that I clicked on. But yeah, this is the video from 7 months ago. This is Nikacado and Orlin. Why we can't break up, spicy cheese, fire noodles, mukbang, and recipe. Okay, now I'm like curious what's going on here, right? Because we're doing a little detective thing. Oh wait, no, I know where to find it. It's not here. Go down here and click on this video. And it takes 5 minutes to load. Chat, I'm so pissed off. I don't think it's YouTube's fault. I think it's probably Firefox. I need to get off of Firefox. I need to get off of Stream Elements. Okay, let's open up the second channel. Come on. Oh my god, I can't take this. Come on, fucking open. Oh. Just sitting here by this. Okay, I'm looking at the second channel 20 hours ago, 3 months ago. Okay, so Nikacado, yeah, the output has gone way down. I see what we're dealing with, right? The output of the channel, yeah, this is 3 months ago. There was a video posted 5 months ago, 1 year ago, 2 years ago. And then on the other channel, it's like 7 months ago, I think it's the last video posted. Yeah, 7 months ago, 10 months ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago. Okay, so that's what's going on, right? So, yeah, correction, this channel has not been posting that much in the past 7 months, but it didn't go dead, right? When Nikocado started eating differently, living differently, we're not even sure what's happened, but obviously a lot has happened, and he was uploading backlogs of videos, right? He was uploading videos that he'd previously recorded prior to whatever change that he made that, you know, has him looking like this now.
Worries about me year after year. So I am the villain because I've made myself one. And you will continue to consume these stories about me year after year after year, for as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain. Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants.
So people, you know, there was some resistance in chat. Maybe those people have cleared out. You're not forced to be here, all right? But trust, if you know who I am and you know what I'm about, then I'm here to show you something, not to indulge, obviously, in the fucking drama sloppery, fat-shaming shit show that is the reason that most people engage with this channel, all right? Please, have a little faith, all right? That's all I ask. Something is going on here, right? And he's saying that this is a social experiment that he's been doing, which would be wild, because if that's a social experiment, that's a social experiment that went on for, I don't know, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years? But what I am seeing as a person who followed the channel before it was about what it became about is a return of the original creator. You know, the only difference is this is a little darker version of Nikocado Avocado. This is a little darker version. This is like a... I mean, you'll see what I'm saying, right? The people that pointed and laughed, the people that fat shamed, the people that used Nikocado Avocado to feel like a better person, to be able to point and laugh and say, look at that shit show. Hey, at least my life is not like that, right? These people were being used in a way that I don't think any of them could comprehend.
Influence the ants. Brainwash. And for as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain. Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants. Influence the ants. Brainwash the ants. You are the ants.
That's what I mean by it's getting darker.
Today I woke up from a very long dream. And I also woke up having lost 250 pounds off of my body. Yet just yesterday, people were calling me fat and sick and boring and irrelevant. People. People are the most messed up creatures on the entire planet. And yet I've still managed to stay 2 steps ahead of everyone.
It's dark. Also, what is up with the, like, I'm hearing more and more people having microphones that pick up a lot of room noise.
The joke's on you.
All right, there we go. So there's the dark part, and here is, you know, well, you'll see this is more like so this is the Nikacado Avocado that I remember after having been bullied by vegan YouTube, right? In some ways because he ate, you know, things that they thought were unhealthy, right? Like avocados, right? They were like, no, you gotta eat fruit, dude.
I haven't made a video for about 1 week now, and I have my reasons for that. I'm a little uncertain on how to properly begin this video because there's a lot on my mind and it comes from various angles. The first angle is that of Hanya Mania making a video saying that she's quitting YouTube, so to speak, but she's at least really fed up with the vegan online scene on YouTube. That kind of really pushed me to make this video because I've been having those thoughts and feelings for quite a while now. But it's some other things, some comments that
So anyway, chat, if you're vegan, don't worry. I am too. I am not trying to shit on veganism, right? I'm talking about the vegan YouTube of 10 years ago, which was actually a very toxic place. And it didn't need to be. And that kind of shit doesn't help anybody, doesn't make anybody want to go vegan. It just presents vegans as like, and you know, I mean, you understand why this happens, right? Drama things in the algorithm. People that are nasty, people that are toxic, people that are brutal, they tend to get lifted up by they tend to be the ones getting the algorithmic push. And so as a result, the people that like rise to the top in any section of YouTube, a lot of them tend to be kind of toxic, and vegan YouTube 10 years ago was no different, right? So yeah, you know, I mean, like, it's not like reason to change your lifestyle if you're enjoying what you're doing, but obviously he wasn't. This is him saying why I'm no longer vegan, but also doing something that is interesting to the algorithm. Before, his videos were just like, this is my boyfriend Orlin, we made some food, we're gonna eat it, they're kind of wholesome actually, and it didn't work. And so he goes on this transformation. First, kind of starting up drama with some of the vegans that were like, Nikacado Avocado is eating an extremely unhealthy diet full of avocados, which are high in fat, but you should be eating 80-10-10, 80% carbs, 10% protein, and 10% fat. That's what I do, and that's how I became Freely the banana girl, right? It was like that kind of shit. That's what Nikocado was getting, and so Nikocado was like, fine, I guess I'm gonna beef with Freely now. And he does this video, well, I'm no longer vegan. And he goes on this fucking long ass ride, doing all these mukbangs, engaging with Trisha Paytas and every toxic, personality out there, and becoming the subject of derision, becoming the subject of fat shaming, and like kind of like pulls the wool over everybody's eyes because he hasn't even been doing that. He hasn't even been living that way for like 2 years apparently, and during those 2 years he's changed the way that he lives, and he's kind of well, I don't know. Here's the weird thing, right? We'll watch this and you'll get an idea of what his content's going to be like. Now again, chat, I haven't been following this guy, I haven't been following this like content. I usually don't watch stuff like this, that the drama for drama's sake kind of YouTube has always kind of turned me off. But this social experiment that he's been conducting, apparently, it's kind of interesting. I gotta admit, I'm not sure what I think about him. I'm not sure what I think about any of this, right? But it has got a lot of people's attention.
Oh. Mr. Noodle, you're so cute. Oh, you're so... Yeah. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah. You like that. You look like a big green ball. Yeah, you look like a big green avocado. Which is my favorite fruit ever. Yeah. Oh, you...
Do you see what I mean? Like, in this part of the video, at least, he kind of seems to be back to who he was when he started off his channel.
Ooh, Mr. Noodle.
Like, it's a very different personality that we're seeing here than the one that you're accustomed to if you, unlike me, have been following, you know, his more recent videos.
I knew you liked that. You missed me so much. You missed me so much. I know. It was 8 years separate. Or longer. I know. How many years was it? How many years? Tell me. How many years were we separate for? Too many, yeah.
8 years ago.
I know, my baby. I had no choice.
Is the
I had no choice.
bird in this video, maybe?
We're back home.
No, he is. Oh my god.
We're home.
Look at this, chat. This is real.
Back home. Should be doing.
Or sort of real.
And I'm back here with all of you.
Oh my gosh. Twitchy Schmegley with the 100 bits. Did a hype train started? Wait, how did I miss that?
I think that it would have gone this long.
All right, Twitch has started a hype train while I was focused on other things. We're at the level 1 of the hype train right now. You got 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Look, if you're gonna donate, if you're gonna sub, if you're gonna get yourself out of that ad break that happens every hour, on the hour, at the top of the hour that you maybe experienced like 10 minutes ago, right? This is the time to do it because you'll actually earn extra emotes for yourself and for other people. I'm just letting you know that's how Twitch works. Thank you, Twitchy Schmegley, for the Oh, you just redeemed a Just Julie gave out a community sub. How am I not seeing this stuff? Temporal Insanity with the Prime sub, resubscribe. Okay, chat. I'm changing out of Stream Elements. Like, I don't even like Stream Elements. You know, I've looked into the ownership of it, and I've been wanting to get out of them for a while. And this has given me a reason. They are not showing any of my alerts, or not any of my. They showed that one, right? But they weren't show. They were like a whole bunch of people subbed, and yeah, thank you, Temporal Insanity, for the Prime sub. Let me do your You Just Got Weaseled for you. So Twitch is kind of kicking some ass today. You've just Temporal Insanity. And that's You Just Got Weaseled. Just Julie. Oh my gosh. Wow, Twitch is like too much for me right now. It's overstimulating a little bit. Scroll. Vitingale says Hype Train is just possible with just 2 more unique sub events. Oh, that was you subbing, or Just Julie with a gift sub to the actual Karl Marx. You've just been weaseled, and that's You Just Got Weaseled. Thanks to Just Julie, and you should thank Just Julie because they got you out of that top of the hour ad break, or at least the next ad break that's going on. Vitingale, I will bounce. Yeah, let me get that. Let me get that going. This is the wrong top to try to bounce in, but I'm gonna do it anyway, okay? Because I'm feeling like getting on a trampoline today, especially. How do I donate bits? Actually, I don't know. Does anybody know how that works on Twitch? Oh, you figured it out. 100 bits cheered. Thank you. So yeah, you got 5 seconds left. We're at 68% of the level 1 hype train, and it looks like it's gonna run out. Okay. But yeah, thank you everybody who contributed to the hype train. I don't think you get any emotes. That's like a limited time to get emotes for the channel. If you want to do that, if you want extra emotes, that's something you can do. But don't ever feel obliged. Anyway, so yeah, this is Nikocado and Mr. Noodle. And like, how long do these birds live? Because like, I feel like Mr. Noodle looks older Oh my god, chat. What is even going on? What is even going on? Way to go, hype train. Way to go. What is even going on here? I can't even tell. Here, let me... Wait, where did my... Why is everything disappearing on me? Stream chat. Need to get that going. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Look at this bird. Is this the same bird? Nope. There's no way. There's no way. That cannot be the same bird. This is 8 years ago or more. This is now. I'm just making it so I can see YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time. Some parrots can live for 60 years. I mean, I guess it's possible, but seriously, how does Mr. Noodle get... Why does Mr. Noodle look younger? Could that possibly be the same bird? And where has Mr. Noodle been for the last 8 years?
Saying, you know? So I think it's important to help people, you know, improve their life, die. And kinds of animal has everything. And worshippers, a lot of people are trying to feel accomplished that I wrote. Here comes made videos. Third of all, I don't eat that way. Fourth of all, I've the bird's talking. I've made videos. Say hello. Okay, and fourth of all, I've made videos saying I disagree.
Okay, now I will say that that bird looks a lot smaller, which makes me think that maybe Mr. Noodle was just a little baby? Was Mr. Noodle a baby at this point?
Well, Orlin specifically has made videos saying, look, I disagree with what Durian Rider had to say about gay people, and I think it's wrong, even if you're...
Oh, shit. So that's some more of... They're talking about vegan YouTube there. And I don't even know what this is. Like, I recognize the name. I don't remember the dude being, like, homophobic. I thought that guy was bisexual. But I mean, I guess, you know, being bi doesn't mean that you're not self-hating in some way. I don't know, chat. We're not trying to talk about Freely and Durian Rider. That is 8-year-old vegan drama. We're trying to talk about Nikocado and Mr. Noodle.
Just doing it to troll.
And whether this is the same bird.
Attention. There comes to a point where it's...
Maybe he molted his feathers and looks more fresh in the latest video? He's definitely a lot bigger if that's the same bird. I mean, this is Nikacado Avocado, so you had a parrot too named Fallen? Or sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying. I wish I had the energy, money, and mentality necessary to transition my diet into vegetarianism. Now, okay, so like I said, Chad, I'm vegan just because it works for me. And it was never an issue, and it was never a problem. Like, it's a funny story, actually, right? So what I'm saying, I guess, is I'm not trying to put any pressure on anybody or anything like that, because, well, let me just tell you how I became vegan, right? When I was in high school, my sister decided to become vegetarian, right? You know, and we talked about, like, you know, we care about animals. We love animals. Isn't it weird that we're eating animals and stuff like that? We'd said stuff like that to each other. But she went and did it. She stopped eating meat. And I was like, you know, we had this weird relationship, right? Where we were like thick as thieves when we were super young. But then as we got older, we were fighting all the time. We didn't like it. If I liked one thing, she liked the opposite. If she liked one thing, I liked the opposite. That's how we were, right? So she goes vegan, and I'm like, ha ha ha, you can't do that. You need protein. And she's like, no, I think I can do it. I think I can eat enough protein. I think I can do this and that, right? Like, no, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You gotta eat meat. You gotta eat meat. We eat meat for a reason. I'm sure we don't just do it for the, you know, hell of it, right? So, you know, I was laughing at her. I made fun of her. Right, and then one day she goes to like a football game. I think her friends were like cheerleaders or something. So she gets dragged to the football game, and my mom's there with her, and they come home early, and she's not looking so hot. She's not looking good at all, right? She's very pale. She's very tired. Seems like she's sick. And my mom is like, yeah, it's, you know, because she isn't eating meat. And you know, years later, I kind of found out what happened. What happened was that she took what she usually eats, which is not that much, you know, and she cut out the meat. And that's all she did. That's all that she changed in her diet, right? Was that she cut out the meat. She didn't replace it with anything. So I don't know if it was an issue with protein. Generally, you're going to feel like a lack of calories before you're going to feel like a lack of protein. Your body actually keeps protein reserves, amino acid reserves, in fact, around. And that's why myths like, you know, that if you eat beans, you got to eat rice or else you don't get a whole protein. You can eat beans, you know, at night and rice for breakfast, and it's still, you know, the proteins will still reassemble in your body, right? That's not really so much of a concern, and running out of protein in the short term is not such a concern. But what really is a concern is if let's say that, like, I don't know, 40% of your calories came from meat, and you stop eating meat and nothing else changes, you're also eating 40% less calories. So that's what she did. But I fucking mercilessly ridiculed her. I made fun of her. I was mean. I was super. We were mean to each other. I don't know what else to say, right? Like I said, we were best friends when we were little, and then we were worst enemies when we were older, right? So that's just how we. That's how we. That's just how we worked, right? So of course I was gonna make fun of her and ridicule her, and I was a little bit jealous too, because I was like, "You think you're better than me? You think that you're better than me because you're not eating meat? You think you're better than me?" Yeah, that was like right. So I made fun of her and I was mean to her. And she went back and started eating meat again. And you know, I thought that, you know, vegetarianism was silly. I thought it was silly. I thought it was harmful. I thought it was just ridiculous, right? And then this kid in my high school class, right? He decides he wants to become vegetarian. And I start making fun of him. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're going to die. You're going to be sick. It's going to be awful. You know, you can't do that. I was just like ridiculing him. And he was like, no, I've done the research and I think I can do that, actually. And his family like talked to the school, and the school was like, yeah, I mean, I guess we can serve him something different for school lunch, right? Than everybody else eats. I guess we can, you know, accommodate, you know, his diet. And so the first day, we all get slop. You know what? I mean, you know what school lunch is like. Maybe you know what maybe your school lunch was better than mine. But my school lunch was slop on a plate. It was like disgusting pizza or a chicken sandwich that smells like wax on the bottom because it's been held in wax paper, or like just all kinds of disgusting shit is what my school served, right? So they slop our plates up with the food for lunch. And then this guy, he gets a quesadilla. I'm looking at his quesadilla and saying, I feel like he's getting better food than me. I feel like he's getting better food. So like I asked my parents about it, and I was like, yeah, like I'm gonna tell them I'm vegetarian so I can get the quesadilla, because that thing looked good. That thing looked way better than our food. He was just eating better than all of us, right? And it was apparent. And they saw right through me, and they wouldn't let me do it. But then when I like graduated, I remember one night my dad always cooked chicken nuggets in the microwave. He'd always take chicken nuggets, he'd put them in the microwave, he'd cook them, he'd serve them with some mustard, and he'd always cook too many, and he would be like, do you want some chicken nuggets? Because he doesn't want to eat all the chicken nuggets himself. So he goes to the kids, do you want chicken nuggets? Do you want chicken nuggets? Do you want chicken nuggets? Not as a dinner, but like as an after dinner snack or something, chicken nuggets, right? And I look at his chicken nuggets, I'm just like, no. And he didn't know what to say, because like I was the kind of kid that, if you offered me food, I was always wanting to eat. I never got enough food. I always wanted to eat, right? And at that moment, I didn't eat the chicken nuggets, and I stopped eating meat, and I like never looked back, because once I stopped doing it, I realized I didn't really like it. So for me, that's how it worked for me. But I'm not trying to say this or share this story to try to evangelize to anyone or anything like that. I feel like I made my decision because of, for one thing, like for taste, right? I just didn't like meat as much as I thought I did. But the second thing was that, yeah, I did kind of feel like I didn't want to eat animals, right? I had a cognitive disconnect, right? Between like what I ate and what I believed. And what I believed is that animals were amazing, beautiful creatures that I cared about and wanted to protect. And what I did in real life was I ate them because everybody ate them. That's what you do. And so for me, that's what I needed to change, right? Was just to be shown by somebody that's not my sister that it's possible. And when I saw that this kid was eating, you know, vegetarian and he wasn't falling off the face of the earth, I was like, oh, let me give that a try. So anyway, long story short, but yeah, here's Mr. Noodle.
It's too much, and that's something I stood by in the comment section. So anyways, yes, I did borrow someone's bike to go up just once, just to do it, just to feel accomplished that I rode up a mountain, just to partake in something that a lot of my friends were doing, even though I'm not there for the festival. I don't follow the lifestyle. I'm not.
So he's talking about the what is it called? Is it the Thailand Fruit Festival? Let me look this up. Or Bike Festival? Wait, Thailand Fruit Festival. RT4 Thai, yeah, Thai Fruit Festival. Yeah, he's talking about the Thai Fruit Festival. A bunch of vegans would come to Thailand once a year. They would eat fruit because that was what was popular to do at the time. Everybody was all about fruit. And they would ride up this mountain called Doishatap. And it's a very steep climb, up that mountain. It's kind of an accomplishment if you can make it without pushing your bike. You know, that's actually kind of impressive, right? So yeah, from what I understand, Nikacado Avocado, not a cyclist at all, not really into that culture or that lifestyle, but because he went to the festival and everybody else was doing it, he was like, yeah, let me, he rode up the mountain.
Like this big cult worshippers, a lot of people were trying to call me. And I remember Durian Rider said that he believes the world will not go vegan, that we are going to kill ourselves before we go vegan. And that is something that, honestly, I believe. I believe that we're transient beings. I believe that we're here for a blink in time. No species, no plant, no animal has ever been here throughout the entire Earth's existence. The Egyptians, they came and went. The Incas, they came and went. Even before humans, animals evolved to be different kinds of animals, to act like we're immortal. Like, don't you understand? Do you know how the ice ages happened? It came from a meteor hitting the Earth and creating glaciers and making ice ages, you know, wiping out everything that was here. Do you think that's never gonna happen again? It's gonna happen in the future. So whether we're vegan or not, we're still gonna die. At the end of the day, you leave here you are born naked and you die naked. It's an old Latin saying, you know? So I think it's important to help people, you know, improve their lives, but I think it's really wrong to become obsessed with it. Everyone's gonna be vegan. We're all gonna eat the same way. We're all gonna do this and that. It's just not the case. Okay, so I put the bird back, and this brings on to my next.
But yeah, so he did have a bird. Now, we don't hear him call the bird Mr. Noodle, but we got it confirmed that he did at least have a bird that looks an awful lot like... I mean, I don't know, maybe all those birds kind of look similar? Look at this. Like, I don't know. This could just be this very well could be the same bird.
But it did. And it was like a bad dream.
Here, I'm gonna fulfill that.
Yeah.
Make Irene bounce.
Bad dream that we were waiting for it to be over. And it's over. It was just a dream. It was just a dream, Mr. Noodle, wasn't it? Yeah. It feels like a bad dream. But we woke up. We woke up. Yeah. We're so excited. We woke up. Yay! We woke up from the bad dream. And I'm back. And Mr. Noodle is back. And here we are. We're back home, Shooby-Doo. Say good morning, Mr. Noodle. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to my studio. For the second time. They don't know that we did this yesterday, but I'm actually gonna tell them we did this yesterday. We are redoing the video because my file got corrupted, I don't know how, and it had like an error mark on it when I was editing it. I'm like, oh my god. But this is the universe telling me I have to eat more, right? Right, Mr. Noodle? You are so cute. How's it going, Mr. Noodle? Did you miss me? Did you miss all the peasants? Hey, it's been like 8 years.
So in case you were wondering, you know, are we still going in a dark direction? Are we still, you know, casting that judgment that got cast at us for years and years? Are we still casting that back? Yes, we're still calling the audience peasants and ants.
Are you gonna say hi? I might put little pieces here and there when I'm editing this for you guys to kind of see what we did yesterday, which was black bean noodles. But we're gonna do it again for a second time. These are my favorite spicy noodles of all time. If I had to choose one, it would be black bean noodles, wouldn't it, Mr. Noodle? I love them. They're
So question, chat, does anybody know this? Is cycling is fun, says Vitingale. I've never done long distance rides though. Not sure I could make it up an extended steep climb. Yeah, those are tough. Look, I love long distances. I'll be real with you though. I do not love steep climbs. That is tough. That is tough stuff. I mean, I get the accomplishment and the, you know, it's definitely like a more high intensity workout. Whereas like with cycling, once you get used to it, right? Just riding your bike, you know, in a not uphill, not downhill sort of way, it's like very light cardio. It's very, very light. I mean, unless you're just, you know, going super fast. Philip Blair says the main difference between a serf and a peasant, and peasants were free to move from fief to fief or manor to manor and look for work. That's the difference between a serf and a... Are we not peasants? I mean, you're not wrong, Philip Blair. You're not wrong. You definitely understand the sort of neo-feudalistic nature of late-stage capitalism.
so good, and these come from a Chinese Korean place, and they make them hand pulled and they stretch them out by hand. You can see them in the restaurant going like this. They're super chewy. They're very chewy. And
oh yeah, this is what I wanted to ask you though, chat. Do you know when you say black bean noodles, do you mean like noodles made from black bean flour? Is that what that means? Or do black bean noodles mean they're rice noodles or wheat noodles or like regular noodles, but the sauce is black? Because you know there's black bean sauce, right? I don't know what that, I don't know which is which. I don't know if he's talking about noodles that are...
I actually think they cut them to make it easier for you to slurp them. The spicy black bean noodles, they are... Oh, baby, I love you.
Moinope's saying it's probably black bean sauce. Black bean as a sauce. Yeah. I've definitely heard of that. I mean, I've heard of black bean noodles too, but he's talking about chewy and stretchy and stuff like that. Black bean, look, I love when people get creative in the kitchen. I love when they make things out of other things, right? I actually do like, there's a red lentil noodle that you can get from Trader Joe's. It's actually pretty cheap too. And it's actually really good. I do like that, right? But anytime I've ever tried black bean noodles, they're soft and they're mushy and they fall. And if you cook them at all, right, they're gonna fall apart. Like you almost got to do them al dente. In which case, I'm not sure how you're gonna digest that. Nikacado should change his name to Nicocardio. Garbanzo bean noodles are depressing. Okay, I feel like I've tried those once, and yeah, they were not very good. I like red lentil noodles, but as far as bean noodles, that's the only one I can tolerate.
I really missed you. I missed you a lot, Mr. Noodle. It was a long dream. As I said, that dream has come to an end. It was just a dream, thank God. It's all over. We were just dreaming. I just took off the fat suit, went, yeah, I just took it off, and here I am. And I noticed yesterday when I ate it, it had a lot of onion, a lot of like vegetables and pork and potato. It was so good. And we're gonna do it again. And I'm really excited. And yeah, it's kind of crazy doing this again, but that's life. We just placed the orders.
Nikacado Fitness. Yeah, some people in the comments are saying that, yeah, they're expecting like workout videos to be the next thing. Although I doubt it will. From what I can tell, it sounds like he's gonna keep up with the same, at least style of content. Maybe like the stuff that he eats is gonna be different, or
so well,
maybe he'll sort of stretch out. He'll do the mukbangs further apart or something like that.
Pick it up And then we're gonna have some black bean noodles, aren't we, Mr. Noodle? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Noodle. I think Mr. Noodle really likes being in here. What's that, Noodle? What's that? Oh.
Okay,
so you
that's
get a taste
cute.
test before I do.
That's
This is,
cute.
Like, kinda not fair.
Oh. Okay, that's cute.
Oh, Mr. Noodle. Oh my god.
So chat, those are definitely like wheat noodles. These are like, what do you call them? Are these like udon noodles? I can't tell.
Here, let me give you your mush. Well, here. Try some of this. Oh my god. This is the life. This is the life. Oh my gosh. This looks incredible. Mr. Noodle. Oh, I gotta have this. This is worth my soul. This is worth everything. And
This is worth my soul? Jesus Christ.
my soul. He seems to like it too. This is why I live life. I love spicy black bean noodles. And by the way, if you're new to Mr. Noodle can't taste spice. They don't have the receptors for it, and actually, spicy pepper is really good for their immune system, so the vet and people, they always recommend to give. So I'm just kind of mixing this around since I put those toppings on it. But it's incredible. Now, I'm also going to have to put a little bib on because this... Ooh.
There's Mr. Noodle's
You
food.
love your mushy peas.
Mushy peas for Mr. Noodle.
Cheers, everybody, to a new era.
Okay, so anyway, I don't want to stick. I want to stick around on this too long, right? I just wanted to show you this because, like, I don't even know what to think. I don't know what's going on. This does seem to be. I mean, he said the greatest social experiment of all time. I'm not sure, but kind of amazing. And look, what he's pointing out, right, is that there are people who, in the last 24 hours, have made videos about him. The main thrust of the videos being that Nikacado Avocado is fat, Nikacado Avocado is boring, irrelevant, depressed, right? And with one taking off of the with just a removal of the
To consume.
look at that.
So I am the villain.
It all changes. Who's laughing at who? Who's pointing at who? Who's the lol cow? Who's the subject of derision? It's flipped. It's flipped in that moment when he takes off the bear head, right? And yeah, like I said, I've been sort of alienated from his content for a long time. Even just when it was like him fighting with vegan YouTubers, like I'd had enough of that, right? So I didn't really stick around on the channel after that, and I don't anticipate me becoming a Nikocado Avocado fan again. You know, he does seem to be genuinely happier. Obviously, you know, this whole thing is dark with him, like, you know, talking about the ants. But it's also there's some truth to it, right? There's some truth to how sad the internet drama culture really is. How sad the people looking for somebody to exploit, somebody to use for content, somebody to talk about, somebody to like waste their life fucking obsessing over. Just like Sunday is wasting his life obsessing over me and Tyler. And while I'm not above using that obsession for my own for my own benefit, stealing a little bit of that clout back, I don't want to be stuck in this. I need to start making videos, chat. I need to start talking about better stuff. And I need to get escape velocity away from all this fucking garbage. Away from all this shit. Right? Because honestly, I'm too good for Sunday. And he needs to get my name the fuck out of his mouth. Anyway, that is Nikacado Avocado. Let me take... Oh, wow. Look at that. I'm sorry. The move transition kind of surprised me there. Escape velocity away from planet Earth. Maybe, yeah. People are still mean as fuck to this day. When it comes to fat people, you're right. Yeah, that bugs me. That actually really bugs me, right? It does feel like, to a lot of people, you know, who maybe don't attack people about other things, right? They still think it's like okay to attack people for being overweight. Or some people even act like it helps. They're like, no, we gotta fat shame. We got a fat shame. What kind of mushy pea is that? I couldn't tell. The one that Mr. Noodle's eating? There we go. Looks like peas and carrots, maybe? I see some orange in there. Oh, maybe is the orange the pea? What is that? Yeah, you're right. Good question. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to dwell on this too long. I might talk about this a little bit more on shorts at some point, because it is kind of a big story. But ingredients: noodles, green onions, lost souls. That's right, Sassy. That's right. No way he eats the whole plate. Well, listen, he's been eating the whole plate. Half Black Reaper agrees that it's probably udon noodles. Hurts, too much MSG within one video and my tummy hurts. It does seem a little... Look, I love noodles and I feel like I overeat them. But I don't know, that big spoon... Like, to me, filling up that big spoon with noodles, that's a lot of noodles. Black bean sauce with a gray noodle. Mr. Noodle is carrying this video. You're right, Aaron. You are correct. You are correct. There is both in terms of black bean noodles and... Yeah, I know they make them. I just don't... Are we not peasants? Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Really bugs me because they act like fat people can't be cute, or they are automatically cuter than fat people just because they are thin. There's no, like, accounting either for, like, the fact that Here's what bothers me about beauty, right? I think that my vision of what's beautiful in another human being is probably different than anyone's in chat, all right? I find people attractive that other people do not find attractive, and I don't feel any shame in that. And if I was to, you know, date somebody that, you know, my friends, you know, had a fucking weird opinion about their looks, I feel like I would choose other friends. I don't know. Like, it's just, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this, like, imposed, like, I don't even think that people are really attracted to what they say that they're attracted to. I think there's, like, a diversity in what people find beautiful and what people find attractive and what kind of, you know, looks people find appealing. And in fashion, too. Like, obviously, I mean, fashion changes so quickly. You can't try to claim that fashion is, like, this objective thing. I just wish that people were allowed to sort of be themselves. I know it sounds like silly, right? But I just wish there was... This is what I talk about when I talk about social hierarchy. I haven't talked about this in a while, but it used to be like, you know, kind of, it was a soapbox that I would get on a lot, right? Social hierarchy. A hierarchy that it imposes itself on us, not through the government, not through money, but through our relationships. And that kind of thing of like, ooh, are you really dating her? Fuck yeah, I'm dating her. What, are you jealous? Fuck yeah, I'm dating her. Fuck yeah, I'm dating him. Fuck yeah, I'm dating them. Like, I don't fucking care. And I don't want to have to care. And I feel imprisoned by the fact that I'm so worried about what other people think. And I wish that we could just let each other live. You know? Because that's what worries me, right? If we ever do if we ever do dismantle capitalism, if we ever do dismantle authority, you know, unauthorized, like unjustifiable, you know, hierarchy and authority, right? I feel like we might still be left with social hierarchy as like the only hierarchy. And in my own life, it has been profoundly oppressive. It has been profoundly oppressive. And it almost seems to me like that might be something that we could work on right now. Just kind of giving each other a little bit more leeway. And this is a hard thing to ask for, like, because I'm not asking for change in individual behavior. I'm asking for change in social bonds. I'm not making a request that any individual person could grant and be like, okay, I will keep that in mind now. I will not, you know, impose my social power on other people in my friends group. It's something we all kind of have to decide to do together. Everyone is attractive in their own ways. Oh yes, well, except for that's a good exception to make. People don't know what they're attracted to unless they witness in real life. But it feels like so much of the time, like the people that we say we're attracted to, it's like we're saying we're attracted to somebody or that somebody's really hot, and really what we're saying is like, I think that most people find this person to be really hot. Like we're really saying that I think this person is a great trophy and I would love to have them in my trophy case. And I don't want to live like that. I really don't want to live like that. I think that somehow a better world is possible, right? Where people are just allowed to be attracted to who they're attracted to. And then that has the benefit then of people that maybe don't see themselves as attractive, getting that affirmation that, yeah, somebody's into you. Somebody thinks you're smoking hot. Somebody can't get enough of you, right? Because I think for like, you know, almost everybody out there, there is, you know, somebody that finds you enchanting, somebody that finds you beautiful, somebody that whose day is made better by just your smile, right? And a lot of people don't get to feel that. And I wish they did. And I wish they knew. And I wish that people didn't feel bound to the standards that they assume that other people have. And I'm not even sure how real that is. I'm not even sure how real that assumption is, right? That the assumption that, you know, there's this objective like hotness. And it has to do with having a very low body fat and certain like proportions and, you know, this size of breast or this size of, you know, biceps or whatever. I don't think that's universal. And I feel like universal, is it a Trump NFT? Wait, it's what a Trump NFT? Maybe you're talking to somebody else. Social hierarchy will temporarily take over after capitalism, but I believe it will disappear within a generation or two. Well, look, it's fucking cruel right now. And probably part of that cruelness is, you know, is due to capitalism, right? I think there is like a negative, I think there is a dark synergy in between those two things. All you have to do is look at men, straight women marry to know people are lying. It's a social stigma. Well, yeah, maybe even the stigma is like higher on, I haven't really thought about this, but I know that guys definitely judge each other's partners in what seems to be like a very superficial way. I mean, I don't want to universalize too much, right? Obviously not all guys, Not, I'm not saying that, but I have noticed that maybe there's a difference between in the sort of gendered policing of each other's. Oh, that's really sweet. Omega Star. Oh, that's really sweet, Lady Badash. Thank you. Anyway, it just got me thinking about some stuff. So yeah, I thought we'd watch a little bit of Nikacado Avocado. Let's see what else we got to do. Brianna Wu. Oh my God, do we need to do this story? Oh my God, chat. I'm so bad at this. Let me see. I don't think I have not been counting the dono goal, even though it kind of moved forward. Let's make sure that I get everything accounted for. And look, if you donated, you subbed. So Vitingale, I got your sub. Temporal Insanity, let me add yours. Just Julie. Bringing us up to 24. And Twitchy Schmegly bringing us up to 25. So we are already, without me even mentioning the dono goal or anything about it, or even putting the, oh my God, the poll. The poll. Yo, wait a minute. We need to replace something. Okay, chat, we do need to talk about this, right? All right, so I'm going to talk about some more Sunday stuff today. So in terms of the chat choosing violence, I don't really have anything for that. I feel like we need to choose something to replace chat chooses violence with. I'm just looking for something to add to the dono goal other than this, right? Because like, I definitely don't want to overdo it on Sunday. It's bad enough watching that guy like once or twice per week. Stream suggestions. There we go. Purity balls? Is chat interested in purity balls? If this is what I think it is, this is some creepy shit. Oh my gosh, there's also a theory that maybe Trump is not able to see and is not able to see very well and refuses to wear glasses. Yeah, I think that might be a good thing to possibly throw up there. Oh my god, so many suggestions and stream suggestions, and a lot of which I will never get to any of them, but like I like to get to them when I can. All right, there. I think that's what we're doing. You know what? We also have the some more news chat. Let me ask you this. All right. So we got two options as far as what to add to the dono goal, right? We have some Cody Shody and company, right? And his Cody Shody. Chat's getting interested in Cody Shody, it looks like. Yeah, we got either Purity Balls or Cody Shody. If you don't know who I'm talking about, I'm talking about Cody Johnston, aka Some More News, aka the what do you call him? Like he's the newsman that's all, yeah, the Wormboat. Wormboat might be involved. Oh, actually, I don't know. This looks like more of a reaction, right? It's Cody Shody and other people from Some More News reacting to the Tim Pool thing. I don't know, chat. I don't know. What do you think? Purity Balls? He's pumping the stuff out lately? He also did a deep dive into Tim Pool and the Russia stuff. That makes the Russia stuff even funnier. Wait, am I getting the... Let me look at this. Some More News. Yeah, it looks like the... Yeah, so it's... Yeah, it's not a... It's a Cody Shody. See, I don't know though. I don't know about the reaction streams. Yeah, you know what? Let's do Purity Balls. Purity Balls. Here, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm thinking about here. I don't think we've ever watched Fundy Fridays before.
Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. I am Jen, this is Fundy Fridays, and here on my channel I talk about different aspects of Christian fundamentalism, American conservative politics, pop culture, gay stuff, and whatever the hell I want to talk about. And today, I don't usually do episodes about the same subject so close to the last time I did it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I just released a video about purity culture in general, and it was kind of like a, not just purity culture, but abstinence-only sex education in public schools. That kind of encompassed a lot of things, and we talked about true love waits, and why wait, and no safe way, and all kinds of other little catchy, attention-grabbing Christian organizations to get you excited about virginity. In this episode, we also talked about purity rings and silver ring thing and Disney purity rings and the politics behind all of these things and why they got so much money, and it was a whole thing. That's why it took about 2 hours. So yeah, I highly recommend my video on that. In that episode, I talked a little bit about purity balls. It's a good name. If there's one thing that purity culture peddlers love to do is actually talk about sex 24/7. So
what I hear from young ladies is there's...
Okay, so wait, let me like roll that back just a little bit. Father-daughter purity ball, right? This is what I thought we were talking about. So this is good. Okay, so yeah. Look, I would do the Cody Shody thing, chat, except it's not like some more news, which is watchable. It's it's actually Cody and company reacting to other stuff. So it'd be like a streamception. It'd be like a reactception. So we're gonna do purity balls. God, I don't even want to put this, right? But the thing that this is called is like father-daughter. Has anybody ever heard of daddy-daughter dating? Or daddy-daughter dances? Or daddy-daughter... Look, it's a right-wing Christian thing where the dad is supposed to take the daughter out on a mock date in order to show her what is the way that she should be treated by a man. I had a daddy-daughter sock hop? Wow. I've heard of father-daughter. Yeah, that's the same sort of thing, right? And I guess the idea is to like sort of, I don't know. But it just seems to go into like the whole, you know, father having veto power and control over the daughter's like, you know, partner. I thought you were talking about balls. I mean, never mother-son dances. That's true. And if somebody proposed one, I'm like, this is how a woman should treat you. I don't even know. I think that would get called out. But like for some reason, yeah, this daddy-daughter, and like it's the name of it is just creepy. Sadie Hawkins daddy-daughter dances, where many of the dads say no. Wait, what is that? Like Sadie Hawkins is like when if girls ask guys out, that makes it Sadie Hawkins. Anyway, I don't want to put daddy-daughter up here, but that's what we're talking about, right? It's the same kind of thing. And a purity ball is like a prom, like a mock prom, where instead of, you know, going to the dance with your date, you're going to the dance, you're going to the prom, to the mock prom with your dad. I don't know, chat. I will say no more. We'll do purity balls, and we'll just call it at that. We'll see what's up with that. All right, add options. Let's put in the poll. Sorry for not getting this up earlier. I wanted to watch the Nikocado thing. Okay, so just so you know, it might be like the last day to do the Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman YouTube algorithm. What that is the algorithm, somebody starting off with a brand new YouTube account and allowing the autoplay to recommend videos for them, and just watching all those videos and seeing what it recommends next and what it recommends next and what it recommends next, and how long it takes you to get from Lo-Fi Girl, just some innocuous, very popular, very mainstream type YouTube content, to right-wing, radicalizing, alt-right-ish content. Father-son dances, yeah. I don't know, it's weird that like these things, purity ball people are obsessed with purity, but at least they are also the least pure. I mean, yeah, there's uncle-nephew dances, jeez. I don't even know what to say, chat, but there it is. There's your poll. And if you're on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. Nocommentchick on YouTube if you want to vote. If you want to vote as well. Oh my God, chat! This is gonna get really creepy really fast, but it's up there. It's up there, as is Brianna Wu turning on Chud Logic. If you want more Wu Tent, we're about to get to some Wu Tent. We're about to take a look down the rabbit hole of what Brianna Wu has done this week, which I guess she came out. I guess Brianna Wu came out in the most self-hating way possible, in a most Brianna Wu dances. Yeah, that's where Brianna Wu brings streamers to the dance and pays them. Daddy-daughter shit feels like thinly veiled thing for dads who want to go to their sweet home Alabama with their daughters. Oh my God, that's my fear, right? I don't want to like, look. Some people in the chat may have been, you know, taken on such an event, and I don't want to like make them feel bad about that or anything, but yeah, that's questionable. Questionable for sure. Been wondering what chat chooses violence meant for about a week now. Twitchy Schmegly, if so, for anybody who doesn't know, chat chooses violence. It's generally just like some kind of drama. Like somebody that said something about me or seems to, you know, want some smoke, and we give them that smoke. We allow them to have that smoke. We offer them a smoke, and sometimes it's more smoke than they came for. Sometimes it's more smoke than they came for, right? But most recently, it's been a guy named President Sunday who cannot keep my name or Tyler's name, or possibly even something else of Tyler's, out of his mouth, which is a strange thing, a very strange thing indeed. Regardless, chat, regardless, we got to get going here. But these are our options for the poll today. We are 25% towards the dono goal without me saying like a thing. So that's pretty amazing in and of itself. Looks like Demon Mama responds to Tyler is winning. I was wondering when that would get picked by chat. That's actually a very interesting story that you've picked, chat, or so far are picking. Only 12 of you have voted, right? So it may change when more people vote. We've got Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic at 25. We got Purity Balls at 25. We got Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman at 8%. I saw a video posted just today with President and Sunday and Aiko mentioning NCC. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Look, chat, like I said, I don't have any hate for Aiko. I feel like Aiko's kind of gotten dragged into this. Obviously, with her hanging around with somebody as toxic as President Sunday, she's going to end up doing some harm, you know, regardless. And in general, when Aiko's, like, not great, it's usually a revolt. It's usually a result of who she's hanging out with. So I'm kind of like not holding Aiko to the same kind of, you know, super responsible for this, because it feels like I've seen this before, where she just gets dragged along on something based on who her friends are. I was friends with Aiko a long time ago. Something similar happened, and I kind of went off on her, and I do actually feel a little bit bad about that, right? So, I mean, if you know anything about Aiko rules, you know that she is a streamer who, much like myself, enjoys some of the THC and the Sebe Day, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but maybe she enjoys it a little bit more frequently than I do, and it sometimes shows. And I made a comment. I think it was something to the effect that she's too stoned to stream. And I mean, look, I had reason to be angry with her, but it's not a grudge that I've held on to. It's not anything that I still care about. And I do actually feel bad for being judgmental of her over something like that, because honestly, you know, when people do rely on something like that as a crutch, it's not something that you should make fun of, right? It's not something that you should shame somebody for, or, you know, but I was just mad. And that was like the most obvious thing to point out, you know, when you're mad and you want to, you know, go after somebody, sort of point out the most obvious thing. And I actually feel bad about that. I really, you know, if I thought that it would make a difference, I would apologize to Aiko for saying that she was too stoned to stream. And, you know, that's not like, I do actually feel bad about having that reaction to what she had said, which I don't even remember. Is Brianna Wu white? Yes. Is Brianna Wu even real? Brianna Wu is very, very white. Very extremely white. Let's see what's up with Brianna Wu, and then we'll get to the Suntent, and then maybe we'll do some extra content. Looks like right now you all are voting for Demon Mama responds to Tyler. Chat, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. I need you to get up and vote. I need you to hit that like button. Okay, so this is the first one we have here. This is Lady Emily. Here, let's go ahead and what do I need to do? I need to hit the button. Oh my god, I haven't been hitting buttons. Take some poppers, chat? Wait, what are poppers for? Alright, one more button that I need to hit. Let's take a look. Yeah, in general, chat, like, I just, like, the one thing that I sometimes regret about streaming is, like, lowering my standards to the level of other people's that I've dealt with, right? And that's what happened with the Ico thing. Like, I am not somebody that judges people because of their, you know, issues with substance and, you know, especially, you know, having President Sunday make weird comments about me, like saying that I'm on Valium and Thorazine, it doesn't feel good. So I definitely don't want to be like that. How does this work? If I make the page smaller, will it... it gets worse. What is going on with that? Okay. I think we got to switch it to this. There we go. All right, so this is a Brianna Wu tweet. Lady Emily showing us this. Okay, here is something I've wanted to say for a long time. Trans women with AGP can be valid. And you could end up a totally normal socialized woman. But is it realistic and honest to say you can also really, it's realistic and honest to say, this is what Brianna Wu does. She like makes like huge mistakes, and she's got the blue check mark, and you can edit your post, right? You can edit your post, but she doesn't, right? It's realistic and honest to say you can really miss the mark. From what I've seen, something that seems to be happening with a lot of trans women, leaning into voyeuristic, highly sexualized, autoerotic versions of womanhood, is that I don't think it's gonna serve them in the long run. Oh my god, chat, where do I start? So, I mean, I meant to kind of come across this first, right? But my understanding of Brianna Wu and, you know, the recent lore around her is this, all right? She's trans. I mean, it's been known for a really long time. But she has not wanted to positively affirm that fact, right? She's kind of run away from that fact. And it's just like... It's an awkward thing. It's an awkward thing to kind of deal with, right? Because here you've got somebody that talks about trans culture, talks about the trans community, talks about, you know, chides trans people. Trans people should do more like this and not like this. But she's unwilling to say, I am coming from a place speaking as a trans woman. She's preferred to say nothing at all about that. And I think recently she has said, all right, I am trans. So yeah, kind of like similar things sort of happened with White Nervosa, right? Where I don't know what she thought she was doing, if she thought she was like stealth or something, but you know, this is a fact that's been known that she seemed to run away from, while at the same time wanting to have something to say about trans people and trans advocacy and all of this stuff. You know, stuff that is totally you know, fine for a trans person to say, but if it was said by a cis person, it would be like a little bit weird, right? Like if I was to tell black people how they need to, advocate against racism, I think that would come off, not just come off, that would be fucked up. That would be some fucked up shit. And so, it's weird that she it's almost like she wants to be like stealth to cis people, but like have something to say about trans issues to trans people. She wants trans people to know and not to say anything, and for cis people to not know, and like, so that she's not burdened with the marginalized identity of being trans. So it's just like a weird thing. So anyway, when she says AGP, God, this is like an inside baseball thing amongst trans people. So what is an AGP? A mythical creature. A mythical trope against trans women. And the trope is that you're not really trans. You're a dude that is attracted to the vision of yourself as a woman, right? It comes from a transphobic researcher named Ray Blanchard, who has been discredited and debunked millions and millions of times, right? And yet it persists. And why does it persist? Well, because some trans women in some way hold on to like a negative self-definition as like a security blanket. Like, if you embrace like this negative vision of what it means to be trans, then nobody can like you're not on a pedestal that you can be knocked off of, right? If you say trans women are women and somebody says you will never be a woman, then you kind of, maybe it's more painful that way. But if you say, well, now let me explain a little bit more about Blanchard, right? So Blanchard doesn't just say like all trans women are AGPs, and I'm not going to get into what that means because it's just fucking gross, and it's a chaser, like a cis guy that is attracted to trans women, and this is well documented about Ray Blanchard, like sort of projecting something onto trans women and using his scientific credentials to have that be believed, despite the fact that there's no evidence, there's no research, there's no nothing, right? And it's a weird thing to say, oh, I know how trans people work. Here, trans people, let me explain to you how you work. But Ray Blanchard doesn't say that trans women are AGPs. In other words, like that they're all AGPs. Ray Blanchard, if you're trans, looks at you and says, are you attracted to men? Or are you attracted to women? The idea that as a trans woman, you could be attracted to women and men, that you could be bisexual, it's just not even in his mind. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. No, you're not. If you say you're bisexual, no, you're not. You've got a preference. You're just not saying it, right? And so when you say, Ray Blanchard, I am attracted to men, he says, so you are the homosexual transsexual, which means that you're a gay man that has a lot of shame about being a gay man, and thus you appropriate the idea of womanhood in order to make your massive cock hunger socially acceptable, right? It's some really old school homophobic shit, in other words, right? It's some really fucking old school, like, homophobic stuff, right? Like, and it's based, this guy wrote this stuff like in the 80s or the 70s, back when, like, people were ashamed to be, if you were a gay man, you were ashamed to be a gay man, or, this was back before gay people were allowed to, like, really embrace their identity, and before it was common to be open, to be out of the closet, right? So if you're attracted to men, you're an HSTS, which is very insulting to go to a trans lady and tell her that she is a homosexual man. And also just discombobulating because she's living in her, life experience and she knows who the fuck she is. Or at least hopefully she does. Hopefully she's not going to get fooled by somebody like Ray Blanchard. But there are, trans women who do. And Brianna Wu is apparently one of them, right? So you're an HSTS, you know, if you're attracted to men, and that is as it should be. That is the good kind of trans person, according to Ray Blanchard, and according to the trans medicalist, self-hating train wrecks of human beings who are trans and embrace Ray Blanchard's, you know, typology, right? So the worst option is that you say, Ray Blanchard, I am attracted to women, right? Remember, you can't be both. You can't be both. You're lying. If you say both, if you're bisexual, you're lying to Ray Blanchard, right? Because he's old school. He's old school and he's fucked up, right? So he doesn't allow the idea that you might be bisexual, right? So if you say, I like women, then he says, then you are the autogynophile. First of all, let's lock you up. Let's put you in a Hannibal Lecter mask. Let's, you know, let's confine you. Let's strap you down to a board because you're a bad thing. You're an abomination. You shouldn't exist, right? Because you're attracted to yourself as a woman. Right? You're not your trans identity is not real. You want to transition in order to make yourself an object of your own desire. Like, right? He's literally saying to trans women who are attracted to women that they want to fuck themselves. So anything you do to make yourself feel pretty, anything you do to make yourself feel sexy, you're doing something weird, right? Gotta go, thanks. All right, we're back. Chat, I really gotta fix that. Okay, so where were we? I was talking about Ray Blanchard. I was talking about his AGP thing, and the way that, like, and so people that believe in this Blanchardian typology, that if you're a trans woman, no, you're not. You're either a homosexual, transsexual, an HSTS, right? In which you're a gay man pretending, ashamed to be, and so you know, right? Or you are a AGP, in which case you're really scary because you are like somehow sexually attracted to yourself. Now here's the problem with Ray Blanchard's typology, right? It's not just trans women who try to make themselves pretty. It's not just trans women that enjoy like feeling sexy. It's cis women. In fact, a lot of cis women report that they're unable to really feel sexual desire unless they feel sexually desirable, right? So this is kind of like actually a normal ass thing for women in general that Ray Blanchard is looking at in trans women and saying this is a sign of some fucking Hannibal Lecter shit that you're into. Some kind of real weird, you know, like mental health issue that you have, right? And yeah, to say that being trans is like a fucking mental health pathology? Oh my god. Oh my god. And look, if it was just Ray Blanchard and he's a weird chaser and he has this theory, you know, it would just be like, all right, everybody, stay away from Ray Blanchard. All right, stay the fuck away from this guy. But unfortunately, it's not, because like I said, there are trans people that and as far as like, you know, I know what you're asking next is like, what does Ray Blanchard think about trans men? And the answer is not much. He doesn't really consider trans men. Like a lot of society, Ray Blanchard has erased trans guys from existence. So, you know, if you're looking for typology of trans men from Ray Blanchard, you're not going to find it, right? But like I said, if you're a certain type of self-hating, you know, trans woman, you might feel, I don't know, it's hard to explain because I've met people like this before. And I just don't know what to say to them, and I don't know what to do for them. And I honestly worry about them. Like, because self-hate is something that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And as much as Brianna Wu is a very harmful person, a very cruel person, and, you know, she's not just a very cruel person, but she's a very cruel person with a lot of money and a lot of power, and she does a lot of harm, right? So I got every reason to hate her fucking guts. But I don't wish this on her. I don't want to see anybody have to exist in a state of self-hatred and self-denial, and to feel like, you know, you can't just be who you are. You have to be a typology within some weirdo guy's, you know, bogus research. So that's what she's talking about. And whenever you see shit about somebody saying, like, if you ever see people be like, you know, with no sarcasm, because let me point this out, all right? This is important. You watched ContraPoints, you may know this, right? Trans women, trans people are, like, very sarcastic, very ironic, often, you know, have very sophisticated senses of humor. So you might hear somebody talking about AGP, HSTS stuff, and if you look into it, you're like, yeah, they're not really, this is ironically stated, right? So I'm not talking about that. But if you see people talking like she is, trans women with AGP can be valid. Run the other way, because that's not a safe person. Brianna Wu is in no way a safe person to be around, especially for trans people. And so, yeah, so let me get back into this, right? So she's a trans women with AGB can be valid. And if you end up you can end up a totally normal socialized woman, but is realistic and honest to say that you can really miss the mark. From what I've seen, something that seems to be happening with a lot of trans women leaning into voyeuristic, highly sexualized, autoerotic versions of womanhood that don't serve them well in the long run. If you're transitioning, you're in it for the long run. There's a whole lot of life after your 20s and 30s. And I want to tell you that in your 40s, gendered behavior is going to look a lot less, like a bustier, a bustier and stockings at the club, and a lot more like coffee at Starbucks with girlfriends when they're talking about their kids and you don't have any. I mean, you could almost see, like, you know, what being, like, sort of, like, you know, in the closet or like, you know, trying to run away from your trans identity, you know, can do to a person, right? And this was the way, like, when Brianna Wu was young, right? Remember, Brianna Wu's, like, you know, she's in her, like, late 40s or something like that. It was a lot more common and maybe even necessary back then for trans people to be stealth, to try to pass 100% and to assimilate into cis society, not to associate with any other trans people because that could out you, not to, you know, like, right, anything you do around trans people could out you, right? So I mean, I think that's where this is coming from, especially, you know, hearing that she's recently, like, come out and actually, you know, said on the internet that she is indeed trans, right? It's okay to explore your sexuality. I certainly did, but I wish I could get you guys off Reddit and into the world to go hang out with the cis women. Oh, she can't say cis because it's Elon's platform, and cis is a slur. It actually kind of scares me how many trans women I know that don't have non-trans girlfriends. I'm not saying this to put anyone down. I'm saying this because I want what's best for you. Oh my God. Chat, like, this is sad. This is sad. So she's like giving advice, right, for younger trans femmes, and really she's the one that needs advice, right? Her advice is like, you know, don't be an AGP. It's weird because the Blanchard thing is actually like, the Blanchard thing's not flexible. It's not like you are an AGP, but then you, I don't know, do XYZ and then you become like not an AGP, or, you know, like in their world being the HSTS is the one that's desirable, right? Because you got to assimilate into cis heteronormativity, and part of that is, you know, being a normal woman, being a straight woman, right? That's the only way that you achieve validity in Brianna Wu's world. So, I mean, this is just some sad shit. This is some fucking sad shit. Her trying to be like, listen here, girls. I know you think it's really fun being a goddamn AGP in your 20s and leaning into all this autoerotic activity that you're doing and hanging out with other T-girls and all of this, but that's not going to serve you in the long run, right? Oh my god, all women are girlfriends with all other women? Them's the rules. I, for one, appreciate like Schmeggly taking the time to clarify their stance. Wait, what stance? Heinlein wrote a book where the main character made female clones of himself? Yeah, I wonder if Blanchard was a Heinlein reader. Open request for cat ears. Got it. Well, see, like, I would do this, right? But I gotta be real with you, right? I mean, if I put on the cat ears, I might catch autogynephilia. You know what I mean? It's too much like what an AGP would do. And I gotta be a based HSTS and not embrace any of the... No, just kidding. Sorry, chat. I shouldn't joke around, right? Because there's, like, whole boards. There's whole, like, internet boards like dedicated to this stuff. And I know that I have fans on those boards. I'm not sure how, because I think in the past I've been actually kind of hostile to, you know, the sort of self-hating trans women out there. But with a little bit more time, I've sort of mellowed and I've matured. And I really just want to reach out to people and help them love themselves for who they are. Right? And maybe that's why I got talked about in those quarters, but look, this is this Blanchard stuff is kind of like, you could call it brain rot. You could call it brain rot. This is like, you know, transgender brain rot essentially, right? And not the cute brain rot where you make up songs about baby Gronk and Skibbity in Ohio, and not where you drink a Grimace shake in Fortnite, right? But just like actual like bad brain wormy brain rot. But anyway, yeah, there's oh no, what the fuck is this? What is this? Alright, so Brianna Wu says, I was going to commit a crime today, but I'm going to pause and give JHU Press a chance to do the right thing. Trans people deserve to have access to our own history. One of the foundational books of our healthcare was written in 1969, Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment. The book saved lives, and by giving clinicians in the 70s and 80s information on how to help trans people in a pre-internet age. The book is not available for purchase anymore. I feel like there's probably a reason for that, right? Now I don't know who Richard Green MD is, but John Money, that name does ring a bell, and it's not a good bell. It's a very bad bell. There may be a reason that this book is not available in libraries. Again, do you remember the video when ContraPoints talks about herself and she's like, I feel like I may be one of the last, what did she say? Like the last, like, old style transsexuals or something like that? I mean, it's this weird trans nostalgia for a more medicalized time, where your validity as a trans person was based on your ability to fit into a medicalized definition of what is a trans woman, right? Isn't it Johns Hopkins? I think it's supposed to be Johns Hopkins. Anyway, press, you have a responsibility to make this important historical work available for all the people to read. It is often claimed that there's no evidence surgery helps trans people. Here is a book from 1969 that makes an extremely persuasive case. Make it an ebook, republish it, do whatever you need to do. Since no one else has made an ebook version of it, I would prefer not to violate anyone's copyright by uploading it online. But again, people deserve to know their own histories. Oh my God. See, the thing is, Richard Green and John Money, right? Is this our history? Or is this like a history that was written about us? Not for us, not by us, not with us? A history of a medicalized condition rather than a history of a fucking identity. Chat, so I'm looking at John C. Money? Wait, where did I get the C? I feel like I added that. Oh, sorry, John W. Money. I don't know where I got the C. So he writes books on sexology. I feel like John Money is somebody that, like, transphobes and homophobes, like, bring up as a... Okay, so let me just give you a little bit about John Money. John Money was a leading proponent of the idea that human sexual orientation develops through learning and gendered socialization. So in other words, your sexuality is a product of how you are socialized. He believes that males, if surgically assigned and raised as girls around birth, would grow up to be attracted to males and live as heterosexual women. However, in the case of David Reimer, he grew up to be attracted to women. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember what this is about. I feel like this is a case. Isn't this like a case of medical malpractice? In a 2016 academic review found that in seven cases, boys surgically reassigned and raised as girls due to botched circumcisions. Okay, so now this is like, oh my God. So we're actually talking about, like, you're talking about, like, I mean, this is actually similar to what gets done to, like, a lot of times intersex people will be surgically, assigned to one sex or another as a thought that this is, like, helpful to them. And later, they, I don't know, chat. This is like, Oh my god. Sex reassignment of David Reimer. In 1966, a botched circumcision left 8-year-old Reimer without a the male genitalia. Money persuaded the baby's parents that sex reassignment surgery would be in Reimer's best interest. At the age of 22 months, Reimer underwent oreectomy, which is when the removal of the gonads, right? He was reassigned to be raised as female, and his name was changed from Bruce. Wait, to Brenda. Okay, but this is Dave Reimer. Money further. I feel like people use this guy as like a argument against trans people. I feel like people use John Money as like a this particular case, this David Reimer case, further recommended hormone treatment in which the parents agreed. Money then recommended a surgical procedure, vaginoplasty, which the parents refused. Money published a number of papers reporting on the reassignment after as successful. David Reimer was raised under the optimum gender rearing model, which is a common model for sex and gender socialization, medicalization for intersex youth. Okay, so this is like connected to the, treatment and some would say malpractice that goes on intersex people, including many intersex people themselves, right? The model was heavily criticized for being sexist and for assigning arbitrary gender binary. According to I can't do this, chat. I can't read more of this. Nope. Okay, I'm done. I'm out. Yeah, there's more to the story of David Reimer. David Reimer's case came to international attention in 1997 when he told his story to Milton Diamond, an academic sexologist, who persuaded Reimer to allow him to report the outcome in order to dissuade physicians from treating other infants. Infants, right? These procedures were done to this person as an infant. Yeah, and John Money's used as a cudgel against, like, trans people being able to access gender-confirming surgery. Brianna Wu finally coming out as trans just to immediately call trans people AGP and defend John Money is so hilariously comically evil and expected. God fucking damn. Alright, so here's more classic Brianna Wu art. Right, so yeah, Brianna Wu, she's a video game dev, she's an artist, she's a bunch of different things, but what was this from again? I think this was just some of her art. So this is like KKK girls being fought by ninja girls on motorcycles, and the cyborg Martin Luther King. That's what she drew there. Cyborg Martin Luther King. I don't even know how to explain this shit. But this is the twisted mind of one Brianna Wu. Oh, I see one of the clan girls is shooting a bazooka at the cyborg of Martin Luther King. Jesus Christ. I don't even know what she's on about, like, with that. Somebody says, we gotta find out who's funding her. Brianna Wu must be stopped. Brianna Wu's motives are very easy to understand. Actually, she's a Porsche collector, and she wants a 5th one. That's this. So they're basically saying that all the fucked up shit that Brianna Wu does is to get herself more internet fame and make money. I feel like she's got enough, though, doesn't she? She's like, she comes from money, and she's also married to a very rich person as well. This from her. Brianna Wu being a repressed bisexual is so fucking funny. I've never dated a trans woman, nor would I. and I've certainly never dated a cis woman since transitioning. I find them pretty, and that sometimes mixes in with the male socialization and is confusing, but I would never act on. Okay. God, I'm like, I feel like I'm in danger of finding out more about Brianna Wu than I want to. Funniest thing about Brianna Wu's desperate attempt to rebrand herself as a Destiny type liberal is that has absolutely cooked her engagement. She never passes a few thousand likes. Most posts do worse. And she's got, wait, so rebrand from what though? I guess rebrand from like a victim of Gamergate and a more social justice oriented. But I don't know. I never knew Brianna Wu when she wasn't like very right wing. Okay, what is this? Hey Tim Waltz, I'm gonna vote for you. But this statement it flat out sucks. No mention of Hamas. Oh my God. So Waltz in interview. Well, I think that first and foremost, here, let's see. Can you see that? You could see most of it. I think that first and foremost, what we saw on October 7th was a horrific act of violence against the people of Israel. They have certainly, and the vice president said it, Kamala Harris, but the vice president, I've said it, have the right to defend themselves, and the United States will show more. No mention of Hamas. So in other words, this quote from Tim Waltz, which is kind of heartbreaking, that after all that's fucking happened, you want to fucking be like, Israel has the right to defend itself and shit, right? We've seen what that defense has looked like, and it looks like genocide. So yeah, not great for Tim Waltz, but Brianna Wu is criticizing Tim Waltz for the opposite reason. No mention of Hamas, no acknowledgement that Palestinians started the horrific war, acting as though Netanyahu is holding up peace, and not the terrorists sitting in Qatar penthouses purchased with. Okay, so yeah, this person's basically trying to show that the Destiny posting, the sort of like racism against Palestinians angle is actually not working that well for her. TYT 2024, Brianna Wu, Palestinians are terrorists who must be liquid. Oh my God, I won't even read that. Anna Kasparian, was Ben Shapiro right about trans women? Jink, how Venezuelan homeless zombies will kill you and your family. John Yadarola clinging onto his paycheck. Oh my God. Wait, so Brianna Wu is connected to TYT. Is she on the main show? I'm not sure. Oh, that's Wap Goblin. That's Wap Goblin. Awesome. Brianna Wu promoting John Money is not unexpected, but it is fucking wild. Yeah, like, I got into a little bit of that. That's Rachel Corrie. Oh no, why is she... Oh, somebody's replying to her with Rachel Corrie's picture. Rachel Corrie was an American student who went to Rafah, I believe, in the early 2000s, or early 2000s, and was part of a I think maybe had chained herself in front of some Israeli, military demolition machinery meant to knock down people's houses in Rafah, and the machinery didn't stop. They ran her over, and in some parts of Israel, this act is celebrated by certain Israelis by eating pancakes. If terrorists kill an American, they should have no doubt they will be ruthlessly hunted down. And so this is AIPAC saying Hamas has executed an American. Brianna Wu responds, if a terrorist have killed an American, they should no doubt be ruthlessly hunted down and taken out. And then this person posts Rachel Corrie, an American who was killed by IDF forces. And, there's been more. There have been more since then. Fondly remembering the day I got blocked by Brianna Wu, says Alana McLaughlin. So she is replying to somebody. This is just chef's kiss. Can you cite a single worthwhile policy that you helped pass? Brianna Wu says yes. Alana McLaughlin will cite it then, Stealth Savior. Ultimately, Brianna Wu's project is to clout chase and network for Brianna Wu. As long as her personal social position improves, she's good. That's why she's completely unprincipled. Oh, am I blocked by Brianna? No, I can still see her. That's a very old post. Oh, yeah, now this is interesting, right? Alright, so here's another recent Brianna Wu post. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, can you see... Yeah, you can see this. I'm gonna focus on this today, but I don't want to say it publicly. I have plenty of political differences with Lauren freaking Southern. With Lauren Southern, but the idea that she is a Russian agent is just laughable and has no evidence. No evidence. I believe that there is copious evidence, right? There's actually a long, consistent history of her turning down money to promote certain ideas. She was taking money. Like, you could say that she didn't know where the money was coming from, but she has to have known what they wanted her to do, right? The irony of my side arguing against information warfare with lies is depressing. I have no love for Russia and 1000% support Ukraine. And I've personally argued with both Tim Cast and Lauren Chen about America's Russian policy. But let's not assume people are doing things without any evidence. Additionally, it's just an indictment. It's just an indictment. It's just an indictment. Nobody's guilty until the verdict is read. Yeah. Wow. It just keeps on getting worse and worse. And like, check this out. Check this out. This person is posting. Anyway, unrelated here. Here's Russian-backed Tenet Media member Lauren Southern in what I'm very confident is Brianna Wu's Porsche. Now, I can't confirm that. That's Lauren Southern in a Porsche making a tweet saying vroom vroom. And this person is pretty sure that's Brianna Wu's Porsche. She does have Porsches. She does have Bugattis. She has a lot of sports cars and a lot of motorcycles and stuff like that. Brianna Wu is like my evil elder trans counterpart. She absolutely sucks. It's okay if you feel dysphoria, but it's also fine if you just want to be a woman. I lied through my teeth to my doctors for years about how much dysphoria I felt to get care. Zero transitioning regrets. What is this about? The part of why I'm coming out publicly is as trans is we need to smarter, more honest conversation. Is there a social contagion to being trans today? Obviously. Activists are putting out reckless messages talking about transitioning as though it's innocuous and will solve all your problems. It won't. You should not transition unless you really, 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 really have to, because the downsides are immense. It's especially unsettling to see online activists advocating transition to people. Look, it solves the problem of feeling no connection to your, or like a lack of connection to your identity because people don't fucking get who you actually are. To people who have none of the classical symptoms of gender dysphoria, there's a lot of life left after your 20s and 30s if your primary interest is in being a woman. And being a woman is sexual. That is just straight transphobia. And it's coming from a trans person who has now come out as trans in order to be able to scold other trans people and say that your motivation is sexual somehow. This is more of the AGP fucking shit, right? This is more of that nonsense. Brianna Wu, this is Starvoxia here. I'm not angry, you're angry. Also, Brianna Wu, I don't want to do next week. Why won't you debate me right now? Just because you're sick? You're a jobless freak and a terrorist. Very well adjusted. What the fuck is this all about? Here, let's, Hatred, I said you shouldn't use women's bathrooms if you're not medically transitioning And you called me garbage. You're the person filled with rage, not me. Oh my god, what is this all about? So next week, the other person says, bitch, if you pussy out because you got nausea, this is why you don't have a job? Sorry, we do things like adults over here at Brianna Wu Incorporated. Wishing you the best of luck, you goddamn pro-terrorist freak. So this is about somebody that she's trying to debate? Oh, okay, here we go. She hopped in my DMs and challenged me to a debate in one day because I constantly call her out for being a pick-me. I was dealing with nausea, and I couldn't meet her ridiculous one-day demand, so I called her ass out, and she blocked me. She's being pathetic, pick-me bigot. Hey Jenna, since you enjoy insulting me so freely, God, I just love how she communicates. I love how she communicates. I was wondering, I don't know if this comes from the privilege of, it's just like the privilege of wealth here, that you talk to people like this, or if this is just how she is, but I was wondering if you'd like to debate me tomorrow. I just figured out you would kind of have to, since you're so confident, how right you are. Whoa, Shakespeare, thank you for the raid. That's a really long stream alert. Well, at least the raid stream alert is working. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Glad to have you on board. We are in the middle of Brianna Wu's DMs once again. We find ourselves back here, reading through Brianna Wu's DMs. Why? Because she's abused somebody else who has posted DMs to show what they're fucking dealing with, right? I just figured out you would kind of have to... Okay, so this is her being debate me, sis, right? Can I do it next week? I am currently suffering from nausea, but I would absolutely love to obliterate your trans-medicalist hatred. Hatred? Okay, so this is where that comes from. I said you shouldn't use the women's bathroom if you're not medically transitioning, and you called me a piece of garbage. You're the person filled with rage, not me. This reply, it's not your fault. It's not my fault you pander to bigoted fascists and throw us under the bus, but as long as you keep it up. Let's change to this again. I will call you out. I couldn't afford hormones for the first 3 years of my transition. I live full-time, and are you so nasty that you would have forced me to use the men's room? Probably so. Probably so. Again, Brianna Wu's privileged ass does not care about your suffering. So yeah, we've seen this already. What else is here? Hormones cost nothing. You are in California. If you can't... Well, they're not... This person's not talking about now. They're talking about when they were younger, I think. If you can't find $10, you shouldn't be transitioning. So, wow, you're too poor to transition, says Brianna Wu. Something else was going on. Maybe you can tell that lie to yourself, but it doesn't mean I have to believe that. This is why you're awful. Only a privileged person... Let's read this. Only a privileged person can tell someone hormones cost nothing and that they're making an excuse. You have serious problems. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. That is an understatement. Ari Drennan says she blocked me for posting an article about how she worked for Trent Rott, fair, but also lol. This person says, I'm coming out as publicly as a gay dev to say there's no reason, there's a reason we don't associate with Brianna Wu. Wait, so she made dropping her yes I'm trans video just distract her from the fact that all of her friends are literally paid Russian shills. What a clown. She spent her life denying that she's trans and attacking any trans person she sees. Were they? This person saying? So what I'm getting from this is that Brianna Wu hasn't had sex in 7 years. So we saw this already. Okay, I guess yeah, she's 47 years old. So, yes, so this is what they're saying, right? There's a lot of life left after your 20s and 30s if your primary interest in being a woman is sexual, which is, again, this is a fucking trope against trans people, right? That she is signing off on. I hope you have a plan for your 30s and your 40s and onwards. So I guess what they're saying is that, like, by the way that she's describing life as a trans person, you don't have sex after age 40, and since she's 47, that would be 7 years for her. I guess that's what we're saying. Yeah, nominal Naomi, who is not somebody that I would say is necessarily particularly intersectional or is also calling. Okay, so this is nominal Naomi. Here is I checked out Brianna Wu's trans history book. This is the one by John Money and I can't remember the other person. It's got some pretty crazy takes, like trans femme identity is caused by bisexual mothers stuck in dead-end marriages with passive men. Okay, it appears that transsexualism starting in early childhood may occur when a bisexual woman marries a passive man. As the years pass, the couple decides not to dissolve their empty marriage or even permit its weakness to show openly. The father can cope with his marriage and the family only by being absent, at least during the infancy and childhood of the son. His wife survives by letting him be absent and by comforting herself in her lifelong depression, as well as in her present anguish by taking her infant son back in upon her body as a continuing comfort. What? Taking her infant son back in upon her... I don't know what that means. Given homeostasis, it will usually still require that the son be the youngest child throughout the first few years, so that his mother can concentrate totally upon him and thus augment the process by which her little boy identifies with her and her body so that he feels himself to be female despite the evidence of his senses that he's anatomically male. What the fuck? Yeah, this is the history. This is what Brianna Wu says is like this history book being denied to trans people, right? This old ass transphobic book by a pretty discredited source, right? In John Money, and I don't even know who the other person is. Yeah, this is the book that she was talking about. This one. I'm gonna commit a crime today. So the crime was that she was gonna upload this as a ebook or something. She's asking the press that puts it out to do the right thing. Trans people deserve to have access to our own history. Again, this is not trans people's history. This is not for trans people or by trans people. This is about trans people, like through the eyes of cis people. And that pretty much describes like Brianna Wu's Okay, so we're getting back into like really old tweets. There's a ton of old tweets here. Yeah, it doesn't look like... Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're done with Wu Tent. We're done with Wu Tent. Oh my god, let me get... I feel dirty. I feel dirty, okay? I feel dirty, but not as dirty as I'm about to feel. What's up, Shakespeare? Good to have you in here. We were just in the middle of some Wu Tent when you jumped in. God damn. Here, let me read some chat. Where are we at? Oh, speaking of Brianna Wu, it looks like the poll. Ooh, look at this. 48 votes. We're tied between... we got a lot of lurkers today, don't we? Hey, listen, you don't have to vote in the poll, but just know that it's there. Know that I've got a poll for you, and know that your vote counts towards what we're going to end up seeing for bonus content. We are at least 25% of the way towards the dono goal today. And we are now tied with Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic, and Demon Mama responds to Tyler. Now, we do have a number of donations. I didn't get anybody's preference. Remember, when you donate, or if you already have donated, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, and I'll actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So right now it's 34 to 34 with Brianna Wu and Chud Logic. You know, when you donate, you can add points to whichever one of those, or even something else that you want to see come up in the bonus content, which will happen after the Suntent. After today's Suntent, which we're about to get to now. Sunday and Tyler bromance update is what we're about to talk about, right? So we got Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic at 33%. Ooh, Demon Mama responds to Tyler up to 35%. Purity Balls at 22%. And Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman YouTube algorithm down to 10%. So yeah, looks like Demon Mama response to Tyler is in the lead, as it has been through most of the day. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic is in a very close second place. But again, this could all change based on your donos, or based on donos that maybe you've already made and you just haven't let me know yet. Which my dono, it goes to Demon Mama. Okay, Davi, that is what $5 goes to. Thank you for letting me know. You don't have to, right? You know, you're free to do, you know what I mean? I appreciate the donos either way. I just want to make sure that if anybody wants to, you know, be able to affect the poll with their dono, that they know how to do that. So I'm glad I got your, anybody else? Anybody else? You were talking about grillin' Sicilian today. Yeah, that one's not on the menu for us right now. I feel like we did, what was the last video? The last video was like, Your Life Sucks. Yeah, thank you for liking. Yeah, the lurkers are liking. Hey, I'm not mad at the lurkers. If they want to lurk, they can lurk. You can lurk. You can lurk. And look, whenever we cover drama, we have a lot of lurkers. You could just feel free to chat too, because I don't bite much. And despite what you might have heard, my mods are not bent on banning every bit of disagreement. Right, mods? My mods are chill. Seems like a string of terrible guesses all in a row. Oh, on Brianna Wu's part. Lady Badash says, my life does indeed suck. Well, yeah, so it's the... I think the last video that Rudyard, the grillin' Sicilian, as Shakespeare said, Chad, I'm a little bit dehydrated. Have you been drinking your water? I'm dehydrated. My hair needs styling. I came to chat. I came to stream as soon as I could. I just needed to like wash my hair today, and I didn't quite get it styled. So I hope you appreciate the frazzled look. Usually don't have much to say. Hey, that's okay too. That's okay too, as long as people feel comfortable in here, and you know that you can vote in the poll if you want to. You say frazzled, I say hot mess. Well, thank you. Why, thank you. Okay, look now. Demon Mama responds to so we do have a few more votes. You know, probably but by my urging or my suggestion or my mentioning that it's there for you if you want to vote. It's also there for you in Twitch. Now, you can't vote for it in Twitch because Twitch's polls suck. They don't stay up longer than 10 minutes, right? Which I need to give you more than 10 minutes to be able to vote. But if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to nocommentchick on YouTube to vote and maybe give the stream a like while you're there. I'm not telling you to change chats. I prefer you being in the chat that you're more comfortable in. So if you like Twitch, stay in Twitch. If you like YouTube better, then stay in YouTube. So it's all up to you, right? I'm not pushing either platform on you. NCC for free and fair elections. Well, that only happens if Vox Populi gets going. Twitch polls need to take some Viagra. Yeah, they're not very they don't last long enough. Oh my god, wait, does Viagra make people last longer? Chat, I gotta admit something to you. I don't think I've ever been with anybody who was on Viagra, or if I was, they weren't like they weren't forthcoming about that. They didn't mention their you know, Cialis or Viagra usage. God damn, my hair is a mess. A hot mess. Spicy mess. But yeah, we got some Sunday coming up here. Some Sunday? I just said some Sunday. I mean Sunday content. I mean Sunday Tyler content. I mean the continuing... now, I joked around about it being a bromance, but I guess that's like a lot less funny now. Given that there's like accusations of like kind of like harassment back and forth, right? Like Tyler feels like Sunday has talked too much about his business. Sunday has accused Tyler. I'm trying to remember how this worked. Okay, let me go back. Oh yeah. We can do a little bit of a retrospective, right? The story so far. The story so far makes the erection last a bit longer, but nothing. What I mean is, like, does it last? Does it take the person longer to completion if they take Cialis? I guess is the question I'm interrogating here. It doesn't? It doesn't? I actually used to know the mechanism by which, I think it has something to do with, like, NO. Viagra erections are different, huh? They can make the whole event last longer, damn. Yeah, blood flow, yeah. I'm trying to remember what NO is. That nitric oxide? I always forget which one's nitrous. There's like NO3, nitric. Oh my god, there's a whole god damn. This is taking me back to organic chem here. It was a heart med originally. All right, so let me take us back to where this all started with, right? Here, let me also hit this one. All right, so there's Sunday again. We're gonna return to that. So yeah, so far I've only marked down 5% for Demon Mama responds to Tyler, right? So it looks like that's what's winning. Yeah, that's actually the extra 5% helps that out a lot. Remember, if you've already donated, or if you do donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. Let me know in the chat. Let me know through a super chat. If you donate through Throne, you can actually say that on Throne. You can send that in the Throne message. If you sign up on Patreon, Patreon signups count as well. Twitch subs, whether they're Prime subs, or which you can get for free, or they're regular subs, which are actually 25% off right now. I think it's $4 instead of $6. So September is a good month to get get your Twitch subs, because they are marked down. Or if you get gifted a sub, or if you're gifting a sub, right, you're able to let me know which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it to the topic of your choice, just like I did for Davi earlier in adding that. It was a heart med, now it's a hard med. It really is. Sunday and Viagra, a nightmare combo. Yeah, I mean, possibly. Yeah, it's not anything I'd want to encounter together. Yeah, I just don't have much experience with it. I forgot, where did it even come up from? Did you go over how Elon is a baby fur? We didn't. That was on the Dono goal, but it never won. The Elon Musk baby, what was it? The Elon Musk connection never really came up. Yeah, how did that come up? I don't remember. Somebody was talking about Viagra. It wasn't Sunday though. It must have been Brianna Wu. Background music is great, by the way. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure if any, Sunday fans are in here, that they feel nice and comfortable, right? Because despite what you might have heard, we are actually a very chill community. Maybe a little bit more chill than you're used to, right? Unlike Sunday's community, if you disagree, you will not be told to get in Discord or face a ban. Oh, it's because the Twitch poll thing. That's right. Twitch poll. Oh my god. Play Morrowind music, it's better? It's almost too chill if there's such a thing. I feel like it's hypnotizing me. It sounds like a town from an RPG game. Somebody told me it was like NPC music. I don't even know what that means. What is NPC music? But yeah, just to take us back to where this all began, back to the source, right? Where did the accusations... So like I said earlier, that I kind of felt like, I don't know, maybe do I need to change the title? Because like the bromance thing kind of stopped being funny when Sunday... Like, well, wait, what happened first? What happened first? I think the first thing was that Sunday did this, right? Sunday fired first, right? So the whole accusation that Tyler is somehow like sexually harassing Sunday, right? It started with this. Let me show you.
Instead, Westside Tyler, the Brokeback Mountain.
So there we go, Westside Tyler being called the Brokeback Mountain. Now I've come to understand that Sunday claims that this is nothing to do with any implication about Tyler's sexuality, right? But Brokeback Mountain was kind of a groundbreaking film back in the early 2000s about a tragic gay relationship that, you know, suffered both from the guys in the relationship, you know, didn't really know how to handle queer identity. You know, it's like so it's a story from like the 60s, right? Two guys, they're doing cowboy stuff like for professionally, right? They're working as cowboys, and they end up like falling in love, right? And it's not a love that is, you know, accepted within their, you know, cultural context, right? And so there's a lot of shame that goes into it, and a lot of you know, difficulty, and ultimately, you know, ends up like one of the men is you know, loses his life in a homophobic attack, right? So if anybody's missed, you know, the cultural impact of Brokeback Mountain, that's what it's about, right? But yeah, the main subject matter, the notable thing about Brokeback Mountain is that it's the one of the first and maybe even only depictions of a queer relationship as the central relationship of a story. Usually, you know, blockbuster movies are, you know, if there's a love story, it's a heterosexual love story, right? But in Brokeback Mountain, it's a story of two men that are in love, right? That you know, fall in love while driving cattle, I think, if I remember correctly. But from what I've heard from Sunday, he claims that this has nothing to do with implying Tyler is gay, and it is a joke at Tyler's expense for having a dysfunctional back and being a large man, being a big guy, right? Tyler's really tall and has a broken back. That's what Sunday claimed, right? Sunday claimed that that's what it was about. But of course, when Tyler saw that Sunday had labeled him on this weird Pepe Sylvia chart, because I mean, this is Sunday's Pepe Sylvia moment, right? This is, you know, it's late at night. He does a stream where he tries to illustrate the state of play, by which he means his little ego game that he plays against other streamers. Because essentially that's what this is to Sunday. It's an ego game of who will win, who can manipulate each other in the most, you know, effective way. And, you know, who should he buddy up to in order to maximize his position as a streamer in this ego game that he has contrived, right? And so he draws Tyler as a chess piece, nothing more. Tyler is a chess piece on a chessboard to be embraced and then discarded. So the mountain part is him being tall, so just like the mountain in Game of Thrones is tall. And yeah, by putting glasses on the mountain, we create Tyler, I guess.
who came and saw and promptly disintegrated.
So now this was a lot earlier, right? This was what? About a month ago. And when Sunday shrinks him down, what he's assuming then is that based on the shame that he's imposed on Tyler and his community through the debate on my channel and his multiple uploads of his reaction to his own fucking debate, his own narcissistic, like, navel gazing and you know, trying to make the most content out of the smallest, you know, we're talking about like I don't know, I think they talked for less than an hour. I think the Sunday Tyler conversation was like 45 minutes. So there's not actually much content there in the first place, but Sunday like maximizes it by like going over it in painstaking detail, shit talking me, shit talking Tyler, turning it into, I don't know, how many drama videos are we talking about here? What are we doing now? It looks like Demon Mama and Tyler still in the driver's seat. We got 59 votes. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic in second place with 32. Purity Balls in third place with 20. Lo-Fi Girl, Taku Shaman, YouTube algorithm at 12%. And our dono goal is at 25%. So this is going to be a little bit of a segment. We've got time to try to drive up that dono goal. You've got time to get your vote in if you haven't voted already. And you can also affect the outcome of the poll. If you either have donated already or you do donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. And I will put your money where your mouth is. This goes for Twitch. This goes for YouTube. This goes for Patreon. This goes for Throne. Anything that's a donation, you are able to add that as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So there's still time for something else to win, something else to lose, something else to win, something else to place, something else to show in this poll. Yeah, just keep on. Just remember, and also, is there anybody who I didn't get their? If a restaurant played Mario music, I'd get anxiety. Yeah, me too. Me too. The ego of some people, some of these people, is staggering. It is quite breathtaking. Yeah. There should be a bar or cafe where they just use the overworld music from different games as the music for the restaurant. I would go there. Look, I would run a gym that does video game music, right? I think that'd be pretty sick. Especially a kickboxing gym.
Coolest dude, super chatted $10.
Aw.
Enjoying the channel.
Thank you for the super chat, coolest dude. And we enjoy you being here as well. It would make me feel, so that pulls us up to what, 35%. There are still a few of you who I haven't gotten your dono goal. It's fine if you don't care, but if you do care, make sure to let me know. I hope I'm not missing anybody's chats where they're trying to get my attention and say, I vote for this, I vote for this, because, yeah, just want to make sure that we count everybody's votes. But yeah, we're 35% out of 100%. That means there are 65% more to go. That means we're more than 1/3 of the way there already, and there we go. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna jump into this Suntent. There's actually a lot to talk about here, right? Including Sunday, you know, being caught once again with my name in his mouth. It's not a good look, Sunday. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you. That's what I wanted to show you, right? Let me... Where am I looking for this? Yeah. All right, so we're going to do a little count here. Or not even a little count. We're going to do a big count. Right? Because it is, at this point, a big count. All right, so now this is... You can't see the last video here, but hopefully... So... Let's do a final count of the Tyler videos, right? Just like I said, the dude is kind of obsessed. He's been talking about me. He's been talking about Tyler for like over a month now. And he can't just let it go, even though I don't think it's worked that well for him. Like I said, he is showing you here that Tyler shrank down. Any Tyler fans in here want to confirm that maybe Tyler has not shrank down? Tyler is making connections. Tyler is you know, I don't think, has Tyler lost size? Has Tyler like, you know, like he hasn't lost like, you know, subs or anything, right? So that would be one thing if Sunday was making content exposing Tyler and Tyler had done something really bad that, you know, he deserves to not have a community for, and you saw his community shrinking. That seems to be what Sunday's showing here, right? That seems to be what he's indicating, right?
Who came and saw and promptly disintegrated.
Yeah, I think this is wishful thinking. I think this is wishful thinking. I think this is Sunday overestimating his effect in criticizing another streamer. And it's just a silly thing to do. To be sitting here at 17.4K, which is not bad. Nothing to be ashamed of, but at the same time, it is 17.4K. It's a video, like 3,000 people watched this live stream. He's getting 2.6, 1.6, 3.5, 2.8, 2.8, 2.5, 2. Chat, I gotta be honest, like, per video, his, like, average is not even that much higher than mine, and I'm a much smaller streamer than Sunday. So, I think this is a case of him just overestimating, like, his influence. You're not that influential, Sunday. Like, as much as you want to say that, like, that I'm some kind of persona non grata or something like that, like, Sunday, people have warned me about you. A lot of people are very cautious about interacting with you, and for good reason. For very, very good reason. For very understandable reason. That is true. So yeah, we're going to count up all the Tyler videos that he thought would, I don't know, does he think that if I upload one more Tyler video, that's going to make the difference? All the Tyler fans, they'll go away, they'll stop watching him, he'll shrink down, then I can laugh at him. I don't know what his game is here, but it doesn't seem to be working, whatever it is, right? So yeah, the last one, Westside Tyler spiraling into complete insanity. Sounds like more like what President Sunday is doing right now, but whatever. We're projecting, right? Unhinged Tyler. More like Unhinged Sunday. We got Westside Tyler resorts to skin-crawling sexual harassment. That is probably his biggest, that might be his biggest Tyler video. 4.5K views. That's bigger than these other ones, right? Salty at Dylan Burns. Oh god, no, wait a minute, wait, oh, I'm sorry. This is actually one. This counts, right? So far we got one video, 2 videos, 3 videos. Here's Bosch and the Horse, Tyler. So we got 3 videos. Now, I'm gonna count this Dylan Burns one, because look at this. Oh no, sorry, that's wrong, that's wrong. I thought it was the Hippy Dippy that Tyler was... Did he do that one? Oh shit, no, I missed one. I missed one. Chad, there's so many Tyler videos here. Okay, 1 video, 2 videos, 3 videos, right? 4 videos. I can't even count them all. I can't even count them all. Oh shit, wait. FD Signifier. Okay, so that's the FD Signifier. So again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. I gotta be more careful because I keep on missing these, right? We got 5 videos on Tyler, 6 videos on Tyler, 7 videos on Tyler, 8 videos on Tyler, 9 videos on Tyler. Some of these are off screen, but you'll have to trust me. 10 videos on Tyler. 11, 12, milking Tyler's content time, lest we forget. Lest we forget. What did I lost count? Is it 12? Is it 12 now? I feel like it's a 13. Okay, I think that's it, right? So there may be other Tyler videos, but this is like, in terms of going after Tyler, yeah, 13, 14, I kind of lost count, chat. Anyway, the point being, there's been a lot of videos. And how many videos has Tyler done about Sunday? Let's find out. Westside Tyler. Now, I will say that I'm not counting live streams here, and you know, Sunday's probably talked about Tyler more in live streams than he's put out videos. Although you don't know, those videos may be coming out. All right, so what do we got here? Grums, Asmongold, Donald Trump and Steve Urkel, Vosh, Matt Walsh. Tyler's got a lot of Vosh videos. Decent amount of Vosh videos. A Hassan video about Hassan doing Zen. Card posting Vosh. Nux Taco. JD Vance. Shadowversity, Olympic breakdancing. Yeah, look, I don't think there's a single video. I don't think that Tyler's done a single video about Sunday. We got this Demon Mama one. It doesn't look like Tyler has put out any videos. And again, chat, I do know that Tyler occasionally will talk about the banned streamer. We're going to look at an example of that. So I'm not saying that Tyler is like completely like ignoring Sunday, but I will say that we've got 14 videos from Sunday and we've got 0 videos from Tyler, right? If anybody's obsessed, if anybody's spiraling, it's this guy.
It's Milking Tyler's content time, content time, content time. Milking Tyler's content time because he's a cow.
Look, Sunday, somebody's getting milked right now, and it's not Westside Tyler, all right? Somebody's being milked right now because he is a cow, and it's not Tyler. It is not Tyler. That is not who's being milked right now. That's not who's milked. That is not who's hooked up to the Petersonian. Okay, I shouldn't say that. I forgot what the Petersonian milking machine was. Anyway, chat, I'm trying to avoid any metaphors that border on the sexual, based on the fact that you've got sort of, you know, now a reference by Sunday, an accusation of Tyler sexually harassing him. But if we look first, yeah, we have a reference to Westside Tyler as the Brokeback Mountain. I believe that Tyler responded to this saying, is Sunday calling me gay? What is his weird deal? What is he on about? Like, what is this, right? Is he objectifying me? And, you know, even in Sunday's explanation, the Brokeback Mountain, the fact that Sunday chooses the mountain as his avatar for Tyler, right? A big muscly man with no shirt on, right? I don't exactly blame Tyler for thinking, even if it's not true, that he was being sexualized by Sunday. My understanding is that Tyler's reaction was prompted by that, not by a desire to make Sunday's skin crawl or whatever the fuck he's saying in this video, calling Tyler a creep. So, you know, that's what's up with that. So yeah, we need to get into this. So yeah, it looks like Sunday's taking a little break from streaming too. I hope he's taking care of himself, right? It's really important, especially when you're chasing down these internet rabbit holes, obsessing about other people on the internet. It's really important to take take care of yourself, take a little break. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for here. So I would click on this video that is Westside Tyler spiraling into complete insanity. However, I don't exactly trust that Sunday's videos are going to be the exact same thing as his VODs. And I'm actually a little bit more interested in what happens in the live stream than I am in what Sunday's editors do with it, right? Because again, there's every chance for this to be selective, let's just say. Okay, so Tyler, in one of his streams, oh, here we go. Oh my god, chat, I get mentioned here. Look at this. Let me show you this. Right, I get mentioned. Let's see what this is about.
Check. There's no comment check.
Rewind a little bit.
On your program, please stop live streaming and talking about my dick.
What is this referring
weird
to?
How much you talk about?
There's no comment check. There's no comment check talking about his dick.
Okay.
No, Sunday. This song that Tyler's singing is actually about you and Aiko, right? Is no comment check. Yeah, that's right. I came into Tyler's stream to like talk about to me like, right? No, the person he's uncomfortable with, Sunday, is actually you.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at how many.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, this is a spoiler. Sorry, all my fucking sources are fucked up right now. No, this is about us, I guess. For you?
About me?
Yes.
When did I talk about his dick?
I am unsure.
I don't think I have uttered the words Tyler and dick in connection with each other.
You're being a little bit too literal. Right?
I don't even think I've called him a dick. Which would be uncharacteristically mild of me.
Yeah, I guess... Wait, did someone say something about his face and his dick looking the same? Someone said something in chat, but I don't know what that was.
Okay.
You haven't. He's disturbed. I don't know. We can look later, but Basically, it's the he'll go on to refer to the Brokeback Mountain stuff. So I didn't even get.
So yeah, like Sunday, like talking about the Brokeback Mountain stuff made Tyler uncomfortable, and we can get into maybe some of the reason, because I feel like I have a little bit of an insight, a little bit of understanding about why Tyler, I don't think it started. Look, I showed you like the first place where it got like maybe inappropriate was when Tyler was called Tyler the Brokeback Mountain. But again, you know, Sunday says that's a misunderstanding and he didn't mean to imply anything about Tyler's sexuality. I do have a little bit more to look at though, like in terms of an earlier video and this just kind of caught my mind, right? As far as what might be going on here.
To like listen to all of this. Basically,
not just talking about Tyler, talking about me too.
I didn't realize that there was a whole
he brought me. He's going on about Tyler like sexually harassing him because Tyler feels objectified and feels like Sunday was talking about his sexuality, in calling him Brokeback Mountain Tyler or whatever, Brokeback Tyler, whatever he called him. And then he brings up me in a oddly sexual context that I gotta say, look, if you were genuinely confused, then whatever. But Sunday, just like Tyler's asking you here to please stop talking about his dick. Could you maybe stop talking about me in a sexual manner? Right? I'm not going to accuse you of sexual harassment or anything. Again, I you know, I'm fully open to the fact that this might have just been confusion on your part, because you generally like watching as much of your content as I have, I am starting to grok that you often don't know what's going on, right? So maybe it's just confusion. I don't want to jump to the conclusion. I don't want to like pull a Sunday and Aiko and try to stretch things and be like, oh my gosh, she's sexually harassing me. I don't think that's his intention. I hope that's not his intention, but do understand that from my vantage point, it might look creepy. All right. Do understand that, right? And do understand that if this continues, it is going to be a problem. All right. And I don't think that this is a problem that we don't need to have. This is a problem that I don't need to have, that I don't want to have. And I think it's a good time for you to check in with yourself, take an inventory on your feelings, on what's going on what causes you to react to me in this strange way, and just maybe re-examine your life choices that have brought you here to being, I don't know how to say it, Sunday, an actual freaking lolcow, all right? This does not look healthy. This does not look good. This is more of the same shit. This is Aiko obsessing about Tyler's content and my content, and you bossing Aiko around in a, I don't know what you think this looks like, but you are jokerifying. You are becoming a comic book supervillain, right? And you're dragging Aiko into it too. As much as like Aiko said some awful stuff about me, we had a fight, and I don't entirely, blame her for being upset. I feel like I said some mean things about her back in the day too. So if she's still mad about that, she's allowed to be mad about that. But she doesn't need to get dragged into your vicious cycle of obsession.
Brand after the song, but my intention was to start a couple hours earlier into this because
Starman says she's a chode huffer. I'm not even sure what that is.
There's a reason why his
wait a minute. I think I know what happened.
What?
I think I know what happened. I think it's coming back to me a little bit. Because he was giving that weird anecdote about how he would go to the gym and women would look at his crotch and...
Okay, wait, somebody in here is saying, while you were streaming with her the other day. Sunday said something along the lines of, "I bet his D looks like his face." Really? That's what we're talking about now? Like, look, you can't accuse another streamer of sexual harassment and then ponder about what his genitalia looks like, even if it's, I don't know.
And give him a weird smile. And I think I like joked, and it smiles back, and it's his face.
The penis smiles back. Oh my god. Why? And it's his face. I'm sorry, Sunday, this sounds like a David Cronenberg movie. Have you been watching The Naked Lunch too much? What's going, or like a trauma movie even? Like, where's this coming from? Why is Sunday's id so transparently on display here?
And women would look at his crotch and then give him a weird smile. And I think I like joked, and it smiles back.
And it smiles back. Great. Wow. Like, it is funny, but where does it come from? Random Girl 3PO, can you explain? The inner workings of Sunday's mind are both fascinating and terrifying to me, right? His projection, right? In reading me uninvited into a song where Tyler is asking him to please stop talking about his fucking dick, right? The projection to be like, oh, is this about No Comment Chick? No, Sunday, this is about you. This is about you.
It's his face. Something like that.
Okay. Yeah. No, he said dick. Yeah, he said.
Yeah, I'm ripping off him talking about his dick and bragging about it for some reason.
Yep.
Okay.
It's weird, all the Brokeback Mountain shit. Hey, it's weird how you keep talking about.
So I played earlier your state of play thing, which I hadn't seen that part, and all that you said was you called him Brokeback Mountain.
The Brokeback Mountain, and I had an image of the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Aiko knows all the lore.
Yeah.
Because here's the joke. Tyler's very tall, like the mountain, and his back is broke. Ergo, ipso facto, vis-a-vis.
Yeah, that's what I said. Random Girl 3PO is. I think that maybe this is a maybe it's Sunday misunderstanding what Tyler's talking about, right? Unlike Sunday, I'm not going to jump to accusing somebody of sexual harassment, right? Especially when it's easier to, it's you know, why attribute towards malice what can be attributed towards ignorance? And in this case, a lack of self-reflection, right? Because this song is all about Sunday. And he can't see it. He's like, who is this person in the mirror? Who am I looking at? Is this No Comment Chick? It's like, no, motherfucker, it's you. It's you. It is you.
Concordantly. Brokeback Mountain. Tyler, the.
Yes. I knew that, but apparently a sad movie, I never saw it, but a sad movie about two gay men who are in love is about fucking. So.
Okay, but you know what they don't fuck is the.
I don't think he was talking about fucking. I think he said you were calling him gay, right? And it is about queerness. That movie is about, like, you know, queer relationship, queer identity, struggling to exist in a homophobic world, right? That's why I thought it was weird, because it's got like that tragic element to it as well, right?
The mountain.
That's you, Anthony Fantano. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not that we see, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what the mountain is up to when it's off screen, but.
What? Who knows what the mountain? Okay, I don't know the Game of Thrones lore. Anybody get that? Who knows what the mountain is up to? Oh, who knows what the Brokeback Mountain? Okay, I got it. So the So he's trying to make the point that the mountain isn't gay. The stars of the movie are. The protagonists of the movie are, right? But Sunday, the movie is not about the mountain. It's not a mountain climbing movie. It is not a geography movie. It is not a topographical map of that part of the United States going over the exact dimensions and of the mountain, right? It's about two men in love, right? That's why it's weird that you called Tyler the Brokeback Mountain. And I get now that it's supposed to be, you know, like the joke doesn't need the movie. In fact, Sunday, the way that Sunday's putting it, the joke is almost like you got to take the movie out of your mind and just think about the words. The word Brokeback applying to Tyler, you know, I don't know, making fun of his, like, you know, kind of issues with his back. Yeah, I mean, like, the best reading of this is Sunday's making fun of Tyler's back problems and noticing that he is a big man. Do you think this makes your case any better? Right? And look, I'm not saying that you were sexualizing Tyler in that. I don't know what was going on in your mind when you called Tyler the Brokeback Mountain. I don't know what that was. Right? I'm not making any claim to that. I don't understand how your psychology works, to be completely honest with you, and I don't think I want to. I think I'm okay, like, not knowing all the details of that. But you can certainly understand how Tyler, seeing you say that, might assume that your reference had to do with the movie, since you literally quote the name of a movie, right? And you're saying the movie is immaterial. And even if it is, it's about the mountain, which the movie wasn't about, not the stars of the movie, not the story of the movie, not the topic of the movie. Back problems that he mentioned when Tyler came in chat the first time, and then Sunday came in after. Oh, because of the morphine thing. Oh yeah, and then he accused Tyler, you're on morphine, and no comment chick, you're on Valium and Thorazine. President Sunday is like the fucking, yo! Oh my god, chat, I just realized who this motherfucker is. I just realized who he is. So we can't watch too much of this, because it's a movie. All right, but I just want to I want to ask you if you remember this at all. This is President Sunday.
And square. Seldom, if ever.
Too crazy, man.
Okay, we got to be careful about what we watch from this movie too. I might just have to read out the transcript or something. Yeah, show transcript.
Not hundreds of them.
So the story here is that this is Raoul Duke on the left and his attorney, Dr. Gonzo, on the right. They have snuck into a narcotics officer convention, right? These are all DEA or narcotics, or, you know, these are cops trying to bust people for drugs, right? Try this again.
Thank you for having me.
Your life may... Know your dope fiend. Your life may depend on it.
So yeah, know your dope fiend. Your life may depend on it. I don't know. This guy's like the He's like the expert that they call up to tell them about how to recognize the drug user, right?
And his pants will be crusted with semen from constantly jacking off when he can't find a rape victim.
So yeah, I mean, like, this is, See, I gotta be really careful about this.
Imagine what it is like inside of the possessed mind of the addict. For example.
So yeah, you gotta imagine what it's like inside the possessed mind of the addict, whether it be the morphine addict Tyler or the Valium and Thorazine addict nocommentchick, right? You need to understand, right? This is him. This is him. He is Dr. Elron Bumquist. Anyway, like I said, this is some movie, so we got to be really careful. Go see it on your own time if you want to. It's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's actually Johnny Depp as Hunter S. Thompson, which, yeah. But it's not exactly true to the novel, but it does go over some of the same stuff.
Uncensored version. Okay.
But it's like the irony of it is, look at this. Look at this. What is Sunday doing, right? Talking about Tyler, Brokeback Tyler and his morphine, nocommentchick and her Valium. But what about Sunday?
To be fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
what about Sunday, though?
Is up to when it's off screen, but...
Uncensored version.
What about this?
Okay.
About my dick. Hey, it's weird how everything seems sexual when you talk about me, you weird fucking asshole. Is it sexual harassment? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care. I wish you'd stop talking about what I got going on down there. Please stop talking about my dick on your live stream. You're fucking weird. You're fucking creepy. A little mean. Please stop everyone. Stop talking about my dick. Please stop going live.
This is
and
deeply
talking
uncomfortable.
about my dick.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse.
I mean, you know what's uncomfortable is giving Tyler the reason to do this, right? What's uncomfortable is making 14 videos about a guy that you had some kind of weird falling out with, that you became obsessed with, right? Tried to recruit into your weird little, like, cloak and dagger schemes of fucking people over from behind the scenes. And then when you had a falling out with him, you could not fucking let him go. That's what's weird. That's what's causing Tyler to feel weird about you. That's why Tyler is clapping his hands and singing, you know, just like almost like a fucking prayer of like, can this guy please stop talking and obsessing about me and sexualizing me and who knows fucking what? Who knows fucking what? But like,
Sunday, stop going live and talking about my dick. I know you want to suck that shit, but go fuck off. Stop talking about my dick. It's fucking weird.
I really
don't.
I really don't.
Yeah, no.
See, like, this would be great. Like, look, this is after the Sundays made a video, like, accusing Tyler of sexual harassment.
No.
Wait, is it? Actually, I'm not sure if I'm mixing up the videos.
I also showed earlier on, like, Destiny's, like, what made him think Destiny was gooning to him, which is that,
To be fair, okay, I don't know what Destiny was thinking. I don't particularly care what Destiny was thinking, but Destiny, while watching a Westside Tyler video, could not stop talking about Tyler's looks, right? That was, you know, he was talking about two things. He was talking about his teeth, you know, getting his teeth fixed, and he was talking about Tyler's looks, right? He was talking 0% about Demon Mama, 0% about the video, 0% about the subject video, right? Destiny was talking about, and look, I think Tyler's kind of kidding about that. I don't think he actually thinks that Destiny's, you know, downloading him for fat material. All right, so this is that video. I'm just trying to remind myself, what was this all about?
Correctly notice you giving.
Like, this is a person who was basically sucking off my audience.
Oh yeah, now I remember this. So this is a person who is sucking off my audience, and then... And I don't even know what he meant by that. Right? I mean, obviously, I don't think that Sunday was... Well, it's like a sexual metaphor, isn't it? At the very least. Here, let's try... When do we... Creepy.
Like, bothered me. This one got under my skin. This actually creeped me out. This guy actually legitimately creeps me out. I've never been this grossed out by a human in a long while. Bad Empanada, I'll have a beer with him. I'm not lying. Literally. This guy? No. Not even close. Play the stuff about you from the first one?
So just rack the math up, okay? It was just never going to happen. I was like, that's too many weird things. I'm not even going to look into this. That's just too fucking weird. How bizarre.
This is the Mudaher one. Hang on. Wait, we want this one.
Assholes mod while his wife and kid were unaware in the room. You guys would fucking unsub. You would leave. His audience doesn't. They're fucking...
So I got a little bit more context on this, and apparently, yeah, they, This was during the video of Sunday talking to Tyler's mods. He did not have their permission. He recorded this, I think, without their knowledge that he was recording it. And during that video, you know, there were people's family and some kind of personal stuff was like audible on the video. When Sunday was made aware of it, he didn't care. So yeah, I didn't really know what was going on at the time, but I've had kind of caught up on that. Let's see what we have here. Creepy.
Like, just so you know, just how creepy this is. Just how creepy this is. There's no reaction here. This is a decision. When he laughs, it is a decision. He is trying to get you to laugh with him at nothing by triggering some sympathetic response in you. It's really creepy.
Happening. Put it out in the fucking there. Okay, check it out. All right, neat. Like, think of what? Why would?
Yeah. He says you are the creepy. I haven't done this. This is not a thing. This is not a thing that I do.
Ew, quarantine. Ew, that's all.
22 minutes apparently.
All you have to react. Ew, ew. This motherfucker's out here talking about me and shit. I'm just like, ugh.
Okay, so wait, that's what he's saying. I think is sexual harassment. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to remember exactly where this happened. Maybe it's not this. No, this is the video. Tyler resorts to skin crawling. And like, what kind of a weird statement is that anyway? Resorts to weird skin crawling harassment. Oh god, he's like watching my video again here. Compares Tyler to Lavloon. Oh my god, chat, it's probably too much to go, Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, here we go, here we go.
Intermixing is only with people he registers as spiritual children. Destiny is similar.
So yeah, it's claiming that Tyler only talks to or interacts with people that he feels are, I don't know, like somehow in an arrested state of development where they're like children. Yeah, he called Tyler a spiritual pedo, or like a, what did he, like a metaphysical pedophile? I can't remember what the fucking phrase was, right? But it's obviously a metaphor, but it's like a really disturbing metaphor, right? It's a... God, do I have to like look this up? Oh my god. A pedophile of the soul. That's what he calls Tyler. Like, so who's getting weird?
Pedophile of the soul, exactly. Because you know what a pedophile of the soul is? Like,
No, Sunday, because I'm not a fucking freak show like you! God damn!
Tyler. It's not someone who's sexually attracted to children.
Oh my god, Sunday, you gotta make this worse and worse and worse, don't you?
It's someone who needs other people in his life to be children, who only wants to...
So maybe if that's the problem with him, don't call him a PDF of anything, right? Maybe find another metaphor for that, because like I don't know. You have to bleep this out of your own video. I feel icky like talking about this stuff, right? This is not stuff that YouTube wants on its platform, and it's not really stuff that I want on my platform, and it's just weird that you resort to that tactic.
interact with people who are mental children because it makes them feel big and powerful. That's why. And if he cannot have that, then he will try to make he'll try to make children of the people around him. It's a person who's spiritual. Intermixing is only with people he registers as spiritual children. Destiny is similar in this regard.
So I gotta wonder, is Sunday saying that Tyler's views FD signifier as a child? Like, it just, like, anybody who's had any interaction with Tyler, apparently Sunday is saying registers to Tyler as a child. I don't know what the point of this is. He's reaching. He's stretching. He's looking for something. He's trying to turn anything and everything into a cudgel against the person who he had, like, a content relationship with, you know, in terms of, like, working together with, and then had a bad break and is now surpassing him, is now talking to larger streamers, is now having a bigger impact, is moving on, while Sunday's making 14 videos about Tyler, each one of them mentioning me for some reason, right? Like, and what did I do? I opened my fucking Discord to this guy, and this is the kind of abuse that I get as in return.
I'm grossed out and tired of this whole space. Like, just genuinely. I didn't...
Then stop making videos on this shit, dude.
Finish. Oh, it continues? You can see banned you from his chat, but he didn't ban me from his chat. I exited his chat. I exited his server before I could be banned. I just told him he's a disgrace and I left.
Oh. I didn't get fired, I quit.
Oh my god, there's gotta be a whole shrine to me with all the eyes cut out of the pictures. He was doing that. One of his thumbnails got the...
Yeah, the thumbnails have Tyler with what, the whited out eyes?
Serial killer eyes cut out of the picture shit. My man's like, if I found out that he's got a secret fucking pub account, he's doing tributes to my picture, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I like literally creepiest fucking person.
Oh, I am so very asexual now. I don't think I am going to be turned on by anything for a significant length of time after that.
The most obvious defender for the Demon Mama allegations that could exist. Fucking flatly, period. Oh my god.
Sunday, do you realize when you react to this, people, like, they hear what he says, and then they look at you, and they conclude that they know what he's talking about, right? This is a really extreme version of posting your L's, and I don't know why you're so obsessed with this guy, why you think reacting to them. No, I just react to him one more time, all of his followers will leave his chat, all of his followers will leave his community, he will be not a real, you know, he will not be able to continue, and I will feel, you know, like I've gotten some kind of W. It's not a W, it's a compounding L. And every single day that you wake up and you continue to obsess about this guy, that L gets bigger and more pronounced.
Ew. I just wanted to talk about that, man. Oh my god. You gotta get it out.
Okay.
Tyler, you're gay. You don't conform to traditional masculinity, like, meanwhile, fucking trying
no,
to
but you do, though. You're like a parody of it. That's the point.
But then why did you call him not a man? What was all that, like, you're not a man? You're not a real man, Tyler. A real man, like, what was that all about? The shit that you said to him while I was letting you talk to each other on my stream, not really interfering, because you were really adamant about the fact that you didn't want a moderator. You didn't want anybody to interfere. Only when he's talking over you do you go, moderator, 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 please save me, please save me. I thought I could steamroll this guy, but he's steamrolling me back. God damn. Do I ever feel like a sucker for letting him in my Discord? That's on me, chat. That L is on me 100%.
Tyler. You're like a gross parody of it. You're like a paper cutout of what, like, a fucking... You're like the kind of thing that the Boys TV show makes fun of.
He's like Homelander?
All the
by the way, like, just to be clear, I never called him gay. The joke was he's like the mountain, but his spine's broken, so I called him the Brokeback Mountain.
So yeah, there's Sunday's explanation for the Brokeback Tyler, the Brokeback Mountain.
He's really tall. That's the
again, you're kind of like making his physical appearance like central to whatever the fuck you were trying to say here. Whatever the fuck you were trying to say in this weird Pepe Sylvia stream where you're fucking drunk off your ass, making Tyler into this big muscle man. Do you blame him for maybe misinterpreting? Like, it's really not clear what you are trying to say, and I can understand where Tyler got that he was being in some way objectified from that. Anyway, let's go back to this chat. This is getting worse and worse and worse, and I'm not paying attention to chat. Welcome in, One Great Earth. Good to see you. Oh my God. What are we? Yeah, not all drunks. Look. It is not for me to judge anybody's relationship with any substance. I'm not their mom. I am not their therapist. I do not know what's going on in their life. And frankly, I don't care. That is not for me to make the judgment of. However, I can't help but notice that this guy is like sending judgment out in every single direction. Two people that he's interacted with negatively recently, myself and Tyler, he's accused of having some sort of a substance issue as he fucking knocks back another beer. I don't know how more clear it could be what's going on. Ah, what a weird response. This whole thing is weird. This whole thing is creeping me out. Like, I'm starting to get the fear, chat. Not trying to derail, but Demon Mama just dropped an address video. Yo. Oh my God, chat. I gotta ask you now. Do you want me to continue with this? Because, like, I don't know how. Look, let's just see what's here. Let's see what's here. Let's see if there's anything else here to do. One more react, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. One more react. Sparksman, I'm right there with you. I need to re-spark. Oh, I'm sorry. I called you Sparksman. It's Starman. I'm sorry. Is that a David Bowie reference?
The intro when Tyler's like, content warning. There's going to be like depictions of etc. and children and.
I think he's saying that intellectually he's a child. Well, no, Fuzzy Slippers. I think he's trying to say that Tyler only interacts with people or engages with people who he can look down upon in a way, in like a maturity sense. I guess that's what I got from it. I don't know. Imagine if you said that President Sunday touched you inappropriate in your soul. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chad, I should make a clip where it looks like that's what I'm saying. See if it gets reacted to. I wouldn't be surprised. A PDF of the soul. What is that? Is this real life? Is this real, chat? That's what I'm asking you. What is a W but two misshapen and intertwined L's? True, Random Girl 3PO. Sunday's a bully and a victim at this. Yeah, cry bully, I think is what we call that, right? Talking together is a bit of a reach. Bully and victim, good point. Not even close to funny. What is an address video? Okay, so my understanding from what is that people are saying that Demon Mama has addressed the allegations. So this is the furry one bringing this to me. I'll take a look and see what we've got, but let me just, it's a good time as any to, wait, am I even in the, oh, I'm not. It's going to take me a second. All right, look. Chat, what we can expect from the address video is for Demon Mama to finally talk about the allegations. That's what we can expect. She's going to talk about the allegations. No, I mean, that's not a derail, especially considering that, like, here, let me see if I've missed anything. So chat, if you've donated, I don't know how to say this. My YouTube alerts aren't working all the time. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. So I'm gonna try to look and see. Okay, we're good on YouTube. Are we good on Twitch? One Greatest Earth, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Yeah, so we are at 35% right now. Now, here's what I want to point out, all right? Furry One just pointed out to me that Demon Mama has made a follow-up video where she talks about the allegations, where she responds to, ostensibly what Tyler said. And if I look at, okay, so seriously, if anybody's donated and you haven't gotten your donation counted, because like I've tracked 35%, we're at 35%, but I've only got 5 as far as what people have voted for, right? And that's Demon Mama response to Tyler. That's what's winning right now, right? It's 38% to 30%, and with an extra 5%, right? But I do realize that some working, also Vosh Populi. That one's working. That one worked. I think what is it? It's the gift subs, right? That sometimes don't, I try to pay attention and do them manually. But yeah, we got 2 for Vosh Populi. I'll round your Canadian dollars up for you. But what I'm trying to say, chat, is this, right? It does look like if we hit the dono goal, it's going to be for Demon Mama response to Tyler. It's strongly looking like that. So, I mean, should I offer you a twofer? Because this would be Demon Mama response to Tyler, right? And that's a very short bit of bonus content, combined with Demon Mama, I guess, talks about the allegations. Yeah, no, I see it. I see it. So yeah, we do indeed have a little bit of extra content. Should I wrap those up as a package deal? Do you want to do that, chat? I feel like that's the most sensible thing. So we're at 37% now. If we hit 100% by the end of the stream, and the poll continues to go the way that it's going now. Now, obviously, chat, things can change. And, if somebody who's already donated wants to let me know where to put their money, I will be more than happy to do that. Or if people who donate after this, want to have an opinion on that, I'll add that there. So things could change. But right now, it's looking like Demon Mama response to Tyler is actually ahead by 42%. No, sorry, 42%. By 12%. There we go. My math is terrible. My math is terrible. What's up, Briskrieg? Yeah, so what I'm saying, chat, is that's going to be a package deal, right? If we normally, like, I would do, something like this tomorrow, but since we are so close to possibly unlocking bonus content involving Demon Mama, let me just be real frank about what we have, right? So she came back to streaming. She hadn't been streaming for a long time. She came back and she did not talk about the allegations. She did not want to talk about the allegations. However, there were people in chat asking her to, and she kept on responding with like, if you think I'm going to respond to harassment against my family and my community, you've got another thing coming. Right, so she was, what is a dono goal? It's like a subs, it's like a total, right? So if it was just subs, then, it would only be available to people who sub. If it was like Sundays dono goal is more like super chats, right? You vote for theory or drama in super chats, right? But mine is all encompassing. It counts for subs on Twitch. It counts for memberships on YouTube. It counts for super chats or super stickers on YouTube. It counts for donations on Throne, which is right over there, or signups for Patreon, right? Basically anything that is a donation gets counted towards the dono goal. Does that make sense? And if we hit the dono goal by the end of the stream, it's like we unlock extra content. So I stay on for a little bit longer and I cover something else. So what I'm considering doing now is packaging up, since they're both fairly short, the Demon Mama's sort of non-response when people in her chat asked her about it. And so I've got the timestamps for that, along with her response to people in the comments, right? Along with the video that she's put out addressing my community on false allegations and harassment. Haven't looked at the video yet. No, you're not derailing, Furry. Look, it might look, I mean, tonight it's not a derail. Yeah, it's unlocking extra weasels, basically. That's right, Simon. DM was legit on vacation. Yeah, I believe you. I think that's what she said in the thing. But yeah, she has actually put out a video responding to, and like I said, like there were some things that Tyler said that I don't think he had like proven, right? I think there is serious reason for concern and some things that are just like, I don't know how you explain that. Some things that need to be addressed and, you know, and taken care of. But there were also some allegations that, you know, I just wasn't like 100% convinced of, right? And it had to do with things like, you know, basically the question of what did Demon Mama know and when did she know it, right? It was stuff like that. So I'm somewhat agnostic about this, although not entirely. I feel like there was some stuff that, oh my god, Starman X says, you're awesome, girl, just awesome. Thank you, Starman X, and thank you, Blitzkrieg, for the gift subs to, let's see, what do we have here? We have Jane. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. We have EMC, oh my god, I don't know if I can read your whole thing. You have many names. You go by many names, EMC, but I'm just going to call you EMC tonight if that's okay. You've just been weaseled. You've just been weaseled too. That's a good thing. Wiuch Tuba. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Marty Poles. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Incub. Been weaseled, and that's a good Incub. But regardless, yeah, thank you, Blitzkrieg, and thank you, Starman X. Let me add that. And again, if you've got an opinion on what content you want to see, right, there's still time to affect the poll. What does this turn into? This turns into 50... I think it turns into 54. So we're 54% of the way towards the dono goal right now. Remember, if you've donated, you feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see come out as bonus content. Right now, Demon Mama responds to Tyler, which I'm going to say I'll package up. I'll package that up with the video that came out tonight, if that wins. I'll give you the full response from Demon Mama so far. Vitingale with the membership, Palestine and ACAB. That brings us up to 57%. Blitzkrieg is interested in Demon Mama, so that's up to 20 points. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure how much more of this we have. I mean, this is just kind of sad. I gotta admit, like, Tyler's song is kind of fire. All right, I definitely understand not wanting to Sunday like talking about you in a weird way, and you know, because he's talking about me in some weird ways too, and I don't appreciate that. But this Sunday, you know, drinking himself into oblivion and Ico rules, barely functioning as keeping Sunday on track. This is not exactly my cup of lager, so to speak, right?
Destiny said as a meme, like, base goon time. And then started talking about his teeth. And Tyler interpreted that as...
Tyler did not interpret the talking about Destiny's teeth as anything other than a dental issue, right? Tyler interpreted Destiny talking about his physical appearance, which Destiny did at length and did little else, right? As a interest in him, in his appearance, right? That's where that was from. But, according to Aiko and Sunday, this is Tyler sexually harassing Sunday and Destiny. It's very Voshian, very, very Voshian criticism. To deflect from weird shit that you're doing involving other streamers, you are now really reaching to try to imply some sort of, boundary crossing that I'm just not, like, if there's any boundary crossing, right? It's Sunday that's done it.
Gooning over Tyler and Tyler's jaw.
I watched the Tyler song on another stream. I'm sorry, I laughed my butt off. Yeah, it was funny.
It's very, very odd. So basically, he was talking about...
What was even funnier, though, was that Sunday thought it was about me when it's about him. That's some projection right there.
Destiny's dick and your dick and his own dick, and it gets worse. Okay?
I know you want to fuck me, but it's harassy. So please, when you go live, stop talking about my dick. Next time you go live, keep it out of your mouth. I know you want it there. I know without a care, you're going to talk.
See, I would have said I know without a doubt.
About my dick.
That's okay.
But hey, please, next time you go...
Everyone's a critic, right?
Live, don't talk about my dick. Please, next...
Yeah, the chatters are trying to tell Aiko that he compares Tyler to Daniel Radcliffe.
Time you go live, don't talk about my dick. Stop. Fucking stop it. Next time you go live, don't talk about my dick.
There we go. I think that's the whole song.
That was ill, but it's nothing compared to what comes next.
Oh, wait, is there more? Is there more? I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah. I hope you didn't eat before this.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Straight off the dome.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at how many, what was one try? Look how sweaty he is. It's like, it was just one, Aiko.
Yeah, can I pick it up? I need to use this credit. He just spread it on one time.
I was just...
I'm trying not to talk, I'm trying not to laugh at Aiko. Like I said, I feel sorry for Aiko. All right, I don't have... I know she's talking shit about me, but like I just feel sorry for her getting dragged into this. I feel like this is not the best use of your skills as a fever streamer, Aiko. All right? You're better than this, Aiko.
Drawing the Brokeback Mountain was about nothing else. It was not about dressing you up like a cowboy. I do not have your face drawn on a sock in my room. I don't say stand attention for me, little soldier, to a crusty sock with your face on. I would never.
Oh yeah, Sunday. He's weird. He's cringe.
Yeah, he's cringe. He's cringe. What's wrong?
He's got a weird dick. You never fucking seen it. All up in his face.
Oh my god.
It's not done.
It's not done. We got more.
Do you need a minute?
Keep going.
Aiko is a straight man, the straight man in this comedy routine. Yeah.
And for some reason, my actual
she almost seems like President Sunday's caretaker. You're not wrong.
Literal dick in its description lives rent free in his mouth. I don't know how harder I could fucking own somebody than that. I don't know. He's never gonna respond to my points. Well, never gonna respond to my points. Like, how about I just respond to it? It's weird that you brought up my dick more than once, ever. Fucking weird that you said Brokeback Mountain about me. That's strange.
I mean, I will say this. As a homosexual male, this is the gayest fucking thing I've seen in some time.
It gets worse.
I don't mind.
That's not what your editor told me Sunday.
Oh wait, in case
that you said Brokeback Mountain about me. That's strange. You call me gay. I don't mind.
Okay. Point of information, just very quickly.
What I'm doing.
For people who are not film aficionados like myself, Brokeback Mountain. It's not about a
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's the cowboys that are gay.
Wait, no, but the movie is not about the mountain. Does he not understand cinema? Was he paying too much attention to the cinematography? Does he not care about the story? During the chat, Aiko literally implies that Tyler unalived children when he was a gunner in the Marines, and Sunday was totally silent about it. And here's the weird thing about that, Anthony, right? If they had problems with Tyler as a combat veteran, right? If they had a hang-up, if Sunday had a hang-up about, like, you know, being friends with somebody like that, you would have thought that that sort of thing would have come out before their you know, before they had their fight, right? Instead, it's only this opinion is only expressed after they start beefing, right? So no problem with being friends with Tyler until Tyler gets on Sunday's bad side.
It's not the mountain. And actually, to be clear, I don't think we've actually... I haven't seen Brokeback Mountain. I'm just inferring because I didn't see the Joker making out with no rock.
Excuse me? Where's the Joker coming in? Oh, chat, am I missing something? Am I missing something? Why is the Joker? I thought the Joker was card posting. Remember? Here, we got the map. We got President Sunday's mind map. All right, we can find this. Card posting. Look. Shed Joker is card posting. He can't remember card posting's name at first because he's a little too inebriated. Somebody in chat tells him, and there we go. The Joker, card posting. There we go.
Thing they kept saying, it's like, oh, he's taller than Sunday. It's like, I don't know why you're saying this, but okay.
Oh wait, no, wrong video. It's all the same. It's all the same. His content is 100% fungible. You can cut it up like a Burroughs novel and remix it to your... In fact, it is like a Burroughs novel with that whole weird scene of the Tyler's having a face on his junk. Like that's very Cronenberg-esque.
On that movie cover. But no. All right, press on.
What was his fucking point? Yeah, the mountain wasn't gay, but the movie's not about the mountain. The mountain is the locality where they fall in love.
My little voices and singing show tunes, it might infer.
Is Tyler a lib? I don't know what Tyler's ideology is. I think he's to the left of a lib, maybe. Heath Ledger was the Joker. Well, in that one, Brett asked, but I think that Sunday is using the Joaquin Phoenix. Speaking of Joaquin Phoenix, right? Tyler's left of center, I guess. Yeah, definitely left of center. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix is I guess reprising the role as the Joker soon, so there's gonna be another. But I'm kind of sad because in this universe, apparently, I don't know if the Joker ever fights Batman, right? The Joker is a adult, and Batman's like a little kid. At this point, when we last left the cinematic universe of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker.
Something about me.
Oh, Heath Ledger was also in Brokeback Mountain. Thanks for reminding me. I totally forgot that. I totally forgot that Heath Ledger was in that movie too. Yeah. Brett S., good call.
What is that accent?
But
was that supposed to be like a southern drawl? That was terrible. But this guy was
like
American.
a gay southern drawl.
Wait, is it a gay southern drawl? Let's check this out. What are we talking about?
But no. All right, press on.
My little voices and singing show tunes, it might infer something about me.
I mean, he's making fun of the fact that Sunday's in his mind, in his perception of things, Sunday is calling him gay. So he's doing the gay version of himself. Just apparently a southern lawyer.
What is that accent?
But
was that supposed to be like a southern drawl? That was terrible. But this guy was
like
American.
a gay southern drawl.
When I'm doing my little voices and singing show tunes, it might infer something about me.
I don't know what that is.
But me being hot and having shared some stories about myself does not give people carte blanche to talk about my.
I cannot handle him calling himself hot. It makes me cringe. Like,
and look, I'm not really gonna body shame someone on this. I'm not gonna descend to that level here.
That's a good idea, Sunday.
He's shaped like a sweaty onion.
I thought you said you weren't going to do that. Be the first to cover it? Look, I might. Is Sobo Hapians trying to get me to address the Demon Mama allegations? Sobo Hapians, you're coming in here. You're coming in here hot, okay? You're coming in here hot with the
Talk about the allegations!
You're coming in here hot saying talk about the allegations, and I'm just like I'm tipster here. I'm just like, when Sunday's like,
this is going bad.
This is going real bad. This is going really bad. Like, what kind of
dingus gambit
am I expected to make here? Okay, so like I said, chat, here's my deal, okay? We are very close to having watched enough of this Suntent to make a respectable segment, all right? I've got a dono goal. You see it right up there. Oh wait, no, I need to scroll, don't I? All right, look at that dono goal at 57% out of 100%. Now, what is winning on the dono goal? Oh, look at this. Look at this. The winner in terms of the poll is Demon Mama responds to Tyler. Okay. Which would pair nicely with a nice Chianti and fava beans. No, just kidding. It would pair nicely with this video by Demon Mama, right? I am perfectly willing to do that if we hit the dono goal tonight. There are rules. I mean, no, Sobo, I'm not mad at Sobo. I understand why people are asking. Yeah, no caps is a good rule, though. I do try to encourage people. You don't need to yell. You can use your inside voices here. But yeah, I donate you plebs. You're still yelling. You're still yelling.
Yeah.
Like, you're okay looking, but you're fucking average, dude. Like, chill. Like you don't look like Wick. You got that going for you, but you're also significantly younger, and you should have seen Wick when he was younger. Terrifying. Terrifying what?
I would be okay.
Did you see that? Did you see that picture?
What is 121 super chatted $10 Vox Populi.
$10 for Vox Populi. Okay. So that has got us up to 67. 67%. That is fully 2/3 of the way there. Vox Populi actually doing pretty well tonight with 12%. Now, you know what Vox Populi does, right? It takes away from everything that gets donated for. So if there's donos in boosting the levels of anything, it takes them back down. So right, for instance, like Demon Mama response to Tyler right now is only getting an 8% boost rather than a 20% boost because of Vox Populi. So just so people understand that, you know, you're saying, I believe in the voice of the people, I believe in the vote, I want the vote to win. And this time the vote and the donos are actually kind of going in the same direction. Kind of going in the same direction here.
No.
You didn't...
Now what is Sunday saying about Wick? Now this is interesting lore, possibly, right? And I gotta admit, right, I do get some strange, like, vibes of Sunday's interest in Tyler, all right? I'm just being honest. I don't know anything. I can't read Sunday's mind. It's just what it looks like to me. And now we're going to talk about Wick.
Significantly younger, and you should have seen...
Does Sunday have a problem? Chat, look at this screen cap right here. Do you think Sunday maybe has a problem?
Wick when he was younger.
You should have seen Wick when he was younger.
Terrifying. Terrifying what...
I would be okay.
Did you see that? Did you see that picture?
No.
You didn't see Wick as like a 20-year-old?
No.
Oh god, that gave me like an existential crisis.
What? Did he look better?
Oh my god, he was like...
Look normal?
No, he was like above average.
I don't know if I can find you this picture. I've never seen, and I almost don't want to look at a picture of Wick. Here, let me just show you what Wick looks like now. All right, here, let's make him bigger. All right, this is who we're talking about, right? This is what he looks like right now. I don't know about this young Wick picture. I don't know if I want to see. I don't necessarily trust Sunday's judgment as far as, you know, people's like hotness, but Sunday is clearly indicating that he finds the younger version of Wick to be quite striking. So I ask you again, does Sunday have a problem about inappropriately talking about other streamers in the space?
Very good looking, very good looking, terrifying.
All right, someone send that to me. Someone send that to me for later.
For later. Oh no, don't say it that way, Aiko. I know what you mean, but like people are gonna take that entirely the wrong way.
Okay. Yeah.
About me.
It gave me a new respect for his current aesthetic, actually. You know? Not for anything else, but just for owning
Embracing
that.
it. Yeah, owning
well,
what
I mean,
he
not
is
bracing
now.
anything, clearly. He doesn't have anything to put braces on, but...
But we gotta do a tooth joke on Wick.
Okay.
Sorry, it's obligatory. If we mention Wick, I have to mention his teeth.
If we mention Wick, I have to mention him sexually harassing Pixie on the dating show that he set up just to sexually harass her. Anyway.
So this one I don't know about, but yeah, Sunday's Wick is another streamer. This is Wick, right? That Sunday's beefed with, and now we're commenting on Wick's looks, right? I don't know what part of this makes you think that you're beating the allegations, Sunday. You're like doubling down. You're doubling down.
And having shared some stories about myself does not give people carte blanche to talk about my reproductive organs. Matter of fact, it's weird. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it when other people do it. If I do it, I should be called out on it. I know sometimes things slip out. Not with him. It never slips out.
No!
Lodged in
no!
There somehow. Shout out Eminem. I get it. I understand the Machine Gun Kelly beef.
I don't understand that reference.
I don't understand that either.
There was a beef where years ago, Machine Gun Kelly said something about Eminem's daughter being...
Ritz Creek says above average is actually high praise for President Sunday. That's what I mean. And it's a weird thing to say about somebody that you've talked so much shit about, right? It's a strange thing. Does Sunday have, like, to me, it feels like, You know, like when conservatives will talk about AOC, but in a way that like sort of belies thirst. Wait, they all stole your glasses? Notice that. Wait, who stole my glasses? Did Wick steal my glasses? I don't think that's what was meant.
Hot or something. And that's what that was. So I don't understand what the connection is there, but
wait, both of them, both of who?
Yeah.
But like, God fucking damn it.
FTW says Wick was a charming fella before Dark Souls came out. I mean, I've never seen these pictures. Does he dip his wick? Oh my God, does he dip his wick? I get it.
Leave me the fuck alone, man.
Did I just compare Wick to AOC? That's a weird comparison. Even if they did the fusion dance, and I didn't realize we'd be getting Steven Universe references in here. Or is that a Dragon Ball Z reference? It could be a Dragon Ball Z reference as well. Multiply their talents together, they would still not amount to less than nothing. What, Sunday and Wick?
About that shit, you want to make fun of my content? Okay, you want to call fucking FD Signifier racist? I don't give a shit, but like, can you not? It's...
Wait, it was a quote from Demon Mama's partners? What was a quote? I brought a quote and I got an eye roll in return. It was dismissive of CSAM. Oh, in terms of Demon Mama? Yeah, chat, we're kind of veering towards... Wick always tells the truth, says Blitzkrieg. I love that joke. I love that joke. We're veering towards watching actually the Demon Mama video tonight. It's looking like it's looking ever more possible.
It's very weird for him and the Ico person to be talking about my cock and like chuckling about it. It's very weird.
Good channel name for you, by the way, the Ico person.
Yeah, true. I'm one of the gender people now.
I don't think either of us ever mentioned. I don't think I've covered anything Tyler related unless you've brought it up because you've been digging and I've just been avoiding it.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone
Ico's been digging.
Brought up anything to do with Tyler's genitalia except in response to him bringing it up.
Yeah.
In the context of talking about me.
Yes. Or Destiny.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say that, like, considering he acted out you masturbating.
Wait, Top G Bottom Lobster, it feels like you're just not getting the attention that you want, and you're reacting in a way that's gonna get you, like, it's gonna get you banned. But there's, like, no need for that, right? You're making assumptions about what the mods disposition. You think that the mods in here are sweeping for Demon Mama? When I said that I thought that some of what Tyler said was like incontrovertible, I was talking about the inappropriate tweets by Demon Mama's partner, right? And I said the only question in my mind was, what did Demon Mama know and when did she know it? Yeah, it's just a silly thing to get banned for. Are you okay? Looks like maybe Sunday's not the only one that's got a problem here. What the fuck? What kind of weird reaction is this? It really sucks to see a chatter that I like to hear from, like, lose their shit and flame out on the mods. Like, that's so weird. That's so fucking weird. Oh my god, it's fucking tragic.
To completion on...
I don't know what happened, but it's... I do not know what happened. I do not know what's going on here. But it sounds like neither do you, Top G Bottom Lobster. It sounds like you've made some assumptions that didn't turn out so...
Pornhub in tribute to him.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
So I'm just saying, if anyone's talking about anyone's dick... Yeah.
Was that between us? He called my audience the Gruber Defense League. Now let's describe his penis. Can you pour through all of his videos? Look how sweaty he is. God, he's so fucking sweaty. He's so sweaty. He's so sweaty. Why is he so sweaty? Oh,
No,
God, he's so
you're sweaty, Tyler, because you're fake laughing because you're desperately trying to fill time because you have nothing to say because you're kind of dumb. Little dumb.
That, but also, I think
that's the worst reaction you can have when you just need. I don't know if this person like needed my attention or needed the mod's attention, but if you don't notice, right, I don't respond to like everyone in chat because I've got too much going on. I've got Twitch chat, I've got YouTube chat. Sometimes I have Shorts chat going on. If you need a babysitter, you've come to the wrong place, though. I cannot babysit you.
You know, the fake laughter is mostly to hide the violence. You know, when he's like pounding his chest and slamming.
Like it just looks like he's suffering constantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
People say that they could see his dick through his sweatpants. Just disgusting. Broke back Tyler. You could see his dick through his sweatpants. Oh, he's so sweaty. He's so sweaty. He's sweaty. His dick.
Wait, is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be a gay voice?
I think that's supposed to be my voice.
Was it Aiko's voice? Which one's the Aiko one? Oh, that one.
You could see his dick through his sweatpants. Just disgusting. Broke back Tyler. You could see his dick through his sweatpants. Oh, he's so sweaty. He's so sweaty.
Yeah, I guess that's supposed to be Aiko.
He's sweaty. His dick. Wait,
is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be a gay voice?
I think that's supposed to be my voice.
I don't.
He's so sweaty. Listen, does it count as me talking about his dick when I play him talking about his own dick?
I don't think that's. I don't think that's. I don't.
He put me up on screen. He put me.
What is that?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, this just to remind everyone real quick.
Okay, go for it.
What he said about Destiny, watching why Destiny wasn't paying attention to his Demon Mama video when he put it on.
He put me up on screen, and Destiny's just like, God damn, this guy's as hot as fuck. Let's compare him to other hot guys. Yeah. Destiny was fucking distracted about my fucking jaw. Destiny was over there just like fucking like literally downloading me into his spank bank. Like I watched it in his eyes. I have been hot for a while. All right. You don't have to believe that. If I'm not your type, it's fine. But people stare at me and I know that they're going to go home later and crack one out to the thought of me naked. It happens. It is what it is. I can't. Until you've been walking around at the gym and a woman you've never seen before looks at your dick and smiles, I don't know how to convince you that there's just a different way to live in this life. Yeah, I just got objectified is what happened. I like people are like, wow, you didn't do a good job of that story. Like the guy wants to jerk off to me. He's not the first and he's not the last, my friend. I get it. It's fine. Hey, the dude's Coomer brain. I don't give a fuck.
No one talked about Tyler's dick until Tyler talked about Tyler's dick, and then I recorded it and just played it for people, okay?
Who refers to... Maybe I'm old, but who refers to masturbation as cracking one out?
No one.
That sounds painful.
I think he meant cranking, which some people say, I guess.
I don't know. The image that I got when he said cracking one out was of an egg. You know what I'm saying? You know, like an egg yolk? I thought that was the one. What do these people have to do with Destiny and Demon Mama? So Tyler did a video about one of Demon Mama's partners who had said some stuff on Twitter, you know, very similar to the Vosh, you know, the kind of pictures that were in Vosh's tax folder, but the male equivalent to that, right? So now that part's like incontrovertible, right? Those are tweets that are actually still up, and there's no explanation for that shit. There's not going to be a good explanation for that shit, right? So if anybody's in here thinking that I'm sweeping for Demon Mama or that my mods are sweeping for Demon Mama, like, understand. There's a thumbnail of Demon Mama flipping me off, right? She fucking hates my guts. And I've never really had a very high opinion of her. I do sometimes, like, I have seen her getting a raw deal from people like Destiny in terms of, like, him acting like that she is somehow a person that deserves to be, like, deplatformed or chased off the internet or harassed off the internet or whatever, right? And I don't agree with that. But yeah, no, she's up her own ass. And, you know, she's tied in with Vosh and all of his bullshit. She hasn't said anything, as far as I know, about the tax folders. She hasn't distanced herself from any of that stuff, right? So I don't have a high opinion of Demon Mama, right? The question we have here is, like, you know, with the Glooby stuff, is like, what did Demon Mama know and when did she know it? And in that sense, like, yeah, Tyler's video maybe left something to be desired. But so Destiny watched Tyler's video, and instead of concentrating, because Destiny hates Demon Mama, instead of concentrating on the Demon Mama, the allegations against Demon Mama, Destiny chose to concentrate on Tyler's physical appearance. And so Tyler's reaction to that was like, what, does he have a thing for me?
Like you crack open a cold one with the boys. You don't crack one out. If you're if it's cracking, you're doing something wrong.
That person said they literally reported her to the FBI. They're a very intense hater.
Not that I'm an expert, but seems...
You heard cranking. OnlyFacts says it sounds like Tyler said cranking, not cracking. But yeah, the cracking thing made me think of like an egg or something.
Seems to me. If it's audible in that way, anatomical missteps are being made.
Miska says I had to do some stuff when I left. They were already talking about Tyler's hog. Some of that was in reaction to what is the way reaction videos go, but it's a bit of Brokeback Mountain out of a Crying Game molehill. Okay, I'm trying to remember Crying Game.
Okay, what I will say too is that Tyler isn't just talking.
But it's really wild to be such an intense Demon Mama hater that you get banned from NCC chat. Do you know that if you go, like, my name is like banned in Demon Mama's chat? Like, I'm not like allowed to exist. I'm not allowed to be referred to. Demon Mama hates me with an indescribably intense passion. And has done some things and said to me and said some things about me that are just, like, inexcusable. But those things happened years ago, and I tend not to hold on to grudges against people.
About his own.
Especially people who've been harassed a lot themselves. I think somebody mentioned somebody else who's been the victim of harassment and wasn't exactly the biggest fan of my own. It's the same way. It's the same way. You're not going to provoke a response of me attacking somebody who's at the bottom of a dog pile. But in this case, in the case of what Tyler's brought up, in terms of the, you know, Demon Mama's having a minor working for her, and the things that minor was exposed to in Demon Mama's community, there's no excuse for that. There is actually no excuse for that.
Own dick, he's talking about other people and their dicks in relation to his. So that's where the sexual harassment comes in case anyone is confused. Okay? He is doing these elaborate...
Well, I'm not confused. You're fucking stretching. You're trying to turn streamer banter into sexual harassment, right? And the only one who's I see that's really been objectified to any extent here, or at least the victim one of that objectification, is actually Tyler.
Well, generally it's involving other people without their active engagement in weird, fictitious sexual speculations on his part.
Yes. He is, I guess, misunderstanding someone's perception of him, like their reaction to him, like Destiny watching his video, you saying the Brokeback Mountain thing. But before that, I forget why he was saying Which came first, the tribute thing or the Brokeback Mountain thing? Like, I don't remember which one. Like,
I think the.
I found out that he's got a secret fucking Pornhub account. And he's doing tributes to my picture. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't.
But
I don't know if it matters. Because
No,
like
either
a
way,
pun
I'm just
pun
saying-
based on a movie title is not
no.
equivalent
I just
to
don't remember
making
why
glug glug sounds, right?
when he was like, "Notice me, senpai." Oh no, it wasn't that. It was the thumbnails. Your thumbnails of him as a cow. I don't know what.
There we go. You're onto something, Aiko. You're onto something.
Why
Should I show you these thumbnails?
they were considered sexual because.
Let me see if I can show you what she's talking about.
He's a cow. The joke
The,
is he's a lol cow, and he's being milked like a cow.
All right, there's one.
I'll show the one he was talking about because it is extremely disturbing that he considered it sexual in any way. This one. Okay, where's this one? The cow with the milk coming out of its teats. This is sexual.
Okay, I got a better one for you, though. I got a better one. Let me see if I can get this one to show up right. You see that one right there? I mean, I wouldn't say this one is anthropomorphic, I guess. There's another picture, though. So this motif of Tyler as a cow drinking milk. Now, I don't know if you know this, chat, but the kinds of cows that drink milk are calves. They are baby cows. Okay, wait. God damn it. One of them you can't see. So it's a little bit weird when you've got an adult cow drinking milk. God damn it, there's one more thumbnail. I can't find it, though. There's the one that Aiko showed. He might have taken it down. Okay, yeah, there's a thumbnail that seems to not be here anymore. Let me see if I can show it to the other one to you. Wow, the Tyler videos are not doing that well for him. I gotta say, the Vosh videos did a lot better for Sunday. In the Keffels videos. How far am I gonna have to go down for... Okay, so there's one, Birth of a Lol Cow. Now, that one's, you know, got Tyler, I don't know, messily drinking milk, I guess? But there's another one that does not seem to be there. I don't know. You're a bad friend. Tyler's a skinwalker. I don't think I counted all the videos, chat. I honestly think it's more than, I think it's more than 14 videos. Like, I think I undercounted Sunday's videos on Tyler. There is one that they are not showing that I think is... Like, it's Tyler depicted as a cow, and he's drinking milk. Let's try it this way, Tyler. Okay, so there's the excretory one. The motif that is being played with here is the motif of milk as another white substance. If that makes sense, right? I feel like there's a thumbnail that's being taken down. I can't prove it, but I feel like there's a thumbnail that looks kind of like this one, kind of like this Birth of a Lolcow thumbnail, except it's Tyler, he's been anthropomorphized. And the whole idea of a cow drinking milk, too. Like, the point of a lolcow, like, this one actually makes more sense, right? The one that Aiko's showing sort of makes more sense. Because, you know, at least there I can understand that you're saying he's a lolcow, and he's, like, producing so much milk that it's painful, and it's creating a sea of milk below him. Like, that one is actually, like, defensible on the lines that, you know, this is, you know, calling Tyler a lolcow here. The cow is not drinking any milk in this picture, because adult cows don't drink milk. They, you know, some of them create milk, and some of them create another white substance, right? So anyway,
I mean, with that face, I can kind of see it. But he also...
or else Ellipsis says it is kind of sexual, not gonna lie. Yeah, and there's one that is missing that I can't find, right? That I think is even more so. But again, I can't be sure.
Who made that face? Say, why were you making that face, Tyler? What was the context of that? I am curious.
Exactly. So...
But that's just also, that is an excretory expression on his face, which is why I used it.
Okay, well then I guess it is your fault.
That one kind of is. However, there are other kinds of excretions besides sexual ones, to be clear. For example...
Yes. Milk.
Okay, let's move on, please. This is...
Yours?
It's your thumbnails, buddy. If you got a problem with those thumbnails, to have a conversation with your thumbnail artist. That's all I gotta say.
Spready bottom needs to be told a lesson.
So that stuff happened before. That was based on the cow thumbnail.
Right. And that was a little while. I think that was a little while before the State of Play video.
Yes. So he was fantasizing about you.
What's the thumbnail with Tyler with the jizz on his face? I think it's actually supposed to be milk, but it's kind of like, because a cow doesn't actually drink milk unless it's a baby cow, it gets a little weird, right? The fascination with Tyler drinking milk.
Gooning over him.
I haven't even. We should do a Sunday drink tracker, right? I might just be because the furry community ruined cows, but pretty weird thumbnails. Yeah, and there's even a weirder one I think that got maybe taken down. I can't find it.
Putting these thumbnails saying, "Notice me, senpai," thinking about, you know, punishing him, you know, as his bot, as making him your bottom.
Oh, you're talking about Miskatonic's talking about the crying game? I had to do some stuff when I left. They were already talking about Tyler's Hog, some of that. It's a bit Brokeback Mountain out of a crying game molehill. Oh, a mountain out of a molehill. I'm just trying to understand where the crying game talks like crosses paths with that. She made them? I actually don't know. Narwhal by Nature brings up a good point. I know that some of his thumbnails, at least the images of Tyler in them, at least one of the thumbnails, was made by Aiko, but I can't say for sure about the rest.
Doing cum tributes on Pornhub. So these are all just completely... He's the one that created this sexual fantasy. And it was not started by you. It was not started. It was only him. I'm just throwing that out. Okay.
All right. So chat, like I said, where are we at right now? Oh my God, people are really voting for this Demon Mama content. So it looks like people are really into this idea of covering Demon Mama's first Demon Mama's kind of like non-reactions or her like under-reactions or her refusals to engage with the accusations made by Tyler, right? And then the Demon Mama video from tonight itself, right? Are people still down for that? We're 67% of the way towards the dono goal. That means we're only 33% away from it, right? And we've got every possibility of hitting it. What's up, Yolkio? Yolkio says the drama that started these two A-logging on Tyler was the expose about Demon Mama's partner Fawn and an interaction with an underaged mod. Yeah, true. I mean, that's where the... So Tyler made that video. The video maybe left something to be desired in terms of like firm proof of every single claim. Although there were some claims, there were some things that were pointed out, including those, those tweets by Demon Mama's partner that were like incontrovertibly like inappropriate. And some of the things that Demon Mama's partner said to Glooby also. The thing that is like... that would be nice to know is like, or to have solid proof of, was like Demon Mama's knowledge of the underage status of the person in question, right? And also, Vitingale, thank you for redeeming the cat ears. I will put those on for you at the risk of being made fun of by sussy bakas like these two. I will put on those cat ears. 11 memberships to go. That's about right. Yeah, I think you're right, Narwhal. The 11 memberships would do it. But yeah, if people want to do that, like I'm willing to, like we're getting close to the, I don't know how much of this I want to cover like the rest of, but we're getting close to the end of this topic. But yeah, like I said, if we hit the dono goal, I will throw in the Demon Mama video from tonight. I would love to react to that tonight. Cat ears are always a good idea. What's up, Lisa Blogger? I'm glad you like cat ears. Some people have some weird ideas about girls who wear cat ears, but that's okay. That's not for me to worry about.
Can you pour through all of his videos? Look how sweaty he is. God, he's so fucking sweaty. He's so sweaty. He's so...
Just as long as you make sure to tell Sunday it's the chat, all right, making me wear the cat ears, right? I'm at their beck and call. Tell him it's audience capture.
Sweaty. Why is he...
So I shouldn't make you the, you don't have to be the messenger.
So sweaty. Oh God, he's so fucking...
You can just be a chatter if you want.
Sweaty. People say that they can see his dick through his sweatpants. Just disgusting. Brokeback Tyler, you can see his dick through his sweatpants. Oh, he's so sweaty. He's so sweaty. He's sweaty.
No one said that about... Listen, he's the one that said he goes to the gym.
Look, you said shit about Tyler. It's kind of weird. He's interpreting it in a certain way. Now, look, I'm going to be super charitable here and say, like, I don't have a way to look into people's minds and know what their intentions are when they say things. It is a weird coincidence how many things that were said about Tyler kind of imply a certain feeling. In the same way that when right-wingers talk about AOC, it sort of sounds like, you know, a little bit of thirst hate. I don't know which right-wingers actually have thirst hate towards AOC, but, you know, there's a lot of smoke for there not to be a fire. That's all. That's all. It's not incontrovertible proof of anything. It's just a little weird. That's all, right? And again, I like I said before, I feel bad for Aiko getting dragged into this. I feel like her fever streamer skills are not being put to good use here.
And a woman looks at his dick and smiles, okay? No one else is talking about sweatpants. I wasn't imagining sweatpants. I don't know. I don't know.
His dick, sweaty dick. Fuck!
See, I feel like the normal thing to do here, right? If somebody says that they feel like you're talking about them in a way that's like slightly off-putting, the normal reaction here would be like, hey, listen, that's not what I was trying to say, but this is getting weird, and I don't want to be a part of it, so I'm just going to kind of stop talking about it, right? That's how I would handle this, right? I think that it's possible for people to misinterpret each other. I think it's possible for people to, you know, think that a comment like Tyler the Brokeback Mountain is implying something more than a man with a, you know, a hurt back that is large in frame and musculature. Do you see though where it's coming from? Do you see where the misperception might be coming from, right? And if you two have gotten your wires crossed and you're misunderstanding each other, it's a really easy thing to do to just kind of like back out the door, or maybe do a Homer Simpson and back into the bushes. At this point, Sunday, I think your best bet is the Homer Simpson, right? Just disappear back into the bushes. Just like, I've gotten 15, 16, 20 videos out of this guy. That's enough. That's enough. I'm not gonna kill his streaming career. I'm not gonna like burn bridges for him. I'm just looking weird here. And he's, you know, talking about, you know, the things that I've said as if maybe there was a little bit more than I intended to. Maybe Sunday, you know, like, I'm perfectly willing to entertain the possibility that Sunday did not mean anything boundary crossing, right? But I'm also, I got to admit that from Tyler's perspective, it could easily look like that, right? Oh, wow. Okay, so what are we doing? We're adding to the sub goal. First, we add 5 for Marina's super chat. That gets us to 72. Let's see. What did Marina say? Oh, it's a doge. It is a doge. A doge at a dojo, maybe? With a good job? That's what we're doing here with the super sticker. Thank you, Marina. I haven't seen that one. Yeah, it says a good job. So we got 72 there. FTW all day. Donating 5 gifted subs. Let me read those out for you. Crispy Critter. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Freddy Deathbear. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Quella. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Unobtainium. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Jonathan Fiddix. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you for the super chats, FTW all day. That's very it's very nice of you. That puts us up to 87%. Yeah, we're 13% away from. And chat, if you want to, I'll go right to, like, it sounds like a lot of people are really hoping to get that Demon Mama content tonight. I'm willing to cover that. In fact, that's what's winning right now. Yeah, 41% are voting for Demon Mama response to Tyler. I'm throwing in the Demon Mama video tonight as a package deal, right? If we hit that sub goal for Demon Mama response to Tyler. So that's what's winning right now. If there's anybody else who have not gotten your... So when you super chat, feel free to let me know which of the topics you're voting for, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. I'll add that to the topic of your choice, including Vox Populi, which if you say Vox Populi, You're saying that you want to throw it back to the chat. You want the chat's votes to count more. You want the donations to count less, right? So it's almost like a counter donation if you say Vox Populi. But yeah, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see. I wonder why Wu and Chud broke up. Oh, that's an interesting story. But I don't know if they were ever that close, honestly, Lisa Blogger. What do you think? Were they ever that close? Lady Badass says, not gonna lie, President Sunday, his voice impression of him by Tyler reminds me of a farmer, of the farmer used as a skin suit by the alien in Men in Black. To me, it reminds me of John McLaughlin. Anybody know who John McLaughlin is? The old political figure that's like dead now. He used to have a Sunday show, and it was hilarious. I think they've done like Saturday Night Lives about John McLaughlin. That's where I saw him from. Old classic Saturday Night Live. Just pretty cringe if I'm thinking about it. You remember him? You know who I'm talking about? He would be like wrong, Eleanor. Well, John, I think it's blah 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 blah. Wrong, Morton. Well, John, actually, I think it's blah 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 blah. Wrong. It's actually blah blah blah. I don't remember that much about it, but it was funny. But yeah, do you think that Tyler's voice of Sunday, his voicing of Sunday, it kind of sounds like John McLaughlin? That's who it brings to mind for me. There's one other person though, I can't remember. I remember commenting this before, that it's like a mishmash between John McLaughlin and like somebody else. You don't mind messaging. I don't really have anything to say to Sunday though, right? The McLaughlin group, that's what it's called. Yeah. He has such a funny little man. He was such a funny little man. Oh, McLaughlin, yeah. So yeah, we're 13% away from hitting that goal. It's entirely possible that we will hit it tonight, and I'll throw in extra content for you. How about that? NCC is our beck and call. Wait, you're calling me a call girl? No, I think that's not what you meant. Irene is a furry confirmed. Oh my gosh.
Bro, just call me a slur for the love of fucking God. Just like abandon all pretense and call me slurs. I have a hyperactive imagination.
Hmm.
Oh no, chat.
Think of a slur.
Can we think of a slur? Yeah, she's not serious. She's not serious about
Can I
that.
be honest with you? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm robbing all of them of their power if I use them. I feel like they should be spared.
Well, he's not in spicy chat right now, so he won't call Tyler the R slur. He saves that one for either J-Stalk or spicy chat.
You dumb cracker bitch.
That works.
Okay.
That works.
Thanks,
That's pretty
Hassan.
good. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. Thanks, Hassan.
Okay, sometimes people say stuff to me and it actually will literally appear in my head. And I do not want to have any thoughts relative to any of that shit. I know fucking Sunday's weird fucking audio. I know I said it twice. His weird, creepy as fuck, creepy, weirdo fuck, hyper obsessed, creepy fucking audience is probably drawing pictures of it. Because they're in the fuck. I've tried you as a locale. God, imagine him. Imagine all the milk coming out of him. Imagine he's so sweaty, his fucking dick in his sweatpants. He's so sweaty, Brokeback Tyler. God, all the milk coming out of him is just piling around his feet. All the milk pouring out of him. He's just milk everywhere. Just, I'm gonna draw it. Look, I'm drawing the milk.
I haven't gotten this far yet.
This motherfucker. I can't wait to log on to the next Sunday stream and watch that.
Oh, you will. Oh, you will. I know you will, Tai Tai. And I'm going to tell you right now that you are a disturbed man. I don't know if this is like has anything to do with like, you know, the machine gunning brown children in Iraq. I have no idea what happened to you that made you like this. I don't know if like your sexual degeneracy has anything to do with like trying to cover up all the bloodshed you did in the past. We deal with trauma in different ways. I'm not sure, but you should probably get help. And if you are getting help, you should get different help.
Better help?
What's wrong with this? Why does he keep saying we're weird? You fucking
I'm just like, imagine if you will.
Look, I don't want to talk about this, right? But when I hear somebody suggesting that somebody get help, and they're sitting with somebody that's made like 16 videos about this guy, and I don't even want to say it, right? I don't even want to say it, because like I said, I am not Sunday's mom, I'm not Sunday's therapist, but this stream is brought to you by I don't know what. Is it Newcastle? It's something, right? And for somebody that really likes to talk about other people's potential like substance use and abuse, like I can't sit here and watch him pound you know, one beer after another and not see this as some kind of a projection, right? Which, you know, again, that's not my floor. That's not my problem. That's none of my concern. That's not for me to worry about, right? It's just like, you know, projection can be a way of denial, of maybe saying somebody else needs help when you might be the one that needs to reach out. I don't know.
This guy on the bus. Every single one of you, and Tyler's audience included, you are edging away to the other side.
Yes.
This is not normal. This isn't adult or child humor. This is a deeply troubled individual who is stuck inside his own head.
Yes, Sunday. Yes, it is.
And it is not a pretty place to be stuck.
Yes. This is the person that when I'm on the subway, you know, and then I get off the car and walk to the other car. Because I don't know what he's going to do. Maybe I'll wait for a different train because I don't know what he's going to do on the train.
Yeah. Dude. Yeah, thank you, Andrew Blood, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much.
What does that sound?
I got to get to this next.
Sunday's put off by Glorpo. That's something that I share with him. Like, right, I feel like, look, Lisa Blogger, it's not my place to say. It's not my place to say, okay? But it's also not Sunday's place to say, when it comes to, you know, imagining other people having substance issues. That's the problem. That's the issue, right? Sunday's life is Sunday's life, and Sunday hopefully has friends and loved ones that will take care of him and check in with him and let him know if they perceive a problem. Sunday's an adult, he can take care of himself. It's not for me to say, like it's but the amount of projection coming out of this guy about these substances that he imagines other people having a problem with, it just kind of, it all points back to him. It all points back to him.
That's his gross vomiting dono thing.
That's the Glorpo, yeah. Glorpo kind of weirds me out. Like, it's the sound. Okay, it's more than anything, it's the sound of Glorpo. Glorpo is like just very, I don't know. He did a good job. He did a good job making Glorpo all, like, Glorpo's a slime slug or something, and Glorpo sounds like a slime slug. If you imagine a slime slug vomiting, that's what it would sound like. It's Tyler's voice acting being so on point about a slimy vomiting slug that actually makes Glorpo so fucking disturbing. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult Glorpo, right? Again, it's not for me to say whether Glorpo is gross or not. Just like it's not for me to say if Sunday, you know, maybe buys too many books and...
Okay.
Yep.
I had to get that off my chest because it's about me. Like, Jesus Christ. The story they're bringing up, too, is one where I was just like, it felt complimentary, but it was also a little sexually harassed.
Narrow by Nature, thank you for the... Oh my gosh, wait, that's a controller leveling up. Wait, is that like a Nintendo controller? What is that? I feel like I should know this one. It's like one of those old Nintendo... It's one of the... It's before the, It's before the Switch. What are the Nintendos? Oh my god, before the 64? Is it the 64? But yeah, thank you for the super chat, regardless of what kind of controller that is. That gets us up to 97% out of 100. We're pretty damn close. We're pretty damn close to hitting that dono goal for tonight and leveling up our own content away from Sunday, who I don't think I'm going to talk about Sunday for a while, all right? I feel like I've had enough for now, all right? Leveling up that content to now talking about Demon Mama. I'm sorry if that's insulting, right? That I still somehow rank a streamer that's barely even streams as being of more relevance than Professor Sunday, but...
I was at the gym in sweatpants and a woman like...
Oh, I see.
Is it SNES?
I see. This is a story of Tyler's victimhood. Okay, you're such a victim, Tyler. It's okay. It's all making sense now.
Lisa is a blogger, says he does have a book addiction. I'd agree, but it's based. Yeah, well, I would say that if I ever have a question about anarcho-capitalism, I feel like Sunday is somebody I could consult that would have some text to recommend.
Oh my god, look at his eyes.
I don't see eyes. I see balls of jelly.
You see, like, yeah, his eyes are, like, cut out for you, right, Sunday? You've mentally cut out his eyes.
True. True and fair. Yes, he was victimized by the woman at the gym. I mean,
by the way, just to be clear, it felt a little harassy, but then he followed up with, "You guys don't know what it's like to live a different kind of way, okay? There are better planes of existence that you..."
Yeah, we'll have to touch base on methodological anarchism sometimes.
Who do not have my genitalia just don't understand.
Okay, no, he's talking as Tyler. Just to be clear, Sunday's not giving us TMI there. He's talking from the perspective of Tyler.
He brought this up because he was convinced that a totally
it's like the Famicom version of SNES.
Real event.
Furry One says Gorpo's gross, but in a good way, like a pug. Well, yeah, like I have a. You said hairless cat. I'm actually thinking of a cat that lives with me that is anything but hairless, and it sucks because she's so furry, she can't completely like groom herself, right? And so she needs a lot of brushing, and yeah, it's long-haired cats can have their, but she's adorable. Okay, she gets a little gross sometimes. She gets a little matted, but she is adorable.
Which a woman of
just like Sunday, right?
No description, no age, whatever. Like for example, he didn't say, "Oh, it was like a grandmother." He didn't say nothing. He just, oh yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I'm sure that was a thing in a movie you saw once, Tyler.
Look, chat, sometimes cats have trouble cleaning themselves, okay?
People don't do that in real life. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
If in real life, by the way, a woman approaches...
Lady Badash can react. My sassy gets matted. Yeah, look, if I was, like, it's my roommate's cat, right? So it's not for me to say. It's honestly not for me to say. But I do, yeah.
You at the gym, looking at your crotch and they're smiling. Check to see if your fly's down, because that's probably what it is.
That's probably it. Maybe you're hanging out in a not so great way. I don't know.
I said that maybe he peed himself a little bit.
Or that. But if that's the case...
Again, when the issue is another streamer suggesting that maybe you have talked about him in a way that crosses some boundaries, I don't know if this is what beating those allegations looks like, right? Again, I fully support the Homer Simpson method for Sunday at this moment, right? Disappearing into those bushes could be exactly the thing for you. And look, there's a lot of other content to talk about. Has Sunday even made a video about Tim Pool, right? There's a good subject. There's a lot of shit happening, Sunday. And maybe you should get your head out of Glorpo's ass and pay attention. Anyway.
She's being very...
But it's not for me to say.
Wrong to laugh at you that way.
It's not nice. Okay.
Fucking junk and smiled at me, which is half a compliment, and then but it stuck with me as also being just like a woman like.
Oh yeah, it's not my roommate's cat. My roommate is the cat's person. True.
It's not though. It's a compliment if you assume that every woman who smiles at you is smiling at you because of your dick. Here's a weird idea. In order for you to have perceived that the woman is looking at your dick, you would have had to have made eye contact and watch where she's looking. Which means maybe she's smiling at you.
So does that mean for any woman at a gym who's ever felt ogled? No, you weren't. No, you weren't. I'm sorry. If you feel like you've ever been ogled at a gym, no, you weren't. You had to be looking at that person's eyes in order to notice where those eyes were directed. You weren't ogled. You're the creep. You're the creep for noticing. Okay, there we go. That's it. That's it.
Awkwardly, because you're staring like a creepo in the gym.
See, the thing is, like, when you have motivated logic, this is the kind of shit you end up saying, right? When you start off the stream with, like, I gotta fucking get Tyler. With like, I gotta, you start off with a Team Rocket mentality, and you're like, I gotta steal their Pikachu. Then you are gonna do all kinds of wacky stuff in order to get that Pikachu. You're gonna disguise yourself as hapless-looking salespeople and tell you know, Ash Ketchum that you are actually the Pokemon cleaners, right? And that they can leave their Pokemon with you, and you will clean those Pokemon up and get them all shiny and nice and everything like that, right? You're gonna do weird stuff. You're gonna put on weird disguises. You're gonna put on hats and mustaches and stuff like that. You know, this is what you do. This is how that happens, right? Sunday's not somebody that is like inherently an inductive reasoner, but yet this particular situation and this need, this cope, this desire to catch Tyler, you know, doing something that's going to destroy his career or make him look foolish or whatever. That's what turns you into that which you hate the most.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I'm trying.
Maybe she's like looking down, and then you're.
I should have put that into Yu-Gi-Oh terms, right? Sunday's a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, not a. But I don't think there is really a Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent of Team Rocket. That's the one reason that the cartoon kind of failed, right? Joey Wheeler, though, pretty good wingman, I guess. For
like she could just be.
Notice no words exchange. No words exchange in this scenario. Just Femoid approaches me in gym, smiles at my enormous phallus. Like I'm. Like this is fucking weird.
Also, I'll say this: as someone who is very short, he is.
takes anecdotal account of an individual woman and applies it to a hypothetical worldview of all women?
He's apparently very tall, right? Maybe.
Well, I mean, so he
she's
says. He says a
in-
lot of things about himself.
Oh,
Then why is he the mountain? This was part of your argument, right? This is part of what makes... This is part of what makes this shit right here. Oops. Not that shit. That shit I got no excuse for. I got no explanation for that one. There we go. Look, that's part of what makes this shit
The Brokeback Mountain.
makes sense, right? Your plausible deniability of, like, I wasn't actually calling Tyler gay. I was noting that he's a mountain of a man. Okay. And that he has a back that is bothering him, that is painful. You can't take the tallness away from him, right? That's part of what makes this shit work. And then you turn him into this, like, this dripping Chad, right? Like, this is something that somebody could watch and say, this looks weird. I'm not sure where he's going with this. I'm not sure where he's coming from with this, right? But your explanation is that Tyler is tall like a mountain, right? I don't know. It feels like you're undermining your whole argument. If we wait long enough, chat, he's going to contradict every single thing that he said. I feel like I'm getting a little bored with this. Anyone else in chat? One in chat if you're bored of Sunday. Are we bored of Sunday? The Shadow Hunters and Duelists or Pegasus Company, the evil equivalent in Yu-Gi-Oh! You're a duelist? Oh my god. It's time to duel. That's what I'm going to say when I debate Sunday on methodological anarchism. I'm going to tell him it's time to duel. Right before I send him to the Shadow Realm. You're never bored of Sunday? We got 3 people that are bored. 1 person that's not bored. We do have some Demon Mama content to go over, though. We're like 3% from that dono goal. The stutter for the win? I don't know if I did it right. It's time to duel. Wait, let's see if I can get the actual... I actually like Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is based. I had a friend who was an artist, right? And this was back, like, you know, when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like a... when the TV show was, like, going on, right? And, like, I feel like she came over one time and I just happened to have Yu-Gi-Oh! On because there was, like, nothing else on. And she's like, I fucking hate this shit. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is terrible. And I'm like, why do you hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, why is it so terrible? And she's like, the art style. It's really bad. And, like, you know, I mean, I sort of see what she's getting as far as the cartoon. Their sense of perspective. Like, what they did right was they did character design really well on Yu-Gi-Oh! But they, like, downgraded and didn't really pay as much time talking about things that were, like perspective, right? Like the, you know, like perspective in art, right? Like when a car's moving, right? It's like the perspective is kind of warped. So I understood what she was saying, but she also kind of irritated me how she was such an elitist about these things. And so, so I would always tell her that I would always make it out like, that I was a huge fan, because it pissed her off. Like the idea that anybody could be a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! To her just was like anathema. She was like, I know what good art is, and this ain't it. Your move, Sunday. Wait, where do we have that? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. It's time to duel. It's time to duel. Okay, anyway. We gotta, get a proper doula before we can have a duel. I think that's how it works, right? Is that how duels work? Anybody want to correct me on how duels work in Yu-Gi-Oh? This ain't it, Sweaty? Yu-Gi-Oh! Poker Night? What is this? So wait, since we're doing Demon Mama content, do we need the bathroom song? Should I change the music? You walk 10 paces and then fire? Does it have to be high noon? Yu-Gi-Oh's 5Ds had duelists riding bikes and racing while they were dueling. There's hygiene rules, so no sweaty duelists. God damn, this is loud. Let's change to this. There we go. That's the music. That's the music for me. Okay, there we go. High noon is mandatory, says Lady Badash. All right, look, I'll provisionally put this up there since we're 3% away from it, assuming that we're going to get there. And then we'll make believe that this is what the stream's all about. Someone who doesn't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, it seems to me as someone challenging Sephiroth to a card duel. Wait, Beyblade? I don't think I've ever watched Beyblade. There was a period of time when Yu-Gi-Oh was seen as a discount Pokemon card game. I feel like it's better. It's probably how Magic players thought of Pokemon. I mean, I'm not trying to diss Pokemon, but I feel like Pokemon's been through so many iterations. Many iterations of Pokemon. We gotta get our hype music, chat. We gotta get our hype music. I wish I could play the Yu-Gi-Oh theme song, right? Like the entire OP to Yu-Gi-Oh. Or maybe even like Bleach music. I actually really like Bleach's OP. Or like several of the OPs, actually. I'm just gonna bounce here. Pokemon is basically a dead horse at this point. It sounds like it. This music is bussin', yes. I mean, it's not as bussin' as the, It's not like put the new 4Gs on the Jeep bussin', but it's pretty bussin'. Like, I always think of, like, that is... What was that animation? Do you know what I'm talking about with the... It always had, like, the new 4Gs on the Jeep. It was the dude with the awesome ass, and everybody walking through town was, like, looking at... This is what Westside Tyler feels like, right? When he goes to a gym. He's like the dude with the ass. And he walks down the street to put the new 4Gs on the Jeep. And, like, everybody's just, like, following him. And he goes upstairs in the elevator, and... What is that? I can't remember what that animation was called. Can anybody remember this? It sounds like Sexy Squidward. Pokemon is the most ethically and morally wrong universe of its kind. That's true. Yeah, at least with Yu-Gi-Oh, you're fighting to free people from the Shadowverse, right? Nerd hype music. This is... So I'm just getting ready for... I'm getting everything ready for the Demon Mama content, assuming that we can hit that sub goal. Oh, there we go. I got my timestamps. I got my timestamps. I got the URLs. I think we're good, chat. I think we're ready to go. Running Dark Magician isn't getting into Yu-Gi-Oh? Wait, I like Dark Magician Girl. Like, I feel like I am Dark Magician Girl, right? Basically. Oh my gosh, somebody's gonna turn that into, yeah, you're like the lowest level card there is. Come on. Dark Magician Girl's cool, alright? Dark Magician Girl. I'm your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Rawr. Rawr. Oh my god, these are hurting my ears. You face the last you. Reaching stars, you hold me tight. Dark Magician decks are good for show. That's about it. Come on. But Dark Magician Girl's like, she's the best, isn't she? She's impossible to defeat.
Together, baby, stay with me. You gotta see how your love shall let us in. That's the light so open now. With every moment, share my heart and so tender. It touches like ice. Doesn't seem like this will ever fade away.
Ow. A little top hat? Wouldn't that make me a unconventional conventionalist? Unconventional conventionist? Like, wouldn't that be like, what's her fuck? Columbia.
Wonder if you feel the same. Just hear you whisper, send chills through my veins.
Is Black Dragon still meta in Yu-Gi-Oh? Definitely wasn't expecting to chat Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, I mean, that's because we're, you know.
I never felt like so undeniable in your embrace. I find our place forever. Baby, stay with me. Gotta say now, our love is meant to be. I never felt like so timeless now. With every hope you share, we found our love and ending together. We'll rise. It doesn't seem like this to ever say goodbye.
Is this the end of Cyber Demon? I mean, Demon Mama? You played this earlier today? This very one, though? Are you sure you know where we're going here? We're about to...
Shattered dreams, echoes fade. I step beyond the silent shade.
Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
My fleeting spirit to the twilight.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
Silent cries of broken souls.
The fan has left no message, but Anonymous has throned me $5, and that gets us where we need to go. And I don't even have to do the math. We're over the dono goal. Yeah, Demon Mama's the choice, right? Demon Mama beat Sunday tonight. Demon Mama's more relevant than Sunday right now. Digimon was better. Oh yeah, Digimon is so cool. I've only seen a little bit of it.
I once stumbled through the shadows deep and they tried to pull me down, yeah. I will carve my way and strive till I find the light within. I'll raise my voice and sing to the stars.
All right, let's start off by reading. Let's take a look at the comments. All right. Wait, nope. Right, wrong. That. Let's switch up.
Timeless quest of boundless love shows me that I am alive. I once ran away from the god of fear, and he chained me to despair, yeah. I will break the chain and run till I see the sunlight again.
So yeah, we're gonna start off tonight with some comments, right? This is Demon Mama's first stream back.
And soar to the heavens, I'll raise my voice and sing to the stars. I'll find my way and embrace the dawn. I'll burn my dread and live for tomorrow.
Okay, well, yeah, that's the other side of that song. Jesus Christ, these songs have so much in them that you don't even hear on the first listen. So let me read you some of the some of what Demon Mama was getting in her comments. Why not address Glooby's testimony? I understand that part of this has been used horribly by certain actors to pry disgustingly into your and random community members' private life, which is not okay, but Glooby's testimony does not deserve to be discredited just because of that. I had not seen a single argument against Glooby that does not boil down to, but the messenger who said it was bad. And while that is most definitely true, what part of that invalidates Glooby's statements? The main thing that concerns me are the video calls and the images sent to a minor. I don't really care about the response to everything else, just those two things, right? So these are people in her community. These are people that, they just want to hear a response from Demon Mama. Some of these people. Demon Mama, I think you're awesome, and I always look forward to your streams. However, you really need to address the allegations. You really need to talk about the allegations. I had to look up the context because I didn't even know about them until I watched your stream today. It looks so bad for you. If you don't defend yourself, it really comes across as you having no defense, and that is what Glooby has to say. That what Glooby has to say about you is correct. You'll lose friends, and your audience is over this. You'll lose friends and audience over this if you're not careful. So people caring about Demon Mama and the community and saying that she's making a mistake, right? The way Deem handles these serious allegations is chilling. Fuck Tyler, but Glooby's allegations make it clear this space doesn't feel safe anymore. So there's some people that have like a little bit more. Did she address the allegations? Judging from the timestamps in the comments, I'm assuming that she didn't. We'll take a look at some of the timestamps as well. Jesus Christ. Okay, so some of these she's responded to, like, you disappoint me. This haughty above it all act in regards to serious accusations is seriously embarrassing and upsetting. Demon Mama responds, I don't know who you are. Serious accusations do not require extreme narrativization, doxing, and death threats, and extensive lying. Now, I'm not sure what she's referring to here. Anybody know what this is about? Death threats? Narrativization, I kind of get what she's saying there. The doxing, she's talking about, you know, her private information being revealed. But yeah, she doesn't go much beyond that. So here's another one. Oh, I think this is somebody that's been a member for a long time too. All right, I'll say my piece. While it's true Westside Tyler is a prick, President Sunday ended up going over this stuff that Tyler is citing and the stuff that Fawn's blah blah stuff and those weird interactions with minors on the Discord was straight up unprofessional, unbecoming, and downright creepy. DM, you've taught me to believe in victims, and I always search for the context of things. Here I am doing exactly that, and what it is that you are doing, disregarding anyone who even remotely has anything to say about it and crying drama frog at every mention. It's downright toxic. No different than to the people you have criticized. So Demon Mama's response, somewhere in here. You'd think that it would there it is. Okay. So here's a fairly long response from her. The only people I disregard were people engaging in spam and outright harassment on behalf of a verifiable serial liar who tried to dox my family for money. Many who asked, I simply told them, and this will now, as I will now, that I will be not be responding to something which does not deserve a response. So at this point, right, this is her video from 8 days ago. She's saying this doesn't deserve a response. This is harassment. This is, you know, there's nothing to respond to. There's nothing serious, is what she's saying. And that's what's disturbing people about people that care about her, people that care about the community. Doesn't it concern you that all the people flooding in here seem to have wildly differing ideas of what they're alleging, that the flood is indistinguishable from every time we've had a raid from KF or a Chan or a Nazi community? I mean, this is as no offense, but even you yourself seem not to fully understand what your own source is claiming. I am trying to be receptive to you as a viewer. I've seen here before, but also recognize I am not going to change my mind or long-held position on slanderous, profit-seeking, drama-farming garbage. So we see from this that that's not true. She got enough pressure, and she did respond. I am not trying to be. I'm trying to be receptive to you as a viewer. Yeah. I urge you to revisit the many times on my channel which I've discussed the ways in which manipulative YouTube videos are used to whip people into harassment and outright life ruination. I'm sorry. She's done this shit to other people. Myself included, okay? Myself included. This is a wild place for her to be trying to excuse herself. Demon Mama, if you were trying to pull a class act, ignoring serious allegations, I'm afraid it doesn't work. I really liked you, but I'm not in a cult, and I take victims seriously. Demon Mama, I don't know who you are. I survived an actual cult. If you really want to take victims seriously, you should apply actual scrutiny to the words of a money-hungry, serial-lying, violent drama streamers who discredit victims everywhere. Anything else is supremely disrespectful to people who have actually suffered. You know, okay, so I'm starting to remember the violent thing. I think it had to do with Gayfesh. Gayfesh is a Demon Mama mod. And when I looked at what Tyler has said towards Gayfesh, calling that violent was actually a stretch, right? It was really clear to me that Tyler was not doing anything of the kind, and it feels like you have to be purposely obtuse, you know, or be using inductive reasoning, as Gayfesh was, to see it any other way. So, yeah, I sort of remember the violence thing being about that. But anyway, yeah, that's what we have as far as Demon Mama responses to chatters. All right. Now we will go through some timestamps. All right, so 10:55 is the first one I have written down. Take a look here. What's at 10:55? $9:50, 10, 10, 10. Start at 10:50.
I'm not going to address any garbage, slanderous, violent drama farming bullshit. So if you put that in chat and whatever, just prepare to not have it be addressed. That's how it's gonna go. I don't play nice with internet insanity. So yeah, that's how it goes. Just, I know you're a regular chatter here because I know your name, so that's your answer. So simple as that. Simple as.
Okay, so there's 10:55. We got 1:23:39. And chat, I don't know. We may be looking at the. I want to treat this with some seriousness, even though it's happening at the end of the stream. It may actually be looking at the downfall of Demon Mama, which would be kind of a. Bit of a watermark for my stream, considering what I've been through, thanks to Demon Mama. Considering that none of the shit that happened to me, in terms of the harassment, would have happened if she had had my back and had the back of the trans community when it came to a really easy question of whether the guy platforming her, platforming us, was doing harm by having transphobes on and letting them gish gallop, right? Seems like a really simple question for her to answer. I know what her answer would have been if it had been unrelated to standing up to Dylan, but because she needed his ass platforming her in order to maintain her relevance, because she had to kiss his ass, she didn't do the right thing. And I've been through so much shit because of that, right?
Bummers with the renewed membership. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but I am never going to engage with deranged, violent, slanderous drama seeking. I'm just not going to do that. And I think if people took a minute to stop being so drama brained and try to imagine what you're actually asking, you would understand that. I'm sorry that that's not satisfying to you.
So this year we've seen the fall of Vosh, we've seen the fall of Keffels, we've seen a fall of sorts of Xanderhall, although honestly with Xanderhall, he didn't really have that far to fall from. But like I've said before, I thought it was surprising that his channel itself, like his sub count, survived the survived all the fucked up violent shit that he said. But when I look at his concurrence, no, he's not. He's about at my level of concurrence, chat. That's a weird thing to be saying, that, like, you know, I've got as many people in chat at most times than Xanderhall, right? That's a weird thing to say, but we are at that point now, right? So we've seen a lot of these white leafers like go down. And you know, in a way, like I said, I've seen Demon Mama attacked for the wrong reasons. I've seen Demon Mama attacked by bad faith people, and even despite what she did to me, I always stood up for her. Because I feel like somebody needs to stand up when somebody's being attacked literally for just being trans. And she has. She has been attacked for no other reason than that. Or that Destiny's fucking fragile and he got his ass kicked in a debate. Or that, you know, she, called somebody out in a way that they didn't want to be called out, right? I've always stood up for her. Or when her family got attacked, right? But this is not one of those moments. There is no excuse for what she's allowed to go on in her community, and the buck has got to stop somewhere. And I'm sorry, Demon Mama, this shit is on you.
But thank you for the renewed membership nonetheless.
So that's a member disappointed that you won't address literally anything. You were my favorite streamer to watch, and I respected the hell out of you. Goodbye. That's their last message, their last member message.
And good luck. I apologize it bothers you, but it's also, I'm only apologizing for the fact that it bothers you, because that's all that I can apologize for. Everything else.
It's so wild, chat, that after being lied about by so many of these people for so long, I am watching the end of them, right? It's kind of a What else do we have? 133.51. Let's take a look here. And we're getting to the good stuff, right? Like the Demon Mama response. I can't imagine like what she's going to respond with, but like, right, that's coming up next.
It is so incredible.
We're seeing first though the Demon Mama non-response, the Demon Mama deflection, the Demon Mama failure to actually meaningfully address the fucking allegations.
Kenshi is so awesome.
She's trying to talk about fucking video games here. She's literally sweating bullets.
Hey, I've already talked about this. You should chill the fuck out, or I'll just ban you from my chat, because I don't...
I think she's responding to, I decided to stop by and see if the elephant in the room would get brought up. I haven't seen it yet. I see it hasn't.
Nice with harassment, okay? Easy as that. It's that simple. Yeah, it really is that simple. I've already said a million times, and I don't even know who you are. I've literally never seen you here. So if you're gonna engage in that kind of shit, it's okay. We can say goodbye. I'm just giving you a warning. I don't want to be mean to anybody, because I know that a lot of people have good hearts, but I'm not gonna play nice with that.
I don't think you're one of them. In fact, I've known for a long time that you got anything but a good heart. We got... Sorry, chat. There's just like a lot of emotions with this. We were never super good friends. Just like... Considering what she's... When I really think about what she put me through, there's no fucking... Like, I have held my tongue for a really long time.
How much?
So we got one more non-response before we get to the response, all right?
Well, keep waiting, Santhers. I don't address insane people.
Insane people, right? Like, the tweets are the tweets. That's, the testimony of Glooby is Glooby's testimony. This isn't fucking made up shit. This is stuff that you allowed to go on in your community. Right? And while I don't feel like the transferring the guilt of people that you're close to you and making the assumption that the things that they're, the things that Vosher is into or the things that, people, close to you are into or the things that you're into, I do think there's just like, there's so much irresponsibility, so much lack of accountability, and it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable.
Violent, slanderous freakazoids. It's not going to happen. So you can keep watching. You can keep watching.
She tried to silence like what she did to me in the same fucking way, right? In the same kind of way. And that worked for her for a while, right?
Or you can chill out and re-enter the world of reality and the sane.
I mean, you need to do that. You're not dealing with reality. You're not dealing with what those tweets say. You're not dealing with what happened in your community, right?
That'd be interesting. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Like I said, I didn't jump to any conclusions about like what Demon Mama knew and when she knew that. But the idea that she would address this without a, apology up front of like, this is my community, and what, maybe she wasn't aware of what was going on. Maybe she wasn't aware of all that happened. But she's like, that's not a thing of like, well, I've got nothing to apologize for. Or I don't know what you're talking about. Come back to reality. That is such fucking bullshit. That is such utter bullshit. All right. So here we go. Enough is enough. Addressing my community on the false allegations and harassment. I can only imagine how this will go for her.
Hello, everyone. The harassment me, my family, and my friends have experienced over the last few weeks has been nothing short of insane. I will not be.
Yeah, Ophelia, Freakazoid was a good show. Twitch chat is lonely. Oh no, Twitch chat is lonely. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Glooby. Sorry, I'm sorry if that sounded like Looby. It's a Looby was a thumbnail artist for Demon Mama. Sorry, not just thumbnail. Yeah, well, mainly a thumbnail artist. I think Glooby also, helped Demon Mama out with like editing, or actually, I'm not even sure. Wait, no, let me say this the right way. Okay, Glooby did thumbnails and art for Demon Mama, but also helped her out with her YouTube. So, chat, when I upload a YouTube video, it's not just like, here's the video, upload it, done. There's all this stuff that you got to do. There's all this stuff that you got to do, right? And that is the biggest part, the biggest, like, you know, kind of repetitive tasks and pain in the ass of being like being a YouTuber, right? Is that your video will perform differently depending on your description and your cards that you put on. There's like all this other stuff, right? So Glooby was doing the thumbnails, was doing the art, including the little demon that like tries to press the like button and then falls over, right? That's Glooby's animation, I think. Glooby's essentially doing like a lot for Demon Mama and just did not get paid very much, even at times where Demon Mama was spending money on stuff like, you know, very expensive body modifications, right? Glooby was just left out in the cold. And Glooby was not like, you know, was in a financially dire situation, right? At least from their testimony when they talked to Tyler. So yeah, that's, you know, when you hear somebody talk about the victim or mention the victim or talk about Glooby, that's who they're talking about, right? And in addition, Glooby was underage when this stuff was going on, was exposed to some stuff that an underage person shouldn't have been exposed to, both on Demon Mama's Discord server and I believe, and on and over voice from people close to Demon Mama. And so that is, you know, that is the kind of the brunt of the allegations, right? Are about this person, Glooby, that worked for Demon Mama. It was like, you know, just a key member of the community.
Responding to violent serial liars, drama farmers, or harassers whatsoever. However, after much consideration, I will address this subject one time, for the benefit of those within my community.
Okay, I've never seen you in chat before. Which chat? She doesn't read any chat, but... Oh, yeah, good point. Vitingale's pointing out that, yeah, she's so... for Demon Mama, and really any member of White Leaf, right? Anybody that's, you know, close to Vosh and has a website that is like a GG, or for her, I think it's something else, right? But, you know, has a website administered by Vosh's sysadmin. They've got a chat, what's called an on-site chat, meaning that they've got a website that they are trying to get people to watch the stream through, and thus they respond at least a little bit more frequently to people who chat on that website, on site. You don't see this site, chat on YouTube, except for in the, you know, the scroll, right? That's what the chat is. So Vitingale's pointing out that Demon Mama does not... I'm sorry, chat, am I coming in a little bit hot? I really didn't realize I still had this many feelings about this. He was like 14 or something. Yeah, exactly, Marina. I don't think it's right for him to haven't been employed for her at a very young age. Well, so now the some of the information we don't have is how aware Demon Mama was of Glooby's age. At least when this stuff was, it gets addressed, says Chilla. Wait, what gets addressed? I think the main thing with Glooby is the sexual misconduct, the pay stuff. Is like, okay, you work for a YouTube... Look, that's somewhat understandable. I see what you're saying, Random Girl 3PO. Yeah. That is somewhat understandable, right? Given that during certain times, Demon Mama's channel really just was not making much money at all, right? But at the same time, like, for instance, chat, like, I would love to be able to, pay my thumbnail designer who designs thumbnails for me when she feels like it, and does, I think, a really amazing job. And I'm really lucky to have somebody that that's that talented and that dedicated and cares about me and cares about the stream, right? So yeah, I do understand, that to get the traction that it takes to be financially solvent, let alone to have extra money to be able to pay people that are doing these things for you, it takes a lot. It takes a lot, right? I'm very understanding of that. However, chat, you don't see me getting $5,000 body mods, all right? I don't have tattoos. I don't have piercings. I mean, like, not that that's the only thing. Like, if you saw me like rocking a diamond necklace, right? You might ask me, geez, Irene, that is a very fancy diamond necklace. Do you ever think of maybe paying your thumbnail artist first? That would be a reasonable thing to say, right? If I had the money to spend on, non-necessities, then I should have money to, reimburse my thumbnail artist for what she does for me. So I do understand, on some level, when the channel's not, when the streamer themselves is not in a financial position to be able to, to be able to take people that are volunteers and make them employees. Because I think that for anybody, especially in the leftist space, when you get to that point where that's possible, yeah, you should try to, you don't want to be taking free labor, but yeah, I mean, like, this is a whole nother situation, right? This is somebody that was actually very vulnerable themselves, had a disability, and was suffering from medical problems that made life really hard for them. And here you've got them like doing work for Demon Mama, not really getting paid much for it. And, it's not a situation where there's no money. Does that make sense?
Community who are asking in good faith, as I have seen that there are genuine members of my community with concerns that I would like to put to rest. The communities harassing me and my family have falsely accused me of crimes, doxed me, and made threats against the lives of myself, my friends, and members of my family. The perpetrators of this campaign have...
Lisa is a blogger, says, Dear thumbnail artist, Sunday might employ you, but don't abandon NCC, of course, either. That would be an interesting situation, wouldn't it, Lisa? Like considering, how much my name has been in Sunday's mouth recently, considering the, hatred that he has for me, when I haven't really done anything to justify that shit. If my thumbnail artist was making thumbnails of Sunday for me and then turning around and making thumbnails of me for Sunday, like, that's almost like literary, right? I feel like this is like, I doubt he hates you. Oh my God, Lisa. Look, like I'm saying, I deal a lot with a lot of people in this space who I disagree with a lot more than President Sunday. All right? Just being 100 with you. As far as the like bell curve goes of people that I think are fairly based. Yeah, this is the sad thing to say for somebody who's talked so much shit about me, right? Sunday is somebody that I would, kind of, he'd be on the high side of that thumbnail. That being said, I don't agree with everything that he said. I don't agree with everything that he's done. I think that there's, some explanation that he owes people, considering how close he's been to people like Vosh when it was beneficial for him. But I will also say that unlike a lot of other people, Demon Mama included, Sunday did have the guts when it became obvious. When it became obvious that Vosh was, what he is, to actually step away. Right? So that's the fucking irony of this all, right? And to the degree that I've been covering him in a less than positive light, it has mostly come from the fact that I invited him into my Discord. I facilitated the conversation that he wanted to have with Westside Tyler, even to the point where he did not want me to moderate, right? But then did want me to moderate when he was unable to steamroll Tyler, right? And when he presented what looked to me to be receipts that proved out his point of view, I showed those on screen. And then to have that turn around, like, motherfucker's a snake. I don't know what to say. I let a snake crawl into my Discord. I let him fucking gaslight me. I let him bullshit me. And I feel like a sucker. All right? I feel like an absolute naive sucker for doing that. That being said, like, as much as I say that Sunday's maybe on the base side of the, I mean, like, what's the bar, right? What's the bar? Destiny, right? The bar is in fucking hell, right? The bar for what I consider like a base take or a streamer that's contributing positively to the space or kind of pushing things in the right direction a little bit, that bar is so fucking low. It's so fucking low. There's so many perverse incentives and so many people trying to follow them. And the people that follow the perverse incentives seem to be having a great amount of success. So I sort of have to lower my standards and look at people, when they're right, I don't know, 75% of the time as being, a positive, contribution. So yeah, don't mistake me. It's not about hate or anything, or it's not about but yeah, this fucking Tyler arc too. Like, I swear to God, you don't think that the Ahab thing was a joke. Motherfucker, you are Ahab. You're obsessed with him. And it's destructive to you. It's destructive to your community. And it's destructive to the space. I think that there are some things that Tyler has done wrong, right? Demon Mama's name did not need to be in Tyler's video. However, when Sunday confirmed for Tyler that name, Sunday has no business calling Tyler out for that, right? So much of what Tyler did was okay when Tyler was on Team Sunday, and then when Tyler, whatever fucking happened between them in Discord, which I don't completely understand, everything flipped. Sunday's opinions flipped, right? And I think I've been careful not to like gratuitously flip my opinions on things that I think that Sunday has said that are correct, including stuff in this and stuff involving the Demon Mama video, right? I think that Sunday had a point when he said that more information could have been collected and solidified. But given what a snake he's been to me, I can't completely discount Tyler's claim that there were snaky things going on from Sunday, right? When I first looked at that, I was like, I don't know, seems like Tyler's being a little bit paranoid, right? Sunday's not like that. Sunday is like that. Sunday's exactly like that. So yeah, what got said between Tyler and Sunday on that voice call is something we will never know, for the singular reason that, unlike President Sunday, Tyler did not record said voice call. All right? And that's a piece of evidence that it has not escaped my attention, is missing and is unobtainable. And there is a very different narrative coming from Sunday than from Tyler about what the contents of that phone call were, right? But yeah, I don't fucking hate anyone. I'm not praying for anybody's downfall. I'm not invested in that. You understand? I am not invested in Sunday's success or downfall or any of that, right? I would love it if he could get my name out of his fucking mouth and we could just both go on our merry ways. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Absolutely no evidence of any of their so-called allegations, and they know this because none of what they are alleging happened at all. They rely on vague language and emotionally hypercharged claims to perpetuate outrage and anger. This harassment is exclusively being pushed by drama farming communities who have been asked by their creators to engage in brigading and more in the name of a grudge that is genuinely...
Oh my God, Chet, I'm getting off subject, and I'm not trying to be mad at, like, Lisa, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad, like, there's a lot that I need to get off my chest, probably more to the point with Demon Mama. I'm realizing now. Than with Sunday. But yeah, I don't want to derail us from what we're trying to look at here.
Incomprehensible to me. The only pieces of evidence provided at all whatsoever are so grossly misrepresented or
Jack Katie says, I've watched this DM video, and by the end of it, I only have one issue that I'd be interested in your take on.
Deliberately presented without context that they can only serve to create a narrative that is, in whole cloth, slanderously false. So let's get the facts straight.
Yeah, I don't know if Sunday realizes this, but Lisa, from my perspective, he seems to be carrying on a harassment attack that I dealt with, like, for I don't know how long. Like an attempt to poison the well with anyone and everyone that I could possibly come in contact with, right? That is, like, at this point, I don't know. Oh my God, can I?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Is it 3 years old? Is it 3 years old at this point? I believe that all of the fucking supposed drama, all of the fucking, you know, all of people's beefs with me that are carried on through people like President Sunday, I feel like are at least 3 years old. And I just have the question of, like, when is it gonna stop? Right? Because it felt like it kind of had stopped, and then you know, maybe not.
The claims against Fawn, my partner. A former thumbnailer for my channel by the name of Glooby shared his own cartoon not safe for work artwork with my partner Fawn and asked Fawn to share its own artwork in return. In the past, Glooby had unprompted sent me his own art, some of which included cartoon, vaguely not safe for work elements. One was literally a joke drawing of an emoji with a cartoon penis, for example. I told him not to send that kind of art at all, as it was both unwanted and unethical, and I reinforced that boundary.
Okay, so I guess the thing that we need to get a sense for here is Demon Mama going to confirm at any point when she knew that Glooby was underage? Because that was a question sort of left open from Tyler's video.
Shared his own cartoon. So let's get the facts straight, or deliberate actions, and they know this because none of what they are alleging happened at all. They rely on vague language and emotionally hypercharged claims to perpetuate outrage and anger. This harassment is exclusively being pushed by drama farming communities who have been asked by their creators to engage in brigading and more in the name of a grudge that is genuinely incomprehensible to me. The only pieces of evidence provided at all whatsoever are...
So she said communities, which is interesting. So obviously Tyler's community would be one community. The other would have to be Sundays, right?
So grossly misrepresented or deliberately presented without context that they can only serve to create a narrative that is, in whole cloth, slanderously false. So let's get the facts straight. The claims against Fawn, my partner. A former thumbnailer for my channel by the name of Glooby shared his own cartoon not safe.
Okay, so it does sound like she's standing up for you know, the partner that made tweets talking about stuff not that dissimilar from what was in Vosh's folders. Again, Demon Mama's never spoken up about Vosh, never distanced herself from Vosh, still using, you know, Vosh's servers, still using Vosh's sysadmin, still, from what I can see, you know, sort of attached to at the hip with Vosh.
For work artwork with
DGG. Wait, does DGG care about this? I didn't know that DGG was involved. I know that Destiny. Oh, that's right. They hate Demon Mama's guts, right? They do hate Demon Mama's guts. But when Destiny watched the video that Tyler made, he, you know, famously didn't really have a lot to say about it, right? Certainly not anything to say about Demon Mama. He was actually commenting a lot more about Tyler, particularly his looks. Now, Tyler characterized this as Destiny being, I don't know, being, you know, objectifying him, right? But from what I saw, you know, it was Tyler comparing him to Daniel Radcliffe, comparing him to Ryan Grimm. I mean, he was noticing Tyler's looks a lot more than he was noticing Tyler's video. That's true.
With my partner, Fawn, and asked Fawn to share its own artwork in return. In the past, Glooby had unprompted sent me his own art, some of which included cartoon, vaguely not safe.
Biceps and Bikinis telling me, just to note, please look at the comments after this. There's one where they called this a similar thing to the Vosh thing, and that rubbed me so badly. Well, look, the only thing that I would compare to the Vosh thing isn't pertaining to Demon Mama, but rather to, you know, somebody close to Demon Mama.
For work elements. One was literally a joke drawing of an emoji with a cartoon penis, for example. I told him not to send that kind of art at all, as it was both unwanted and unethical, and I reinforced that boundary.
So now she says unethical, that implies that she knows about the age.
Multiple times. While I was happy to be supportive of his aspirations as an artist, I stayed firm.
Oh shit, did it get deleted?
In my boundaries. Let me show you. Here, Glooby wanted to share a not safe for work animation that he made. I refused this after asking him if he had turned 18. I asked him this because I had previously in a voice call asked him not to send not safe for work when sharing his art. Once again, I was supportive of his art career, but was not comfortable with him sharing all of his drawings. Then...
Okay, so we have an incident of, oh no, it's Peridot. We have an incident of Glooby. Oh yeah, and that's definitely Glooby's art style. We have like an incident of Glooby wanting to share NSFW stuff with Demon Mama. And no, that is another thing to point out, right? That what we got from Glooby was testimony. What we got from Glooby was, you know, an interview. Tyler asking questions. Were there screenshots in there? I feel like there was a few, at least, right? I guess, you know, it'd be interesting to compare the screenshots. Again, we didn't watch the Tyler video specifically because of the divulging of Demon Mama's personal information in the very beginning of it, which, although, like I said, I'm no defender of Demon Mama, I've got a lot, you know, I've got no reason to defend Demon Mama, but, like, I that crosses a line for me, right? You know, when you're sharing somebody's personal information, it really does have to reach a pretty high standard, to the point where you need to show that there is a valid reason where divulging this information keeps people safe, right? And, you know, although I get what Tyler's argument for that was, given Demon Mama's connection to Vosh, given Demon Mama's, you know, connection to this other person, right? I don't know. It feels like
despite,
oh yeah, we didn't watch that because of that reason, right? If we compare them, I'll have to, like, make sure to, you know, stay off of anything like that. But yeah, I feel like, were there some, there was maybe a few. It was maybe scant on screenshots on receipts like that, right? But it was more testimony than receipts. But
me setting boundaries previously, Glooby still tried to send me his own art, going so far as to say that he was of legal age in his state. I reinforced my boundary, and
okay, so this is 2020.
And as I am now aware and will show shortly, he then progressed to lying about his age in order to avoid my boundary. With Fawn, the fact that Glooby shared his own art and asked to see Fawn's art was deliberately removed from the context of the so-called DM leaks to create a narrative and play into a grossly false groomer slander. Let me show you. While Fawn did share its own artwork with Glooby in a casual context, Fawn never knew Glooby's age and fairly assumed that because he was sharing his own artwork, that it was fine to share its own. Nothing outside of casually sharing their own artwork ever happened, and even Glooby in his original testimony admits that nothing nefarious or malicious occurred.
Wait, so I think that Glooby's the problematic part of Glooby's testimony had to do with the exhibition of some toys on camera.
On top of all of this, this did not happen in my server. I was not aware of such messages between Glooby and Fawn until recently, as I do not monitor my partner's private messages. If I had known that Glooby had sent art to Fawn, I would have ensured that Fawn knew, stopped, and had enforced similar boundaries. While it would have been wise and good for Fawn to ask for an ID before sharing even cartoon not safe for work artwork that it had made, none of this matches with the genuinely insane slander being pushed by these communities, nor does any of it reflect on me, as I had nothing to do with that. This is the only evidence that is provided to any of the insanity that is thrown at my partner and weaponized to try and hurt me, unless of course you count unrelated, laughably cropped, out of context, and literally years old edgy Twitter jokes as evidence.
Okay, so that's her defense of Fawn then. That these were edgy Twitter jokes, not any sort of indication of like an interest in. Shouldn't your partner let you know it's having private convos with your employees? The Vosh defense?
As a quick side note, my Discord server...
So I'm not sure about that. Oh my god, chat. Like, so we have yeah, like tweets, some of which I guess I could see as being shitpost, right? But some of which did not really seem like that.
Server has never had not safe for work channels and has always had strict rules against posting not safe for work content. We have the strongest enforcement against not safe for work of any Discord I am aware of in this space, and unlike many other politics and politics adjacent servers, we have never had not safe for work channels or vent channels. Of course, as all Discords do, we rely on reports from users in order to become aware of incidents from across all channels on the server that may not have been directly observed by a mod. That said, our reports have always been promptly and carefully handled, and any serious issues that are reported are handled by my paid lead mod. This has been true for years. Volunteer chat mods have never had any obligations to handle reports, especially serious reports, which have been exceedingly rare in the first place. Volunteer mods are exactly that, volunteers, who we believe are chill enough to occasionally mute unruly chatters or random spammers. Moving on. Claims about me. Glooby worked for me on a contract basis for thumbnails. I was incredibly upfront that the pay would be based off a static percentage of the channel gross revenue, that we were a small channel, but that there was potential for growth.
Yeah, Ophelia says, I swear, officer, I thought she was 18. Always holds up in court. Marina, why are mid-30-year-olds hanging out with 14-year-old children anyway? The story, I guess, is that, what was it, an Overwatch lobby? Isn't that it? The story is that they met in an Overwatch lobby
I never ever gave the impression that this was supposed to be a primary job or a full-time job. It was explicitly contract work from the very beginning. I did not enforce a schedule or even strict deadlines. Throughout my work with Glooby, he was always effusively positive about our agreements, my accommodations for his disabilities, and even in his recent interview, he characterized our agreements as fair. It was only under pressure and leading questions from a curious,
here we go,
biased interviewer that he changed his tune on this. I wanted to share a couple of examples of our interactions over the years. Here we go. Here is Glooby in June of 2022. Glooby says, "Hey, I have some not amazing news. I'm dealing with a lot of neurological work issues and physical issues. I can barely hold my drawing pen. I'm having hallucinations and can barely fucking walk downstairs without vomiting or falling over. I keep having full body tremors that are starting to feel like seizures. I have constant heavy vertigo, and to top it all off, I can hardly type and speak. It just sucks, and I can't do anything about it yet, so I'm stuck like this for a bit. So I'm sorry if work is slow or not good. I'm really trying my best. It's also a reason, if you have even noticed, why I haven't been interacting with anyone really. All of this has been an increasing issue for my disease, and I don't want my friends and people I care about hearing me be sick and in pain 24/7. I respond, I have noticed you've been quiet lately. That's a very good reason to do so. Again, you don't have to apologize. You've always been nothing short of awesome to me and in the work you do for me and this channel. Glooby then responds sometime later, a little over a month, Hey there, just wanted to update you on my situation. I'm still sick as fuck. I may have had my first seizure yesterday, so if I'm a little slow with responding in work, that could be why. It seems my disease is ramping up a bit, so it's a bit worrying, but I'll try my best. Generally, my quality of life is pretty shit right now, but I'm gonna try my best. I reply with an affirmative emoji, and then I say, you let me know what works for you, and we can adapt and adjust accordingly. Your wellness comes first, and if we need to tag in some assistance on thumbnails or whatever, that's no biggie. You just let me know where you're at like this, and we'll work it out. Glooby then says, the current work need is all right for me currently. I'm just worried about being late or missing stuff. I'll try to be as open and responsive to tell you if need be. And then I respond with affirmative emojis. Then, later, we had this conversation. This was at the end of Glooby's contract work with the channel. Hey, Demon Mama, I wanted to talk to you about this. At this point, I think I'm too sick to work for you, and I don't want to drag you or your channel down because of this. It was hard to say this, but I want the best for you because I see how much you care and how much you want this stuff to work out, and I don't want to make it harder. I respond, you aren't dragging us down, but I will accept your resignation so long as you understand you have never dragged us down, and you have been nothing but a boon to me, my creations, and my team. Glooby says, or more stressful, I'm just having a bad day, but I've been thinking about this for a little bit. I respond with
So chat, does anybody remember, were there any allegations of any sort of like toxic work environment or unreasonable expectations? I don't know if any of this was actually covered in the interview. Was any of this like a something she said is sticking with me, the changing his tune part. It's very common that minors who go through things like this later in life go, wait a minute, that was fucked up. That's not an, oh my gosh, wait, did she say that? The Glooby, so when she said Glooby changing his tune, what did they, she's doing the lawyer speak thing. Sounds like something someone would say under advisement of legal counsel. I mean, given the gravity of the accusations, I guess that that's possible. I didn't like the way she chose to share these. I feel like a lot of it could have been censored. In terms of the it's not an argument to make against a minor that went through bad shit. Wage theft. They said Glooby did. Now wait, was that Glooby's word? Was wage theft what Glooby? I feel like that was what Tyler said, right? Tyler characterized it as wage theft. to me, I didn't see evidence for that. I saw evidence for, you know, having an employee that was doing a lot for her, and you know, who wasn't getting paid very much, and was in a situation where that looked kind of dire. Again, a lot of this though, I gotta remember, I'm taking Glooby's word for a lot of this stuff, right? And that's not a open and shut kind of thing. But yeah, Glooby did a lot more than thumbnails. That's what I was getting at earlier, Katie. Did descriptions and such. So that's what I was talking about when I said a YouTube channel is not just uploading videos, all right? There is so much else that goes into it. Katie mentioned descriptions. That, I mean, that's, you know, Demon Mama hasn't done a lot on descriptions per se. Licensing. You see the Creative Commons attribution license here. I don't know if that's for music or something like that, but if you use any resources that require a license, you got to upload the license. There's actually a lot that goes into it that's like kind of hard to explain. You know, the little annotations that happen up in the corner, right? That's something that the YouTube manager or the in my case, the YouTuber themselves has to take care of. And, you know, like as much as I say that I have had the assistance of actually several people in my community at making various thumbnails, and I've never utilized anyone's services for management of my channel, right? And it's for a very good reason. It's because I would need to pay somebody for something like that, and I am too poor to do that. Like maybe in the future, chat, I would like to be able to kind of, well, I say like bring people up with me, but I mean obviously, you know, the people that that help me out with thumbnails on a volunteer basis have got probably better prospects going for them financially than what I could offer in the near term. But yeah, like it's my dream. It would be my dream to be able to, you know, to even just like hire an editor, right? Would be really cool, right? I do a lot of streams. I put a lot of lives out. I don't get a lot of videos out because I'm too busy live streaming. And I'd love to be able to pay somebody to turn my live streams into videos.
Saying hug. Glooby responds saying hug. I say, I'm going to pay you for this month still, and if you need anything job related or otherwise, please let me know.
Now there was a question. Okay, so as far as wage theft goes, right? I feel like there was a question of like was there a period that Glooby said they didn't get paid for? They said Glooby did more than oh yeah, for real. That's what they said, but to be fair, in their DMs, they don't talk much about any of that. If the DMs only mention the artwork for the thumbnails, that's 1 point for DM.
Glooby says, thank you. I will never forget what you've done for me and my family and for me as an artist. You're the reason I met my partner and my friends. I respond with emojis, and then I say, Glooby, you've been nothing but a good friend to me since we met. Truly one of the coolest people I've ever met in my life. Glooby says, thank you, and same to you. I'm so sick of being sick all the damn time. That's why I'll preach this. If you're going out and about, wear bug spray. Please don't get Lyme disease or Bartonella or any tick-borne disease. It's so ass.
Damn.
I think that these interactions fairly characterize the positive nature of our work interactions.
What do you think about that, chat? I mean, they sound like the messages between people that are friendly with each other. Right? There's not, I mean, all I can say is that there's no sign of any sort of resentment or feeling of overburdening or anything like that within those messages. But it's kind of like those messages are also like snapshots in time.
All the way up.
So they don't prove that there wasn't any issues with like Glooby, for instance, feeling like their pay rate had gotten, because that was my understanding from the interview, is that Glooby's pay rate kind of got cut to an absurd point, which is understandable if you've got a channel that is, not, doing a lot of, doing, a channel that's not very successful, but also maybe not so understandable when you've got a streamer that seems to be able to pay for a lot of things that are not anywhere close to a necessity. You would think that one of the first things that you want to do is take care of the people that are, especially somebody like Glooby that's in, such like economic dire straits, is dealing with so many health issues, and is doing so much for you, that you'd think that consideration might come before some of the things. But again, some of this stuff, chat, I gotta keep it in mind that, I'm kind of taking Glooby's word for it.
Until the end. During a recent interview, Glooby explicitly lied about
Sounds like a borderline HIPAA violation. Really?
me multiple times. Glooby claimed.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So these are things that Glooby's in divulging. Well, I don't know, because Glooby did divulge the Lyme disease thing to Tyler already. So this isn't like new information. But yeah, good point though, coolest dude in the universe. Health information is protected by a law called HIPAA, and this mostly involves medical professionals in terms of who's liable for violating it. But if something, and we're talking about more like with medical records, right? But yeah, it is important to be aware that medical information is subject to a number of laws that most people don't think about, all unless you're working in the medical field. You might not think about. That's what I meant earlier with not liking her, just showing all of it. Yeah.
Claimed that I did not support a GoFundMe that he ran outside of a retweet. In truth, I was both the first and the largest donor to his GoFundMe. This is publicly available information, which I have screenshotted for you here in order to avoid sharing any unnecessary private info. Let's take a look. As you can see, I am both the first donor and the largest donor. All of the donations that came in to this GoFundMe came after my retweet. So it was coming from my community. The support was coming from my community. And as you can see, that is all of the donors. Additionally, it should be noted that this GoFundMe occurred a significant amount of time after Glooby was no longer doing contract work for my channel. And yet I still supported it financially and with my platform. I do not know why he would lie about this, except to try and make me look bad, especially because I know that Glooby knows that I donated to that. He ran the GoFundMe and took the money out of the GoFundMe. Later, Glooby claimed that I spent $5,000 getting my tongue.
So, okay, now this is a huge matter, right? So she's got something on this. This might sort of change things, because that was something that struck me, was the not so much that a channel that's not doing a lot of numbers isn't paying very much to somebody that's doing artwork and video work for them, like YouTube management for them, but that's somebody that's got that's paying for a lot of expenses for just that seems to have like that seems to be using a lot of income disposably, would then not prioritize the payment to somebody in Glooby's situation over stuff like that, right? So now we do have an allegation here that Glooby lied. Anybody want to volunteer whether we think that's confirmed? All right, so Demon Mama, I think the lie that she's identifying from Glooby is the idea that that Demon Mama did not do anything outside of a retweet. Did Glooby say something about the donation though? Or imply that there was no donation from Demon Mama? The power dynamics are off. A minor involved with a 30-year-old. One of his employees and NSFW stuff is mixed in. All those defenses don't excuse how inappropriate and damaging this can be. I might have to go over this again, right? And I'm also thinking of like comparing like the screenshots and the evidence that Demon Mama's showing here with what's in Tyler's video. Obviously skipping past any identifying information that's divulged.
Split. Instead of paying my team. This is false in multiple ways. My tongue split was a gift from my partner. I have never reduced team pay for my own expenses. Additionally, my tongue split only cost approximately 1/10 of his claimed estimation. The actual cost was about $600 Canadian. I don't even know where he got the idea to place the price so high because I am unaware of any body modder that charges so steeply for such a procedure. It seems to me, once again, to be a way of misleading viewers. Glooby then claims I also spent money on a Trippy Red concert during a time when channel income was down. This was sometime after my tongue split. It was a birthday gift from my partner, and the total cost of the ticket was about $60. While channel revenue did go down after COVID lockdowns ended, this was not unique to my channel at all, and in fact it's been acknowledged publicly by YouTube. Because everyone on my team at the time was paid a percentage of channel revenue, pay went down for all of us. I have always run this show with an incredibly tight margin, and I have never put my own pay before team pay, ever. The idea I did so is a flat-out lie. Finally, as mentioned before, I am now aware that Glooby lied not only to me, but to others about his age on multiple occasions. According to his interview, his 18th birthday is in August of 2021. Glooby told me that he was 18 in January of 2021 and again in July of 2021, which I can prove. As you can see here, Glooby in January of 2021 claims that he is 18. And again, in July of 2021.
So the claim that she's making is that this happened in August. Now, did she give the date? Like, is there any concern with the birth date being divulged? Or I don't remember if she said the month or...
Always run this show with an... As mentioned before, I am now aware that Glooby lied not only to me, but to others about his age on multiple occasions. According to his interview, his 18th birthday is in August of 2021. Glooby told me that he was 18 in January of 2020.
Okay, so she's not divulging she's just divulging a birth month and year.
21, and again in July of 2021, which I can prove. As you can see here.
Okay, so the truth of the matter, so what she's establishing as the true date of Glooby being of age is August 2021. And then she's showing Glooby claiming to be 18 in January of 2021 and then again in July of 2021, right?
Glooby in January of 2021 claims that he is 18.
Ophelia says to me whether Demon Mama paid him well or not isn't my issue. It's the lack of judgment, power dynamic, and exposure to stuff. Yeah, and we're kind of missing those details so far. We do have 3 or 4 minutes left in this video, so maybe they'll be forthcoming after that. Again, chat, I might have to go over this again just to contrast it with Tyler's video and to kind of do a little research on this.
And again, in July of
there's that tweet. There's that DM again. I'm trying to remember what this was about. It might feed his ego, but it's really funny. Okay, so that's July. That's Glooby maybe a month before turning 18, claiming to be 18.
2021. I say it might feed his ego, but it is really funny. And Glooby says it'll feed the horny minds, including mine. By the way,
I do think it's a huge problem, says Katie, that he was privately communicating with her partner without her being aware. Without her being aware? That's a huge issue.
if you're worried about not safe for work stuff, I'm 18, so we vibin', cuz.
Well, like a huge issue for her partner or a huge issue for her? Narwhal by nature says it's super irresponsible behavior with no accountability or insight for what should be a much more mature place. What she said in the video.
Message, he is referencing the fact that I had previously set boundaries with him about sending any sort of artwork that could be construed as not safe for work. I only ever offered contract.
So now the accusations in Tyler's video in the interview with Glooby, right, were not of Demon Mama sharing inappropriate NSFW stuff with Glooby, right? Wasn't this more about Demon Mama's partner doing so? Your underage employees should not be privately speaking and sharing media with your partner without your partner letting you know what's happening. Yeah, so that would be, you know, kind of on her partner.
Thumbnail work to him, given that he had communicated that he was 18 and was openly looking for starter work to build his profile as an artist. I wanted to be supportive of his aspirations as an artist. It's deeply upsetting to me to now know that Glooby repeatedly lied to me in order to try and circumvent my boundaries and get paid work from me and my channel. Just 2 weeks before this harassment campaign against—
Wait. So is there any... I don't understand what she means. And get paid work for me and my channel, right? Would she have not? She also claimed that Fawn did not know his age. Well, I mean, that's I think, yeah, like, so that's her claim, is that, like, both, that Fawn did not know his age. Wait, this part's confusing me, right? So, like
know that Glooby repeatedly lied to me in order to try and circumvent my boundaries and get paid work from me and my channel. Just 2 weeks before this harassment campaign against me began.
And get paid work from me and my channel. So is she saying that wait, I'm so confused, right? I thought that the thumbnail work began verifiably before, so she is sort of verifying at what point she would have reasonably thought that Glooby was underage, right? Versus when she was told that Glooby was 18. That being starting in January of 2021. Which was apparently a lie because Glooby was, had turned 18 in August, not in January. If that's true, then there's no reason that Fawn should tell her about Glooby DMing. But like when did she? Oh my gosh! So the question is, like, some chat is concerned about, like, a minor in a like her taking a minor as an employee. But I guess what I'm unclear about now is when Glooby became an employee. If an employee of your partner that sends an SFW to you, don't you think you should inform, or you should be informed? An employee of your partner was sent an SFW, or sorry, was sending an SFW to you. don't you think that you should inform that the Demon Mama's partner should inform? Yeah. If that's true, there's no reason that Fawn should tell her about Glooby Dia. If Fawn doesn't know Glooby's or is under the impression that Glooby is of age.
And Glooby and I were speaking positively and supportively. We have only ever had one small issue, which was a crediting mistake that I made when we redid our YouTube auto descriptions. When I was made aware of the issue by Glooby, I resolved it within 13 minutes, and Glooby stated
Yeah, I remember Glooby talking about this.
there was no bad feelings between us. I have always been reachable and open to Glooby, though I admit that I am significantly less so now after he publicly and knowingly lied about me to the direct monetary benefit of specific drama channels who have used his word to enact a violent and deranged campaign against me. I find it strange and unsettling that Glooby claims to have had issues with me or my community, but never once raised any of these issues to me, to my mod team, or even to my lead mod, who is in a position to field issues with the community. Glooby was positively and regularly engaging in my Discord server, where he has over 21,000 messages sent, until literal days before he decided to lie about me and my family to drama channels. To wrap things up, those of you who are concerned...
Demon Mama just said auto descriptions? Wait, auto descriptions, which means Glooby wasn't doing it?
Viewers have been made victim of a grossly misleading moral...
Wait, what do auto descriptions mean? 11:59 p.m. Demon Mama, wait. Oh, you're reading are you reading like a comment from the video? Wait, one more minute till you're 18, then everything is good, cuz. If you're not 18, 19, or 20 yourself, what are you doing sharing NSFW even with 18-year-olds?
Panic.
Well, now, the we vibin' cuz, right, was something that Glooby said, I believe.
The explicit goal of damaging my reputation and career. The perpetrators of this campaign of harassment and false allegations have directly engaged in deliberate doxing and explosive death threats to myself, my family, and my friends.
So when she says perpetrators, I'm trying to understand this. I am taking this to mean Tyler and Sunday. Is that reasonable? If there's perpetrators, right, rather than a perpetrator, that implies that it's more than Tyler. I'm trying to imagine who else that would be.
I had no desire to give any credence to a harassment campaign so violent and built on such paltry and deeply misrepresented evidence, especially because...
Yeah, Sunday did help. Yeah, confirmed Demon Mama's real name, at least part of it. Yeah, that was the weird thing, right? Is that it's weird for Sunday to claim that he has a problem about Tyler divulging her personal information, given that he helped Tyler confirm that information.
Every response encourages obsessive stalkers to torment and target my family and friends more. I expect that certain people will continue their harassment campaigns undeterred by truth, but I do not intend to speak on this matter further. I hope that you as viewers will maintain a critical eye, especially to demonstrable serial liars and their drama farming monetization schemes that parasitically hurt others for their own gain while they go on violent and unhinged tirades. This calculated harassment campaign has been deeply hurtful and harmful to me and those close to me. I cannot overstate the pain and disappointment that I feel at having endured weeks of the most vile false allegations and abuse. It has spiraled into hurting numerous people associated with me in an attempt to hurt me, and I cannot denounce this enough. That is all for now. Thank you, and goodbye.
All right, so now chat was telling me that there is a... So here's my prediction. All right, first off, right? Sunday is going to react to this video on Monday, if not tomorrow. And this will be weaponized against Tyler, right? And like, look, there is something to be said for trying to shore up the information that's... This is what I meant about, like, when I was talking about Sunday, that I don't you know, necessarily disagree with him on like everything, right? I think that he does have some good points, right? You know, shoring up the evidence before going forward with a video like this, you know, would have been a good idea. And now if there was evidence that would contravene, you know, any of her claims, like, right, it's not going to be findable, it's not going to be gettable. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be more Tyler content for Sunday. As far as the fallout to this, I think that this video will satisfy most people in Demon Mama's community with questions, right? I think that she's done, you know, sort of the same thing that Vosh accomplished with his, what was that video called? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. It had a weird name for the... He's wearing like a jean jacket. I should not have typed in Vosh horse. God damn it. Why did I think this was going to yield the... What was that video that he put out where it's like his response? Was it just response? Vosh response? Context video. Yes, the context video, right? So just like the Vosh context video allayed some of the concerns of members of his community that were kind of looking for a reason to keep backing him, right? I feel like Demon Mama's video will probably accomplish the same thing. I don't know that it's answered all of my questions, but it also may have been enough to debase, you know, without more proof, some of Tyler's claims as well. I do think that there are unanswered questions still, and some of the responses, like the classifying some of the artwork by her partner as being, or not the artwork, but the tweets by her partner as being shit posts and not serious like endorsements of art depicting underage people. Yeah, no, there's no way. That is the weak spot, I think, of this video. So what is chat was telling me there's one comment that you wanted me to take a look at. Wow, first I unsubbed H3, then Zan. Now President Sunday. What the hell is up with the blood sports around here? I'm kind of curious if anyone who had serious concerns in the previous video, I'm kind of curious if anybody is in the comments here saying, like, you know, that their concerns were allayed. Because I do imagine that some people, you know, with a strongly parasocial connection to Demon Mama and investment in the community, this will definitely be more than enough for them to feel good about defending her. I mean, so what I'm seeing in the comments is pretty universally positive towards Demon Mama. The question is, right, chat, that like, okay, so I'm pretty sure that this video is going to be reacted to by Sunday, and it's going to become another vector of attack against Tyler for Sunday. The question is, will Sunday try to rebuild the bridge with Demon Mama after this, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that Sunday has said. I doubt that Demon Mama would be open to rebuilding the bridge. My understanding is that the bridge was burned long before any of this happened. However, you know, the only caveat on that is, could Demon Mama maybe see a utility in having Sunday turn from somebody who was attacking her based on this stuff to and you know, casting you know, guilt on her, although not as unabashedly as Tyler, to somebody who, you know, defends her, right? Would there be enough of a utility in that for Demon Mama? Yeah, I don't see anything negative here. Now, somebody told me, chat was telling me that there was like a negative comment somewhere here. I'm very skeptical of Glooby and he who shall not be named's claims. As long I had long since stopped watching his channel a half a year ago. A half a year ago? Oh, that's got to be Sunday then. If it's a half a year ago, I don't think Tyler was really Tyler was not around. Wait, a half a year? Okay, I guess it could be Tyler. The other question I have is this going to end up just being like a defense for Demon Mama? Is this going to be a you know, sort of in community? Is this going to serve only the purpose of shoring up her community's faith in her, or could it be used to go after Tyler by more than just Sunday, right? Obviously, Sunday is going to definitely, you know, and I'm anticipating it won't be that Sunday. I don't think Sunday is going to come out and defend Demon Mama, and say all of my concerns were allayed, and you know, I now defend. Like, I don't think it's going to be that. I think Sunday is going to still maintain that there was a lot of bad stuff going on in Demon Mama's community, a lot of stuff that she should have to explain, but is then going to say, and it's because of Tyler's like sloppy work, it's because of Tyler rushing this, that Demon Mama's able to put up a front of innocence, which he will not endorse, but which he will blame the inability to pin on Tyler on Demon Mama what she's guilty of on Tyler's. Tyler has been around for about a year, but a half a year ago, I think around that time was his first Sposh vid. Yeah, it's hard to tell who that was. Good night, Vitingale. I'm gonna look at chat some more. He who shall not be named definitely refers to Tyler. A little behind on the stream, but DM never addressed. No, that's true. Demon Mama did never address the toys that were exhibited for Glooby, except inferentially by the way of saying that Fawn. Yeah, I think that's what she's hanging it on, is that like Fawn never knew Glooby's age. So wait, Demon Mom. Oh my God, we need a timeline for this, right? And that's the one thing that's been missing from a lot of this. Is a timeline. Chat, sorry for anybody I haven't gotten to yet. I was paying very close attention. I'm gonna try to go through here and read all of your chats here. I know Demon Mama addresses the Discord and Glooby stuff here, but what about the weird stuff her partner said on Twitter? She claims that that was all shit posts, which some of it maybe, but there's some of it that's just like, this is not something that, like, anyone else have a big problem, as big a problem as I do with that? Yeah, no, I do think that you're, and that's what I said, is like the biggest vulnerability to what she's presented here is her defense of her partner's, you know, statements about depictions of underage, artistic depictions of underage people in NSFW situations, right? That's the one that I don't know. I remember seeing some of those. Now, she says they were taken out of context, they were cropped weird, they were this, they were that, right? So again, we'll look into that and see, compare, you know, the actual tweets to her claims. But yeah, that's a good point, Chicken Noodle. Biceps and bikinis. Considering if both Vosh and Demon Mama was scripted, I wonder if Whiteleaf are contracted out. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. If Vosh's response and Demon Mama's response were scripted, I wonder if Whiteleaf are contracting out a PR department to save money. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible. Shouldn't her partner address it? It's hard to take responsibility for what. Well, so yeah, Narwhal, you're right about that, right? That it's not on Demon Mama. If her partner does something that she doesn't know, it's not really on her, right? And that stuff is not about Demon Mama. That stuff is about her partner. But she did seem to defend her partner by claiming that these tweets were shit posts. When, again, I'll look at them again and in that light and see if that is reasonable to conclude. But I feel like some of that stuff just could not, like, some of that stuff was like, Queen Bee says, Demon Mama is the one who introduced Glooby to her partner when they were a minor. Chicken Noodle, I know, wasn't necessarily expecting DM to address the tweets, but I never see anyone else bring it up in general. I definitely think it's gross. Yeah, there's not really a good explanation. Narwhal by nature, she should take responsibility for that, but not for the tweets this person sent to their intent. She can never answer everything because she's not in that person's head. Random Girl 3PO. Oh, like, I think I've read that. Did I? About the toys, yeah. Who shall not be named is definitely Tyler, says Chicken Noodle. Tyler's been around for about a year, but over a half a year ago, I think it was the first time he did a vid about Vosh. Eric Blue says sus. Still some unanswered, still a lot of unanswered questions, and the kind of people who joke about that sort of stuff are always up to bad stuff. Yeah, it's a weird thing to joke about, right? It's a, like, right, you know. And Fawn drew underage stuff. It really that was the other thing, Chicken Noodle. I was trying to remember, but I think you're right that, yeah, there was some of the issues with Demon Mama's partner weren't so much tweets or communications, right? But the art itself. The Lily Orchard defense. Wait, what is the Lily Orchard defense? Woody Black says, well, that's it then. She's innocent. Case closed. Where's the contract that Demon Mama said she had? What, with Glooby? I'm not sure if Woody Black was like 100% serious about that. That might have been said sarcastically, Narwhal by nature, DM should not have addressed it, in my opinion. Have her, yeah, actually. I mean, yeah. I mean, so like one of the things that people bring up is the idea that somebody would be with somebody who did art like that, and you know, assuming my memory is correct, and Fawn did do art like that, and you know, and tweet like that, right? That's something that people have brought up. Now, in general, like I don't like to, in fact, I avoid, if at all possible, talking about other streamers, you know, people in their real life, their family, their partners, you know, stuff like this, right? I try to avoid that if I can. But I don't have a good explanation for like why you would stay with somebody who said that they were into or who was into or who was drawing you know, like underage looking stuff, right? That's not something that I can imagine what the explanation for would be. But yeah, chat, so far, like, just to summarize, right? Sunday will be watching this, and not with nearly as much smoke for Demon Mama as for Tyler. I don't think that Sunday will defend Demon Mama. I do think that Sunday, you know, still, you know, I mean, I doubt he'll try to unburn his bridge or anything like that, right? But he'll say that there is like too much smoke to not be fire, but they can't prove the fire because of Tyler's actions, right? He'll blame that on Tyler. He will do another, you know, just, I don't know how many videos, but more than one, more than one video about Tyler will come out of this whole thing. The real question is, does anybody else take that up? Does anybody else try to now take the fight to Tyler? Because sometimes that happens, right? This was alluded to in Sunday's conversation with a few of Tyler's mods. The video that I call the jellyfish tapes, a video that I should have tried to upload to YouTube, but just like have not had time to do. And like that Sunday's concern was that were he to back Tyler on these allegations, that he and Tyler would potentially become targets. Not only would these charges not land, not only would this you know, prevent any sort of an investigation to try to shore up, to try to, you know, make the case airtight, but that it might result in the scrutiny being turned on Tyler and thereby by Sunday, because at the time they were still friends, they were still connected, they were so I mean, that kind of stuff could happen, right? And White Leaf, as an organization, they attack in a pack. When they go after somebody, it's not just one person. It's not just the person that got, and especially if it's something like, you know, like the parallel I think that he mentioned maybe was the DJ Mule video. DJ Mule did a video essay, Why Xander Hall is Not Your Ally. And it was responded to not just by Xander Hall, but by literally everybody in that network. And by the end of it, DJ Mule's name was mud, was absolute mud, right? And any scrutiny, any shade, any sort of you know, guilt was cast on Sunday, and or not Sunday, sorry, was cast on DJ Mule, not on Xander Hall by the end of that, right? So that's a question. Now Sunday had like a real far-reaching like list of people that might jump on that train, including people like Lonerbox and Destiny. And I'm not I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I think that was probably a little bit of a over. Gayfesh, and I quote, said, "Thank God Sunday leaked those DMs with Tyler, so rip to that." You're talking about on Twitter, right, Eric's? So I did hear people in chat, DM server, he said that. Oh, it's in Demon Mama server, yeah. I did see somebody talking about a comment that was supposedly on this video. I scrolled through and I didn't see anything but positive comments. So unless anybody's got screenshots or maybe words that I could search, if you think it's still on there, I'm not sure if I can follow up on that. Yeah, I do feel like there's still a lot of questions left unanswered on this. I don't know how many of those questions will ever be answered. Like I said, I think this is definitely enough to shore up Demon Mama's community, and the people that want to believe her are going to read this, and they're gonna... Okay, so Biceps and Bikini says, just to look, please look at the comments after this. There was one where they called the similar smear to the Vosh thing. It rubbed me badly. Let's see if I can find that. Did anyone see the clip where Vosh... Okay, so they're talking about Vosh said fashion didn't exist, just to show off your body, and Tyler kind of body shamed him, I guess, is what they're saying. Yeah, there's only one comment that refers to Vosh. So chat, if there is anybody that's seen a comment that I'm not seeing anything that's it's not positive here, that doesn't necessarily mean that there weren't comments. There is this comment: while you didn't debunk every claim made, you at least showed that there were enough outright lies that Glooby's other claims cannot be trusted. Other people talking about slander. Oh my god, check this one out. Ever since the Vosh H3H3 situation, I learned my lesson because I actually bought into it at first. Oh my gosh. You almost got yourself out of the Vosh cult? Wow. Never listen to drama farmers. Yeah, you're totally in the clear. Everything is clipped out of context no matter how bad it looks. Yo, look at this shit. This person's never going to escape. This person's VGG for life, right? That's what VGG for life looks like, right? Everything is clipped out of context no matter how bad it looks. When this happened to Demon Mama, I was... And the other thing about this, right, and the danger of this is that to people who might have been persuadable that there's something not great, not healthy, not safe about the community, this acts as like a... This functions as like a vaccine against any information from the outside, right? If they can see something that they think is are you know, false charges put to rest, then even if it's not, you know, a lot of this reads a lot like Heffel's Defenders. Okay, so I'm seeing at least one person who was questioning Demon Mama prior to this. They still don't like how Demon Mama responded to the allegations at first, but understand that she was angry. And yeah, the fact that there was, you know, personal information in this is probably going to take a quick look on Twitter and see what the effect has been. In general, there are a lot of Demon Mama, or there have been a lot of Demon Mama supporters on Twitter. Oh no, I don't know if I can. Yeah, when I type in Demon Mama, I get a lot of like. No, actually, I don't see anything. That's wild. September 7th, when I like type in Demon Mama latest, the first thing that I see is like September 5th. So yeah, there's not there's no talk about this. At least there's, you know, I don't know what else to search besides. Yeah, you would think that it would mention. There's just no discussion. In fact, there's like honestly, there's not as much like referencing Demon Mama at all. On Twitter as I remember, which is somewhat understandable given the nature of Twitter, and since Elon Musk has taken over it, a lot of people have. I guess I could check on Blue Sky. That's another. Let's take a look at Blue Sky. Apparently, there's a what is a Demon Mama VTuber? I don't think this has to do with Demon Mama. Yeah, no, actually, there's nothing on WoW. There just isn't as much talk about Demon Mama as there used to be, right? Not on Blue Sky and not on Twitter. I almost said X. Thoughts? What's up, Killjoy? I can post, oh, yes, wait, actually, I think I've got it. Here, I got it for you, Killjoy. If you want to support, Bluebee with a donation on Ko-fi, whatever you call it, right? This is the link for that. Chicken Noodle says, I definitely think Tyler fumbled the bag with the Demon Mama call out. DM's community gives me the ick, but the way that Tyler went about this, things wasn't great. Biceps and Bikini says, I think you misunderstood. I was supportive. It was a supportive comment of Demon Mama. Okay, so the one that you were talking about, if you search H3H3, it was lumped along. I think did I read that comment? Maybe I'll search it again. Yeah, this one, I think I read this. Yeah, yeah, I was keying in on the same thing that you were talking about here. Yeah. Yeah, this is, like I said, this was like when I read this, everything is clipped out of context, no matter how bad it looks. That's VGG for life, right? Vosh could literally unalive somebody on 5th Avenue, and these people would still just support him. Same thing with Demon Mama, right? That is, like, I mean, I don't like the use of the word cult for, you know, what we're talking about here is more of a cult of personality. It's a parasocial dynamic that's going on. It's not quite the same thing as somebody that believes that, like, Demon Mama is the key to their eternal, you know, happiness. And but it does present a cult-like situation. It is a, you know, high control group just by the social dynamics of it. And, you know, I can say this having known quite a few imps. Lumping it into drama farming. Demon Mama is the one streamer that I refuse to acknowledge this crap even after watching this video. Keffels didn't surprise me, Zan didn't surprise me, but this person still supports Vosh. Oh my god. But Demon Mama has always been authentic and unproblematic in my eyes. You don't know Demon Mama. And that's the problem with these parasocial, you know, dynamics, is that, like, what parasociality essentially is a, like, optical illusion that you know somebody because you've seen a lot of their content. And, like, it's not a damning thing. I think we all fall into that, and sometimes I feel like I've caught myself before talking about a YouTuber and phrasing it like, well, I know this one person who says yada yada yada, and I think I'm like, you know what? I don't actually know that one person. I know their content. I've watched a lot of it. It feels like I know them, but you got to remind yourself you do not know. This is a one-sided sort of parasocial dynamic, and that's not the same as the back and forth of actually knowing someone. That's the one you were referring to. Good, I'm glad I got it. I remember the Leftist Cook's video on harm and justice and how society wants irredeemable villains and perfect victims. The whole situation involves someone who went through bad shit as a minor. Instead of showing solidarity with said minor or thinking how a minor who went through bad shit might not have the best memory or memories tainted by the emotions. Yeah, well, for some of these people, all you got to do is prove one thing, one claim wrong, and then victim discredited. I don't feel like everything that was said is 100% real. So this person is a bad person. Nothing he said should be trusted. Oh, as far as Glooby, that's how because we expect perfect victims. Yeah. too much of comparing who won each point as opposed to whether it was an overall bad thing that happened or was it fine. Why does either narrative need to be perfect? Agreed. At the end of the day, it's still a fucked up situation, and a minor had an employer and was part of this community with an adult who, with adults who were inappropriate. Even if you try to make the point that the minor was the one bringing up the NSFW stuff, there was no real vetting process to see what the age of the employee was, and no effort to remove said person. Yeah, I feel like minor like sending NSFW stuff is you know, probably cause to. I mean, this is why, you know, for like even though there's nothing NSFW in my community, right? I don't, you know, that's not the content that I do, right? Same goes for the Discord, same goes for everything. But regardless of that, right, it's also an 18+ community because that's who I'm doing content for. That's who I'm targeting my content for. And yeah, definitely a minor or somebody that says that they're a minor or, you know, might be a minor, you know, sending stuff like that would be yeah, a reason to remove said person. As Ophelia says, when all the NSFW stuff was violated, I will point out that this is why people are afraid to talk about the things that they go through. Yes, because the victim becomes the target, right? And who does the victim become the target of? Every friend of the accused is a potential like vector of attack for at the victim. It's called Kofife. Kofife. Wait, really? It's called Kofife? Just a stan club? Authentic and unproblematic. That's what they said. There are people who rely on her space for a community, and they will go down with the ship, true. Notice that they also getting love bombed. Dear leader mama can do no wrong. Her video response was the most correct response possible. We'll go over the response again. 33 likes for blindly defending the YouTuber they don't know exactly. Ophelia says they have no loyalty to any of the people. I have no loyalty to any of the people I follow online. I enjoy their content, but I don't know them or their life. Anything could happen behind the curtains. Yeah, and you know, just some, you know, people can be wrong. Wait, Kofefe was a joke? Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that's what some Trump people claim, is that Kofefe, when Trump typed Kofefe instead of whatever the fuck he was trying to type. Did anybody ever figure out what he was trying to say there when he said Kofefe? Anyway, like I just said, that I didn't get it. Wait, what did I get? Wait, Kofefe was the joke? I'm sorry, I'm trying to connect this. It was probably, was Trump really talking about coffee? It's hilarious that I didn't get it, but it's also very late. It's also very late. And I'm supposed to start like trying to stream not so late. But there's always something, isn't there? There's always something that I have to cover, that I have to talk about. Speaking of which, chat, if you haven't liked the stream yet, I would massively appreciate it if you do. Anytime that we can get the likes to over 100, YouTube seems to enjoy that. The algorithm seems to enjoy that, and it seems to send my Kofife. Oh shit! Oh, I got it. Wow, that's how out of I am. It is kind of funny that I am this out of it. Kofife, as in the Trump thing, and the side is Kofi or coffee. People call it different things, but it's definitely not Kofife. Kofefe. I always said Kofefe though, like for the Trump thing. I get it now. I get it now. We're up to 87 likes. Can I farm a few more likes out of chat? They used AI to try to figure it out? To what Trump was saying? Is this the bonus content? I can't believe it took Demon Mama this long to respond to Tyler and Sunday. How... No, so there is an excuse for Demon Mama's, like, response taking so long. My understanding is that she was on vacation up until 8 days ago, right? This is, today... Let's see, this is... This was 9 days ago. So up until 9 days ago, Demon Mama was on vacation. This was her first stream back after traveling. So she does have a, you know, seemingly very valid excuse for not responding for that long. But as you can see, this stream was not a stream with a response or an answer or any sort of explanation, or even I'm putting together this video to to talk about this stuff. Please hold on. Wait to hear my response before you make your judgment. And there were a lot of people in the comments, and there were people in the chat that were not entirely happy with the non-response that they got from Demon Mama. But she was live, and she didn't say it was... She did say it was... Yeah, she said she was going to try to not respond to it. And that in and of itself is, right, one of the most suspicious things about it. Right? Again, I think I would have taken, like, you know... Even if she'd come back and she'd respond to that stuff with, like, yes, I understand, and I want to make sure that my community, gets my response for this. However, I want to put it together and make it, I want to make it comprehensive. So give me a few days, right? I think that would have been better, because what she was essentially saying and what she told people, that were commenting, what was essentially like, I'm not going to respond to shit. She was not planning, to say anything. Anyway, chat, I've got to get to sleep. You probably need to get to sleep as well. I hope you all have a good night. I'm standing on a trampoline because somebody requested make Irene bounce. And this is what you get when you make Irene bounce. Irene with some very tired feet. Oh, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. And thanks to everybody for being here. Let me just give you one more... Let me give, like, if you haven't seen this already, this is the Kofefe, or the Kofi for Glooby. And if you want to help Glooby out, there is your link. But yeah, we're up to 89 likes. Can we... Like I said, 100 seems to be the magic number. So if there's anybody that's lurking, now is the time to come out of lurk mode and hit that like button if you have not already. It does a lot of things, right? In addition to helping the video reach a wider audience, it also helps you stay in touch with what I'm doing on YouTube. In other words, my videos and my live streams will be more likely to pop up for you. So if you're ever interested in the future, liking the stream, sometimes like, you know, subbing and hitting the notifications isn't enough, right? The more confirmation you can give YouTube that you are enjoying the stream, the more likely YouTube is to show you my content in the future. It also is a way for you to sort of replicate yourself. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that when somebody hits like, YouTube looks at their history, like what they watch, what they're into, and it looks for other people with similar like interests. So when you hit the like button, there's some chance that somebody will be, you know, brought into one of my videos because of that is a lot like you, and you'll be able to talk to them, right? You're actually bringing in more like-minded people to the community, like yourself. So there's a benefit for you to it as well. And you know, for anybody who ever feels like they would like to contribute but they can't, understand that I appreciate the thumb. I appreciate the thumbs up. I appreciate the likes, as much as anything, right? Thumb gang is Thumb Gang is much appreciated. So thank you, Thumb Gang, and feel free to join the Thumb Gang by hitting that like. We're up to 91 likes now, right? We're trying to get to 100. My voice is about to give out, and I am supposed to stream tomorrow. But yeah, I do want to take a look at this video by Demon Mama in relations to the Tyler video and its receipts, and kind of compare and contrast and see what we've got. 9 more likes. We're looking for 9 more likes. I am gonna have to get to bed pretty soon though. But look at that, 94 likes. That was like boom, boom, boom. That was like 3 people all in a row. That's 1 more person. We're looking for 5 more likes, chat. I don't know, chat. I don't know if 100 really is the magic number, but it feels like it to me. It feels like 100 likes is the number where YouTube decides to share the video with a lot more people. 96. We're looking for 4 more likes. Can we get 4 more likes? I feel like an auctioneer. We got 3 more likes to get. Three more likes to send me to bed, as I desperately need to be. 2 more likes. Yo. I feel like we've got this, chat. I feel like we've got this. 1 more like. One more like to send Irene. No, I'm definitely not encouraging anybody to do anything like that, Narwhal. I don't know. I kind of think that YouTube could probably tell if it's one person using. Yeah, I'm not asking anybody to tap. Oh, there we go. 100 likes. 100 likes. That's pretty good. That's pretty amazing. All right, chat. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll try to stream again tomorrow. I don't know. I'm pretty tired, but I probably will stream again tomorrow. And like I said, maybe even about this, because I feel like there is more to be gleaned from this situation. I really do want to like, if you don't mind though, I feel like for now the Suntent, we can sort of close the book. There's one video that I've gone over before that if I can get some screenshots from, I might go over the screenshots again. And it might actually support what Tyler was feeling in terms of being like, you know, getting unwanted attention. So we'll see. But anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you for coming through at the very end and getting us to 102 likes. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I feel very loved and very supported right now. Good night, everyone. Have a good night's sleep. I will see you all tomorrow.